pumps, regulators, filters, fueling champions.
Jags.
Advanced Product Design, also known as APD, is the Sportsman Racer's industry leader in carburetor and fuel systems. Whether you are a big buck bracket racer or a weekend warrior, contact the knowledgeable staff at APD for high-quality gasoline and alcohol carburetors, or visit them online at apdracing.com. RAD torque guns are the world's most powerful and reliable torquing systems with the highest power-to-weight ratio. RAD torque guns are available in pneumatic, battery, and electronic drive systems with torque ranges from 500 to 15,000 foot-pounds of torque. RAD torque guns are being used around the world by companies such as Boeing Aerospace, Caterpillar Equipment, GE Wind Towers, the U.S. military, and many, many more. RAD torque systems are also very involved in the drag racing community, sponsoring many events, as well as a large fleet of RAD-sponsored race cars. For more information, visit radtorque.com.
Good morning. We are here in the amazing Thunder Valley Bristol Dragway here in Bluff City, Tennessee. And they are finishing up the time runs for the dragsters. At this point, they have already called round one for the Wednesday APD, that's Advanced Parts Design, 15K eliminations that'll take place today. Congratulations to Tim Kelly for his victory over Gary Williams in the Race Tech American Dragster Shootout. Now, Tim Kelly selected the American body, and of course, dang loser got the Race Tech, which is also a great prize. So yeah, that's one race where both are winners. So thank you to Jegs and Mickey Thompson for bringing Motor Mania TV in and keeping us completely free to you, the viewer. Okay, get what you're going to get, because today's going to be packed. Now, the neat part about this race, it's a sold-out event. It's what, 425, I think, plus or minus whatever they do. Anyway, but they have presented it that it's only a single entry, so nobody can be doubled. And so that opens it up to actually 425 racers, and so that's really unique, and yeah, it's really cool. But you know what they say about the flings? You gotta race it and experience it. Okay. Get your stuff done, honeydew stuff, or you know, it is Wednesday, so some of y'all may be at work, and knock out a few things so your boss doesn't get too upset with you. And we will go to the time runs here as they finish them up. Okay? Bye.
We want to thank the fine folks from Jegs and Mickey Thompson for sponsoring the Motor Mania live feed there. We couldn't do it without them, so we sure do appreciate Jegs and Mickey Thompson and Motor Mania themselves. Don't forget, tell your friends and your family they can see you live on MotorManiaTV.com. You will find the non-stop coverage of all the racing action. Join us live here in the chat bleachers where you can interact with each other. Also, hit that subscribe button to Motor Mania TV. Don't miss any of it on YouTube, on the YouTube channel. So tell all your family and friends they want to watch you. Try to win $15,000 here on Wednesday. To be sure and get over on the YouTube channel. Subscribe to Motor Mania TV and check out all the live action. We can't thank them enough for what they do. And the fine folks from Jegs and Mickey Thompson for making it happen. Free to the world. Thanks to Jegs and Mickey Thompson. And once again, we can't thank them enough for it. And Motor Mania for the exceptional hard work they put in for us. And once again, odd number door cars, round number 1, Wednesday's 15K. We'll take you to the lanes, please.
If you think you're pretty good, come here and see if you really are. This is a place where you come if you want to put up with some serious competition, running for some serious money. These are hardcore racers. You learn some lessons, and then you're like, okay, now I want to come try this against the best in the business, and the best in the business are here. They're in. They're set. They're both away on the green. Wow, listen to Wampin coming early. Reaction is a 2 foul coin flip. Wow, 10 take 006. Thanks for stopping by. Goes 12 and then threw an egg at him. Line it up here in the late rounds. We're getting into the money here at the Fling. 14 times 2. Come on, man. 14 4 above. 18 for the package. And comes up short. I got to tell you, I've seen some of the most impressive numbers come across the announcer screen this weekend. And I've been doing this a long time. Pretty amazing what you did today in a car that you're uncomfortable in.
Well, that's the only reason I come back. These young guys, they're going to take it wrong, but they still got a little drop in them nuts.
I would say that my last run yesterday was a little different. After the finish line, there was a lot less noise this time.
Oh boy, I think we're done. Win light. No. Peeps is double 0-1. Take 20.
I want to thank everybody that participated and all of the drivers that made the trip. to make this event, this day, this shootout as special as it was. There's not many times we're going to have that much talent in one shootout. Glad I was here to witness it and watch some of the best racing there is.
27 million an hour.
All right, guys and girls, it's APD Wednesday, first round under the arch. Great day for racing. I want to wish everybody good luck. I think we have about 365 cars that made the warm-up race. There will be buybacks in today's program if you lose first round. And I'm going to ask everyone to rise as we hand it over to Chaplain Jesse Deemer.
Good afternoon. What a beautiful day at the track. Let's pray. Father God, we welcome you to this place today and thank you for your presence here. Father, we give thanks to all who give their time, talents, and all that are involved in making this event possible. Father God, we ask for safety and blessings over the drivers, crews, our families, and all that are here. Father, we thank all the men and women who have served our country and made it a safe and free place to be. We pray this all in Christ Jesus' name. Amen.
Everybody please remain standing for the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs burst that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
And as Michael Waltrip would say, boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing. Round number 1 of Wednesday's 15K coming at you. And it's going to be an exciting day. The good Lord above's give us an absolutely beautiful day, and we want to thank Him for it. And we once again want to thank each and every one of you for coming out and supporting us here at the Fall Fling on the mountain of Bristol Dragway. As round number 1's fixing to be underway, Motor Mania's up and rolling. And it couldn't be a better evening here on the mountain. Got the fun zone open down on the 3rd tier behind the tower for all you kids and adults. We don't discriminate here. Round number 1 coming at you. Brought to you by Motor Mania. And thank you to Jegs and Mickey Thompson for making it possible, free to the world. So tell all your family and friends they want to check us out here to get over on the YouTube channel. Prescribe to Motor Mania, and you'll get to see the action live and up front. Got our first pair out and running here. And it's going to be the main man, Kevin Brannon, out of Gaffney, South Carolina. Right in lane 560 on the board. Going to be up against my man, Nate Hazley. Hazley out of Claremont, Georgia. 6:16 the dial in for the S-Dime. It's going to be a double red light win for Hazley. 005 red runs 14 with an 8 off that 16. Good for the dub. Brannon 21 red up front, 56 with a 7 off that 60. No good. And that'll send Brannon to the buyback window and Hazley to round number next. Off and running round number 1. It's official. Antone Jet right in lane. 6:18 the dial in for the little Tang. Going to be up against Chris Tapp. Tapp out of Greer, South Carolina, 577 up on the board as they get ready to do battle here in round number 1. Right in lane Jet, 21 up front, dead on with a 9, good for the win is Tapp. 18 up front, had the advantage by 3 thou. He takes 14 stripe to break it out 2 thou. He needed to take 12 or less, no good for Tapp. And Jet on to round number next. Chad Duke right in lane, 5:42 the dial in for the Marrow. He's going to pair off against left lane's Tim Johnson out of Roan Mountain, Tennessee, 5:62 up on the board. Right in lane, going to take the win as Johnson spits it out 29 thou red. Duke 23 up front, 40 with a 2 off at 42, good for the win. And Johnson will have to visit the Diva desk to get himself into round number 2. Dickie Kersey right in lane, 6 flat up on the board for the Little Deuce. Going to be up against left lane's Jay Giles. Giles dials in at 6:14. 2 of them out green, 1 of them's in trouble. 0-1-0 to an 0-43. In the left-hand lane, not to be denied, lays down 18 total. Kersey swinging a miss here in round number 1, breaks it out 7th thou, double whammy. And so he'll find himself at the diva desk and Giles to round number next. How about right lane's Marty Williams out of Cameron, South Carolina, and that absolutely beautiful roadster vet up against Jason Parker over there in the left-hand lane, and Parker spits it out 5 thou red, looking for that 6:24 on the board, runs 22 of the 6, no good. As Marty Williams, 009, breaks it out 4 thou, but good enough for the win to go to round number next. Right-hand lane, Dallas Cherry, 591 up on the board for the Camaro. He'll face off against Bubba Browning. Browning also over there in a beautiful looking little Nova, 613 up on the board. One of them's in bad shape, had a little issue there when he left. Cherry, 28 up front. 99 off at 91 is Browning, having some issues. From the hit of the throttle, something was wrong. And he'll have to get back to the pits, check things out. Hopefully it's not nothing we can't fix. And that'll send him to the diva window, the diva desk. Glenn Williams, right-hand lane. Felix Hutchinson over there in the left. 2 of them out green, 2 thou, separate them, 006 to a 004. Williamson had the advantage, runs 1 above the 0, lays down 14 total. As Hutchinson, 6 up front, 2 above the 1, finds himself 13 thou behind. Williamson to round number next. Paul Moore, right-hand lane out of Atwood, Tennessee, 588 up on the board, up against my very own Jake Ball Fincham. Ball out of Bristol, Tennessee, 697 the dial in for the little Mustang. Moore in on that 588 as they do battle here in round number 1. Four thou, separate them, 011 and 015, and who's he gonna be? Ball had the advantage, he's 11 up front, breaks it out 12 thou, takes 10 stripe. As Moore, right-hand lane, 15 up front, breaks it out 6 thou. Ball needed to throw out the anchor and couldn't do it.
7-4. 1 more and 9.
Nick Parkins, right-hand lane, 594 up on the board, up against Carol McCarty. McCarty, 610 the dial in for the S-Dime, left-hand lane, and takes the win with a 003 light. Perkins spits it out 99 red. McCarty, 607 with a 5 off that 610, good for the win. As Parkins runs 96 off that 94 and no good. Ethan Dean, right-hand lane, 677 up on the board, up against Trey Sommers. Sommers going to dollar in it at a 637. Separate them up front. Left-hand lane had the advantage, 13 up front, runs 41 off that 37, taking 17 stripe. As Dean was 14 and cannot run the number. Sommers to round number next. Jamie Abercrombie, Right in lane 581, the dial in for the convertible vet. Up against John McLean, also in the convertible vet. Roadster versus Roadster, 535, the dial in left hand lane. 014 to an 040, 36 thou separate them. That's McLean. 14 up front, dead on with an 8, laying down the heat. McLean to round number next. Abercrombie to the diva desk. How about right-hand lanes, Kevin Pollard. No stranger to final round victories. 535 up on the board, and he'll be leaving off the bottom. Left-hand lane, Bristol Maddox. Maddox, 622, the dial in for the S-Dime, and 2 of them out and running. 1 foul, separate them. And it's going to be Pollard, 19, dead on with an egg. Good enough for the win here in round number 1. Maddox, left-hand lane, 20 up front. Takes 008, breaks it out 9 thou. Wasting fuel. As Pollard laid down 19 total. Odell Davidson, right-hand lane, 651 on the dial in for the 82 Camaro. Up against my main man, Dakota Pugh. Pugh out of Fall, Tennessee, 561 up on the board. 2 of them out green, 31 to a 009. Davidson's going to break it out by 1 thou. He takes 27 stripe, needed to take 26 or less. And Pugh's going to get by with a slight miss, dead on with a 4. Good enough for the dub.
What's that?
Jerry Lone, right-hand lane. 592 up on the board, up against Bristol Dragways. Pro foot brake. Champion of the 2023 season, Jesse Edens. Edens dialed in at 658 for the Mustang and Lone at 592 for the Camaro. Two of them out green, 021 to an 035. And Eden's not to be denied, had the advantage. He's 21 up front, 1 above the 4, good enough for the win as Lone. 35 up front, 1 above 3, no good. Eden's to round number next. Robbie joins right-hand lane, 557 the dial in, up against left lane's Trey Sasser. Sasser dials it in at a 667. A little over 1 second going to Sasser. And we'll see if he can hold off our man Robbie Jones. One of them's in trouble. 014 to an 050. And the right-hand lane, Joins, not to be denied. Double breakout win. Joins breaks it out 4 thou. He's 014 up front. And that's going to be good for the dub as Sasser follows him through. Runs 64 with a 3 off that 67. No good. And a swing and a miss up front. And that'll send him to the diva desk. And Joins to round number next. How about Tanner Miller? Miller over there in that right-hand lane, 633, the dial in for the beautiful little Vega wagon. Going to leave with the tires in the air. Up against my man Blaine Parrish over there in that left-hand lane, 654 up on the board in the little Tang. Ford versus Chevy. The ultimate battle. Parrish spits it out. 4th Al Red giving the win to Miller. Miller 26 up front, runs 32 with a 6 off that 33, sending him to round number 2. And Parrish will have to visit the fine ladies at the buyback window. John Corbin in that right-hand lane out of Waynesboro, Virginia. 594, the dial in for the Firebird. He's going to be up against Thomas Davis. Davis in the Camaro. 664, the dial in left-hand lane. 594, the dial in the right. Firebird versus Camaro. Who will go in first? Corbin flickers the bulb. He's close. Corbin in. Davis in. 2 of them out green, 1 of them in trouble. 009 to an 082. In the right-hand lane, Corbin going to run 4 above down there, ripping it a little bit. As Davis swinging a miss, 1 above 7, no good. Right-hand lanes, Travis Salter, 533 up on the board all the way from Baytown, Texas. He faces off against the Gearhead Solutions, Trevor Hayes out of Jamestown, Tennessee. Hayes in at 639, the dial in. Marrow versus Marrow. One of them's a 74 model and the other a 67. Two of them out green, 33 fouls separate them. 002 to an 035, and Hayes not going to be happy with the ticket. 002 up front takes 41 stripe, breaks it out 14 thou. Needed to take 28 or less. Salter gets by with a slight miss, breaks it out 6 thou, good for the win. He's 35 up front, and it'll send him to round at number next. Sean Carpenter, right-hand lane. 591 up on the board up against Paul Mosley. Mosley, 539 up on the board. Mosley spits it out 004 red. Sending him to the buyback window. Carpenter, 23 up front, breaks it out 2 thou, good for the dub. And it'll send him into round number 2. Tommy Plott, right-hand lane out of Winston-Salem, North Carolina. No stranger to victory lane. 543 up on the board up against Dylan Biondo. What a matchup. Biondo left-hand lane out of Middle Village, New York in the S-Dime. 607 the dial in. 2 potential winners face off here in round number 1, and it's 8 fouls separate them. Left-hand lane, Biondo, 10 up front, dead on with an 8, lays down 18 total. Plot, 18 up front, had to take air, takes 008, breaks it out by 8 thou. Plot had to take air, and Biondo into round number next. Rob Mosier, right-hand lane, beautiful looking convertible Roadster Camaro, 510 up on the board. He's going to face off against left-hand lanes Matthew Holmes. Holmes dials it in at a 595 out of Billington, Alabama. One of them Bama boys. Always tough to beat. As they creep them in the beams, Mosier's in. Holmes in. 004 to an 010. thou separate them. Left-hand lane, Holmes had the advantage. 004 dead on with a 9, lays down 13 total. Mosier 10 up front, dead on with an 8, lays down 18 total. No good here in round number 1 as they're laying down the heat. Holmes to round number next. Ron Winger, right-hand lane out of Odessa, Texas. 5:15 to dial in for the little roadster vet. Up against Brian Kennedy. Kennedy also out of Odessa, Texas. Both of them travels a long way and finds themselves side by side. And Kennedy going to take the win. 006 up front, 1 above the 6. As Winger spits it out 6 thou red and runs it 2 under, going to the barn. Kennedy to round number next. Right-hand lanes, FTI on sights, Troy Williams Jr. in the Sonoma. Not an S-dime. It's a Sonoma. 5:69 the dial in, right-hand lane up against my man Sean Harp. Harp in at a 5:33 dial in. Williams in the Okie Dokie entry. Oh, 1-2 and 0-44. Williams had the advantage. He's going to run 70 with a 3 off that 69, sending him into round number 2. Harp, swing and a miss, dead on with a 5, no good. And Williams to round number next. John LaBouche, right-hand lane, 5:17 up on the board. Once again, no stranger to final rounds. Going to be up against my main man, Dave Casper. Casper in that left-hand lane, dials 643. .016 to an 027. Casper takes 20 stripe, breaks it out 3,000, needed to take 17 or less. Had the advantage as LaBouche doing what he does. 27 up front, works him a little overtime. Puts it dead on with a 6, good enough for the win here in round number 1. And Casper will have to visit the fine ladies at the Diva desk. How about Chase McKay over there in that right-hand lane? Beautiful looking Camaro. 6:05 up on the board up against Dustin Smiley. Smiley out of Piedmont, South Carolina. 5:56 up on the board. Two of them out green, 1 foul, separate them. Left-hand lane had the advantage, puts it dead on with a 0, lays down 9 total. Making McKay's 0-1-0 mathematically ineligible. Lays down 17 total in the right-hand lane. Wasting fuel. Gets 7 and change. 8 and change. Smiley laying down the heat here in round number 1. Becky Scott in that right-hand lane out of Flatwoods, Kentucky. 6:25 the dial in up against left-hand lanes Josh Maggart. Maggart at a 5:50 dial in the Mustang. Pick 'em up truck versus the Tang. Two of them out green, 2 foul, separate them 0-1-2 to an 0-1-0. And the right-hand lane takes the win, lays down 12 total. Dead on with an egg for Scott. Maggart left-hand lane, 10 up front, has some issues, runs 2/10 above, no good. As Scott puts it dead on with an egg, taking a little bit much, but says who needs the lift when you're running dead on with an egg? Richard Alford Jr. out of Raleigh, North Carolina, right-hand lane, 6:11 up on the board up against left-hand lanes Joey Harrison. Harrison in the S-dime, 5:98 the dial in, 6 fouls separate them up front. And my main man Alford Jr. on the double breakout, he's 12 up front, breaks it out 9 thou, good for the win. As the left-hand lane had the advantage, 006 up front. He takes 7 thou stripe. He needed to take 6 or less. Alfred Jr. to round number next. Not on foul, right-hand lane, 602 up on the board up against Jordan Wyke. Wyke out of Winston-Salem, North Carolina, 758 up on the board. 011 to an 033. Left-hand lane, Wyke. 11 up front, dead on with an 8, lays down 19 total. Right-hand lane, misses it just a touch, runs dead on with a 9, no good. Jordan Wyke to round number next. Jeff Neat, right-hand lane, the 67 Camaro. 590 up on the board out of Columbia, Kentucky. Up against left-hand lanes, Hack Uselton. Hank in at a 659, dial in, 7 thou separating. 020 to an 013. Need had the advantage, runs 1 above with a 9, takes 17 stripe, good for the dub here in round number 1. And Hank over there in that left-hand lane, 20 up front, 2 above with a 9, no good. Timmy Miller, right-hand lane, going to get the win on a double red light. He's 11 thou red, runs under by 3 thou. Left-hand lane, Zach Hitchcock. 17 thou red, going to lose on the double red light of the worst of the two. Dead on with a 9, no good for Hitchcock. Sending Miller into round number next. Door cars round number 1 even. Door cars round number 1 even. We'll take you to the lanes, please. Door cars even round number 1. We'll take you to the lanes, please. Laura Bailey, right in lane 6, flat up on the board up against Ben Willis. Willis in that left-hand lane is going to take the win light here as we have just a little bit of an issue out of Laura Bailey. Possibly when she throwed it to the mat, it died. I'm not sure. Nevertheless, never left the starting line, giving the win to Willis. Willis, 002 up front, out of it down there. Going to be hard to beat anyhow. But hopefully not too much going wrong here with Laura. As apparently they get whatever was on it fixed, and she's going to take it on down the strip. Tough break there for Bailey. Willis on to round number next. Door cars, door cars, door cars. Round number 1 even. We'll take you to the lanes, please. Door cars, round number 1 even. We'll take you to the lanes, please. I'm going to turn it over to my main man here, Peter Biondo, as Hot Rod's going to have to go get the hot rod ready and get to work.
Thank you, Faster Fincham. If anybody hasn't seen his YouTube channel, Facebook really, right? It is hysterical. Good luck riding. Bobby Paul Arnett and Richard Dukes. Dukes in a $1 million winning Nova. Pair of great reaction times here. 5 thou going to the right side, but the wind's going to go over to the left side. Bobby Paul Arnett will take the Chevelle to the next round. He's 012, runs at 630 at 103, and gets there by 6 thou. Jeff Fight and Jeremy Bargo. Bargo's been on a kind of a roll this year in that wheel stand in S10. Fighting that nice little Monza. 588 to 616. Wheels will be up in the right lane. Even on the mountain, he's carrying the wheels, and he has the advantage. Should be Barber's is Barber. Bargo's. 617, getting there by 200ths. Looks like he scrubbed off about 3 miles an hour to go one above fight. Was also one above, but he was behind on a tree. Carson Brown and Joe Nelson. Brown, another one of those pickups. Nelson, little purge of the nitrous in a 93 Lumina, dials it in a 533. So all door cars have been called for round number 1. It's APD $15,000 Wednesday. It's a beautiful day at Bristol Dragway. Welcome to the Fall Fling. They're up and away. Well, not sure if he used the nitrous or not, but Nelson got there first by 1 thou. As Carson Brown looked like he couldn't run the number, dropped a little bit, 626 at 105. Might have made the wrong choice. Nelson moves on. Buybacks are available at the Diva desk for the 15K today. If you happen to lose round 1. Single entries, period. 1 car, 1 driver. We're doing it old school here at the 2023 RAD Fall Fling.
One more and 4.
Steve Dunn, Cody Blankenship. Dunn in that beautiful 67 Camaro, gives it a few whomps and does a nice job. When you're behind on a tree by 14 thou and turn it into a wind light, that's doing work down there. Heard him rip the throttle 3 or 4 times, goes dead 9, taking about a half a fender. Cody's 015, 3 above. He'll have to hit the buyback window. Rodney Pryor and Cody Spears. Spears was the DER race runner-up on Sunday. Pryor with another S10. So 2 trucks going at it, mid 6 seconds here on the mountain. Both are green and both are good. Cody's looking over, here comes Pryor. Didn't get him. Cody Spears, 007, 1 above. 670 at 97 miles per hour. Pryor's 011 and 3 above. Shannon Waycaster and Michael Jackson. As the staging lanes fill up with a nice array of door cars.
3 and 8, boys. 3 and 8.
Wheels up start for MJ, and his wind light is shining. Waycaster turns at 7th hour red. Michael Jackson 021 607 on a 607. Here is our entertainment guy, Lou Greco. Beautiful Pontiac GTO. He helps us out by singing and playing some music at the Racer Appreciation Barbecue. The Racer Appreciation Barbecue will be happening. Steak dinners for all. Courtesy of Larice and Charles. Right lane hits a little purge of the nitrous. Giving him just that extra option. Both are green and somebody's trip zip. Greco, 000, 1 above 0 for the win. Wins it on a hole shot. London was dead 3 and 11th out behind. So not a bad lap for Linden. 018, 513 with a 3 on a 513, but just wasn't good enough to catch the GTO. Kurt Harrington and Kenny Underwood, a good battle here. Kurt, good guy from Middletown, Indiana. And Kenny Underwood. long-standing hitter in the bracket racing arena. Both the green, wheels up, Underwood. He's pulling alongside Kurt and gets him. 12th out package for Underwood, doing everything right. 10 dead 2, taking 5 thou down about 3 or 4 mile an hour. Harrington was 22 on a tree and broke out by just a few thou, but was behind anyway. Dan Fletcher and Greg Kane. The big wagon, Micro Strategies, dial 663. Greg Kane a 635. Holy moly. 004 leads second. The wagon, Dan's looking over, drops the nose and turns on the wind light. How about Dan 004 gets there first by a fender, dropping the nose to go 2 above. Kane was 003, looked like he was wide open, 639 on a 635. Gave Dan some room and Dan took advantage of it, as Dan normally does. Paul Warwick and Caleb McDaniel, another one of the McDaniel family, 91 S10. Warwick, the hitter in a 69 Chevy, good guy. He's been fighting a battle for a while with his health, and let's just keep our prayers with him. Here he is on a racetrack trying to win the Fall Fling. Pair of double O's again. Nice lap right there. How about a 5-pack for Caleb McDaniel? 714 would have won on a 714. Who says slow cars can't be consistent? 004 on a tree. Paul Warwick. 008. Looks like he might have dropped a mile an hour to go 1 above.
That corner's going to be on fire today.
Jimmy Williams and Kenneth Street. Williams from Trailer Ranch is going to pick up the win. Street turns it red. Williams' Corvette goes on and off the throttle stop and goes 627 at 130. Tim Timmons, Duck Albritton. Chevette of Timmons, 661 Albritton. From Hookertown, Hookertown, North Carolina, to 65 Nova. I don't think that's a 65 Nova. The Chevette is looking over. He has a little bit of room to work with and turns it into a win light. They both got to the finish line at the exact same time. But Timmons had him 100th on a tree, and that was the margin of victory in a double breakout. Alan Bird and Robert Richardson. That big 67 Chevelle going 585. That's got to be a big block in there. Back in the old days, they called that 2 tons of fun. Alan Bird with the traditional Vega. Another pair of double O's each lane, one guy's 000. Nice lap by both drivers, but the nod's going to go to Robert Richardson. 005 runs it out 586 on a 585, gets there first by 6 thou. Alan Bird was trip zip. Looked like he couldn't run the number. He's 2 above. If this is any sign of what racing to come here at the RAD Fall Fling this week, it's going to get brutal. Shelly Elrod, Mrs. American Dragster, and Stephanie Johnson Rayner. So a pair of young ladies going at it. 518 for the Grand Dam of Stephanie. Shelly, 627. Shelly's going to get the freebie as Stephanie turns at 7th thou red. Elrod had it dialed pretty good. She was 18 on a tree, 626 on a 627 at 119. Things that make you go, Greg Walker and Michael Norrid. Walker, I love that car. 68 Camaro, really nice guy from Clinton, Maryland, and Norrid brings in that S10 from Pegram, Tennessee. Both drivers being very careful to turn that stage light on, and Norrid has a little bit of room, but he just takes too much stripe, breaks out by 1 thou. 007 got there by 30 to break out by 1 thou. Walker's 027 dead 9, and that was good for the win. Michael Norrid's going to have to visit the ladies at the Diva desk. Want to say hello to the Motor Mania live feed presented by Mickey Thompson and Jegs. What's up, guys? No, Hastings is not here. And everybody's pretty happy that he's not. EJ Womack, 3 thou red. Tedesco. Fuel Factory, 587 on a 586, 015 reaction time. Not a bad lap. She'll probably tighten it up just a little bit for next round. Kevin Warwick and TJ Owens. 67 Camaro and another S10. It's just amazing how bracket racing goes in trends. TJ with the starting line advantage and goes dead 2 for the win. Warwick got there first by 1 thou, but 9 thou under. My buddy Kurt. What's up, Captain Kirk? Yates, yes, single entry. This is a pure single entry event. So, about 367 cars today. That means 367 individual cars. Tomorrow we should have 425. It makes for a packed house when you do it this way. It's a lot of fun. 000 for Gerald over Atkins. 15 thou in his back pocket. No good. Looked like he just made the wrong move at the other end, as Atkins is 15-1 above, getting there by 300th. Casson was 000. Didn't really like what he saw down there. Dropped to go 641 at 100 miles per hour. James Rawlings and James Calder. Speaking of trends, the little Mustang, they're a good bracket car. Had a little trend going there for a little while, but it always seems to come back to the pickups. Kohler will advance to round number 2, 016, 7th thou under his dial and his checkout pass. His Rawlings drops at 11th thou red. Is that Nate Hershey? The famous Nate Hershey? No, now I'm nervous. If Nate's listening, I better be on my best behavior. Henry, Atari is being reborn. You're going to see Atari 2.0 come out. It's at CBR Race Cars. How about another trip zip? This time to Ivy Hutto in the wagon. And 2 above for the win. Nicely done. Ivy scrubbing a break down there to take 14th out. 2 above. 606 at 103. Gregory 012 wide open, 2 above, 649 at 103. So that mile an hour is almost matched perfectly. That means Ivy pulled up alongside of Gregory and just did a perfect job of pacing him. David Williams and Johnny Taylor Jr. Nate H, I think it's 367 for the warm-up day. The Mustang, the Nova, give it to the Nova. 3 above the dial as Williams was 022, but got there first by 80 to go 300ths under the dial. Definitely not the easiest place in the world to dial here. It's a beautiful track, cut between a mountain, but it can throw you a curveball. It's one of those tracks you really got to pay attention, just a little bit more than most. And my buddy Patty Boy, Anthony D'Agostino, that car goes back a long way from Bronx, New York, where the Yankees play, and John Talmadge. Wow. Patty Boy, 005 and 4th out behind. The win light goes to Patty Boy, though. How about a 5-pack? Second 5-pack of the round, and Talmadge, what's a guy to do? John's 001 takes 5 thou down there to go 1 thou under. That might be the race of the round. Jesse Ray and Bill Helmsley. Helmsley, another 00 reaction time. 009, can he hang on? Yes, he does, dead 5. Nice looking 14-pack for Bill. Jesse Ray was 024, also one above, 599 at 113. Margin of victory, 22 thou, going to Bill Helmsley. As Van Greer, the local from Kingsport, Tennessee, and Danny Peary, Buchanan, Virginia. Another S10, and another S10. And another S10 in the burnout box. There goes Van Greer, but he drops a 2 thou red. Peary, 025, 625 on a 624, advances to round number 2. Yeah, this is one of those tracks. You could look at a weather station. I go by a weather station, especially if there's a long leg between rounds, but you got to look just a little bit deeper here. You got to watch the wind and watch for trends a little bit because it can get a little tricky. Makes it more fun, in my opinion. Brian Thompson and Richie Brown, here we go. Will it be the S10 or the Nova? Give it to the S10. 16 dead 1. As Richie Brown was 030 and ran a 559 on a 558, that is not good enough. Thompson gets there first by a little over a fender to turn the win light on. Doug Milner and Sarah Major. DeVega, there was a trend going for a while with the Vegas. Light cars, they make really good bracket cars. Both green, Sarah in the Maverick, 005, Sarah, dead 1, 6 thou package. Come and get some. Doug Miller's 024, got there second, broke out, no chance. Justin Mosier, one of our sponsors, and Jesse Long. Mosier in the quick Corvette, 540. Not sure if he's got it tamed down at all or not. We'll find out. Jesse Long in the Boo, the 1979 Malibu 651. 11 to a 12. Give it to Mosier. Nice job down there. You could see him veer just a little bit over to take a closer look at Jesse. Takes 19th thou to go 3 above. Knew he was safe. Jesse Long 0-12 and 4 above. So if I had to say, if you look at that flag, little bit of a headwind right now. That wasn't there earlier. I'm telling you, details. Brian Jones, Caden Harrell. Pair of Tennessee racers, another S10. That's a Sonoma, actually. And a good old 67 Camaro, both drivers a team. Caden's looking over, closes the deal 672 on a 670. As Jones had a chance, was only a little behind on the tree, but got there first by 28 to break out by 6 thou. Here comes Mike Barber. Mike has turned into a very good racer in the past few years. He's been killing it up and down the East Coast. That little Mustang runs a number. He knows how to let go. 6-17 and Rocky Van Note. Vega Wagon. That's a cool bracket car. Good visibility, light. He knows how to let go. 006 to Mikey. Rocky Van Note, 029. Mikey's not going to let that slip by him. Actually got behind by 5 thou. Not sure he wanted to do that, but luckily Note broke out by 9 thou. He pretty much had him locked out, though. .25 pack to a 29 light. We called all door cars for round 1, and here's Ben Height and Trevor Denton. Ben's going to be doing some announcing this weekend. And by the way, so is JJ. Riggins left me high and dry. Nate left me high and dry. Reinhardt left me high and dry. But we got a better team. Gonna have Ben Height. Gonna have Fasten Fincham and JJ Pennington. Another 000. The Grand Am has a lot in his pocket. I don't think Ben could turn this one around. Nope. He actually had a chance because Trevor's 000, Ben's 50. Ben gets across his second and breaks out by more. That is, in my opinion, that's my least favorite way to lose right there. If you're behind and you lose a double breakout, I kick myself many times when I do that. What do they say? If you're behind, just make sure you're behind. And when you're 50 and your guy's 000, really make sure you're behind. Griffith and Siegel, good matchup here. That's Big Jed's machine. 596, he's got a tough one here. Garrett Griffith, the youngster from Alexandria, Kentucky. Siegel misses the tree a little bit, and Griffith makes him pay. Garrett Griffith had a 28 thou reaction time advantage, and Jed's right now saying he's going to have to give his driver a pep talk. Chris Burden and Rich Novinsky. Novinsky from New Media Dragway to 38 Dodge Roadster. Left lane, Burden in the S10. I am not a fan of Burden's dial. I'm not going to talk about it. Holy moly. How about 002 to 003? Will it be Burden or Novinsky? It is Novinsky. Burden breaks out by 8 thou, 665 with a 2. Pair of killer reaction times, but Novinsky let him go, and he was plenty safe. Burden will have to hit the diva desk. Tim Jackson and Brian Griffin. Little small tire Nova left side. Vega right side. Griffin 17 on a tree. He's looking over. I'm pretty sure he's got this one from the looks of it. Yep. Jackson was slowing on the way down. Something just not feeling right for Tim Jackson. And Griffin coasts to a 654, 91 mile per hour wind light. Mark Bacon, Mitchell McKinney. McKinney goes a lot of rounds in that 69 yellow with black stripes. Beautiful Camaro. 012, 638 on a 637. Bacon drops it 1 thou red. Kylie going to pick up the win. Nice 009 dead 4 for a 13 pack as Stace Schroeder drops it red. Not sure what happened. Might have flinched. Might have had mechanical difficulties, but was way red. Jason Overstreet, who did a monster wheelie, and this time does not do a monster wheelie. Red light start. Matt Look, 17 1 thou under. Jordan Arnold looking good with a 009 reaction time. 5 thou under, double breakout. Ouch, that's going to leave a mark. Danny Odom was behind on a tree, was behind at the top end, and broke out by 1 thou more, being a fender behind. 598 at 112, needed to be 598 at 111. Here's Fast and Fincham off the bottom. He's got 2 thou to work with against Tom Doyle. Fast and Fincham lights it up. He might have been live that time on his Facebook page. 035, one above. Tom Doyle was 037 and couldn't run the number.
Left side, Race Tarleton, 505 is the dial. Right side, Garrett Browning, unfortunately turns it 4 thou red. Race got away with one, 043 on the green side, and 3 thou under is going to be good enough. Garrett 4 red, dead 6. Tambra Sweet Hayes on the left side, 636 is her dial in the Chevy 2. Right side, Barry Norman at a 556 in the 69 Mustang. Neither driver is stellar in reaction time advantage. Tambra and the Winlight. 36 on the tree has the advantage. Got their second to be 2 above and turns on the Winlight. Barry Norman behind, took 9 thou to break out 2 thou. Would have had the Winlight if he took 7 or less. Tabitha Carmen, 686 is the dial on the left-hand side. Right side, Ken Clark. Couple of round nose S10s. Problems for Tabitha. Way red on the left-hand side. Ken Clark was 007. 9 thou under, gonna move on.
All right, listen up, guys. Very important. Everybody look at your car number. It's either going to have a red outline or a blue outline, you dragster drivers. So we're going to break it down a little bit further. So with the small staging lanes. So right now we'll call round 1 dragsters, odd number, red colored number. So if your number is odd and it's colored red, bring it up. Round number 1, dragsters, odd, red color. Bring it up.
Joe Meese, 008 on the red side. Jason Palmatier, 31 on the green side. And goes 611 on the 617 for the win. Tim Sansoni, 618 is the dial for the Camaro on the left-hand side. Right side, Jamie Goodman at a 596 in the G-body. Double 01 to 005 advantage, Tim. Winlight, Jamie Goodman. 005 taking 006 to be 13 thou above is 18 total. Sansoni, 001 and 23 thou above to be 6 thou behind. Doug Moles, left side in the 67 Chevy 2. 542 is the dial. Right side, Willie Rosenbaum at a 581.
So once again, dragster drivers, look at your car number. It's either going to have a red or blue outline. We're going to break it down by calling right now. Odd number dragsters with a red outline. Odd red dragsters, round 1, bring them up.
Willie Rosenbaum's going to take the win. 12 on the tree. Dead 9 is 21 total. Getting there 22 thou. Doug Moles, 008 and 35 thou above. Couldn't quite run the number. Eric Thomas, Left-hand side, 580 is the dial. Right side, Doug Browning at a 684. Red for Eric Thomas. Doug Browning, 007 and 13 thou under is going to take the win here in round number 1. Advanced Product Design Wednesday, 15,000 to win. Wes Weaver, left side, 547 is the dial. Right side, William Daniels at a 698. Wes has nearly 300s in his pocket and converts it to a win light. 13 on the tree, 600s above. Getting behind 40 thou is going to be good enough. Daniels, 41 on the tree and 4 thou under. Even though he was behind, if he'd have taken 36 thou or less at the stripe, would have been a win light. Matt Hart, 547 on the left side. Steve Helton on the right at a 615. Eight thou separate him. Win light. Steve Helton, 23 on the tree, taking 3 thou at the stripe to be 14 thou above. Matt Harp, 31, dead 9 to be 3 thou behind. James Blankenship, left side 642 is the dial. Right side B.J. Tipton at a 627. $19,000 separate him. Win light, BJ. 008, dead 5 is 13 total. Getting there, 6 thou. Locks out James Blankenship. Tipton, moving on. Todd White, 535 is the dial on the left side. Zach Helton at a 565 on the right. Zach is 15 thou on the red side. Todd was 16 on the tree and 3 above. Gonna move on. William Roberts at a 608 on the left side. Eddie Longany at a 647 on the right. Eddie is 14 thou on the red side. William Roberts, 12, dead 4 for the win, 16 total. William Roberts, moving on. Tracy Guffey, 624 is the dial on the left side. Clifford Davidson at a 534 on the right. 25 thou separate him. Win light Clifford Davidson. 004 and one above. It's 14 total, getting there 16 thou. Tracy Guffey, 29 on the tree, dead one, was locked out from the starting line. Robert Heineman, 598 in the Mustang on the left-hand side. Right side, Jess Franz at a 617 in the Camaro on the right. Heineman has 300ths in his pocket and the win light. 13 on the tree, getting there 22 thou to be 17 thou above. Franz was behind at the start, goes dead 7, was locked out. Caroline McCarty, left side, 608 is the dial. Right side, Tim West, 495 is the dial. Drivers are 011. One of them is 11 green. One was 11 red. Caroline McCarty for the win. 11 dead, 4 is 15 total. Tim West, 11 red and 23 thou above. Caroline McCarty moving on after being 15 total. Tanya Street, left side, 632 is the dial. Right side, Todd Barton at a 621. Both drivers are separated by about a tenth in ET, but Todd Barton is going to be coming off that throttle stop. Going to make a big charge at the 8th mile mark. Neither driver is stellar in reaction time. Todd Barton for the win. Todd was 51 on the tree and had 27 thou in his pocket. Takes 17 thou at the stripe to go dead on 8. Tanya Street further behind, got there second, was 2 thou under. Todd Barton moving on. Chuck Sanders, left side, 627 is the dial. Right side, Gray Kimball at a 604. 17 thou separate him, advantage Chuck. Win light, Gray Kimball. 19 dead, 1 is 20 total. Chuck was 002, taking 26 to be 8 thou under. Needed to take 18 or less. Matt Weston, left side, 565 is the dial. Right side, Wayne Wright at a 539. 3 thou separate him. Win light, Matt Weston. 008 take 005 to be 13 thou above. Wayne Wright was 005 and 21 thou above. And by 5 thousandths of a second in a great race, Matt Weston moving on. Left side, driver not on file In the pickup, 623 is the dial. Clayton Roberts at a 552. 2 thou separate them. Win light. Left side, 14. Dead 4 is 18 total. Clayton Roberts was 12 on the tree. Gets there first, 29 thou. To break out, 23 thou. Would have needed to snug it up to 6 thou or less. Chad Morrison, left side. 590 is a dial. Ken Ernest at a 644 in the Ranger. Thou separate him, advantage Ernest, and the win light. 009 coasts it to be 3 above. Chad Morrison had problems, was 20 on the tree, and goes over 3/10 above. Ken Ernest moving on. I believe that rounds out door cars for round number 1. We're going to play a few ads before we get into the dragster side of round number 1 of Advanced Product Design 15,000 to win Wednesday. Thank you all for tuning in.
Ultronics, the leader in performance electronics. Racers know and depend on their state-of-the-art systems every day. Perform Air Pro and Perform Air Eclipse are the racing industry's standard high-tech, easy-to-use weather systems. Power-Light lithium batteries, the super powerful lightweight energy source for your machine. And the Data Quest Power Quest, the most innovative data recorders and touchscreen switch panels you can find. Check out ultronicsinc.com for these products and more. Ultronics, the choice of champions.
Order online and use promo code FLING23 for discount.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Meet the next generation of Autometer's legendary Ultimate Tachometer line, the Ultimate 3 and the Ultimate DL, which places the power of more advanced data acquisition systems in an affordable, convenient, and compact package. With the Ultimate 3, you can record the engine and driveshaft RPM at 100 samples per second with up to 60 seconds of available memory. Playback data right on the tach itself or easily download to the award-winning Data Pro Analysis software. Availability in black or silver dials in 9,000 or 11,000 RPM ranges. More advanced users should consider using the Ultimate DL, which adds the ability to record wideband air-fuel ratio and pressure channel data to the Ultimate 3, which can help you diagnose fuel delivery issues and improve tuning. For more information, visit us at autometer.com.
So here we are at our 3rd annual JEG Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries, and this is another edition of Terminator Tips. Today we're going to talk about something that's a little bit outside the box. Usually we're talking about reaction times and we're talking about how to drive the finish line and stuff like that and weather. Today we're going to talk about body language, and body language means 2 things. It means in the general world outside a race car, you could just relate it to sports. I tell my son, you struck out. Okay, keep your head up. when you're going up to the plate. Keep your head up and walk like you're confident, because confidence breeds better performance in any sport. So let's just take a general perspective. You're in a big meeting, right? You're meeting with Bill Gates, and you have to walk in to the room and give some kind of pitch. What is Bill Gates going to think if you walk in like this? He's probably going to think whatever you're selling is probably not worth much because you're not confident in it. But what would Bill Gates think if you walk like this? So let's translate that to a race car. You're in your car, and let's compare what I feel is good body language in a race car versus not so good body language in a race car. Good body language in a race car. You look at somebody, they're making deliberate, confident moves. They're not worried about the guy in the other lane or girl in the other lane. They're not fidgety. They're not moving around a million times. They're just eye on the prize, confident, head up, like you're controlling the car. Control the car, you control the race. Now, what does that mean? Not only are the opponents they'll sense that. They'll sense your body language, but more importantly, it's gonna breed confidence within yourself, just like in the real world.
% satisfaction and lifetime support included with every order. The place for performance since 1960. JEGS. Advanced Product Design, also known as APD, has quickly become the go-to place for carburetors in the world of big buck bracket racing and NHRA racing. Join world champions Luke Bagacki, Jimmy Lewis, and Christopher Dodds, and let APD help power you to your next win. Carburetors, throttle stops, and fuel systems. APD. Silver State Refrigeration is your source for all of your refrigeration needs in Nevada, Arizona, and California. Starting in 2003 with only 2 employees, Silver State now employs over 300 people servicing both commercial and residential customers. All Silver State technicians are both EPA and NATE certified and have a AA+ rating with both the Arizona and Nevada State Contractors Board. Please call Silver State Refrigeration for all your refrigeration needs at 702-433-5008. For over 30 years, Biondo Racing Products has provided track-tested, race-winning products. Known for their best customer service in the industry, Biondo Racing has been the
Mike Larkin drops it 9, Thou Red Nate Elliott.
2010. Digital
all the way from Maine,
16,457
at 151.
Shifters, and now tire gauges. Biondo
Connor
Racing
Calder,
products.
Sunday's winner here at the DER race, and Eden Luckard.
For more than
right?
6 decades, ATI has been helping sportsmen racers get to the winner's
I got
circle.
kind of a yes/no head nod from Rodney
You
over
can
here.
count on that from ATI. Our
like
advanced engineering, precision in-house manufacturing, real-world race experience, and passion for the sport can help you.
Connor Calder and Eden Luckard. How about Eden Luckard? Well, I could say he got that trip zip, or we could say Calder gave it back trip zip. Either way, margin of victory going to Eden. I just want to see what I'm going to call the next one, then I'll hand it over.
he was very.
Joe Juzzer is going to pick up the win right there over J.R. Hodges. 018, one above, good enough. Hodges was flat out 470 at 147, could not run it. Marlon Goats drops it 4 little ones red. Blaine Meyer 019, 6 thou under. Advances to round number 2. Marlon's going to have to visit the diva desk. Got good problem. Jeremy York, the MVP from the Summer Fling in Columbus, is starting the day off right. 004 gets there first by 18 to go dead 9. York continues his hot streak. Dylan Coggins was dead 1, loses on a hole shot. So right now, so far we've called dragsters, odd number, red run sticker, red run number. Dragsters odd red should be in the lanes. If you're a dragster with an odd number and a blue run number, you're on a very short standby. The goal is to not have you guys jam-pack the back of the lanes and the road, and don't want to have you guys wait too long. Ricky Harbar, 003, had Nick Warren covered up. That's too much math for me to do. Had him covered up a lot. So Warren's going to have to figure it out and hit the buyback window. All right, we'll now take, if you a dragster, odd number, blue number. So if you're odd blue dragster, bring it up for round number 1. So at this point, all odd numbered dragsters have been called for round 1.
003 to a 008. Right in lane, Matt Shell. Good for the win, had the advantage. Going to break it out. 2 thou wins the double breakout. What a race. 008 over there on the left. Finds himself 2 thou behind, breaks it out by 5 thou. Mathematically ineligible. At 133 mile an hour for Shell, taking 002. 003 take 2, turning on a lot of wind lights here today. Shelled around at number next. Owens to the diva window. Dennis Long right in the lane. 5 flat up on the board for the digger. Up against left-hand lane, Scott Thompson. Thompson, 497 up front. 14 thou, separate them, left-hand lane. 17, dead on with the 6, good for the win. Right-hand lane, Long, 003 up front, had the advantage by 14 thou. He takes the stripe by 34, breaks it out by 14. Needed to get a little more brake pedal. Todd Sinclair, right-hand lane, the little roadster, T-bucket style, 590 up on the board, up against Sugar Shane Carr. Carr, 459 the dial in, left-hand lane. The $1 million runner-up here just a few weeks past. 009 to 013. separate 'em. Carr, Sugar Shane. One above the 5009 up front takes 7 thou. Sinclair, not a shabby lap by no means. 13 above, 1 above 8. No good here in round number 1. That'll bring up Joseph Bagwell. Bagwell out of Flat Rock, North Carolina, 463. The dial in for the pipe rack, right-hand lane. He's going to get the win. McCowan Sr., left-hand lane, spits it out 13 thou red, 2 above, no good. Bagwell, 12 up front, 2 above. On to round number next. John Budowski. Right-hand lane out of Washingtonville, New York, 456. The dial in for the Digger. Up against left-hand lanes, Robert McGraw. McGraw dials her in at a 468. As they do battle here in round number 1 of Wednesdays. Advanced Product Designs Carburetors Wednesday. And once again, we've called all odd-numbered dragsters. All odd-numbered dragsters to the lanes for round number 1. Budowski, 11 up front, 1 above 0. Going to be good enough for a win light here in round number 1 is McGraw. 75 red, 2 above, no good. And McGraw will have to come see us at the Devo window. And make a few adjustments. Chris Johnson, right-hand lane, 474. The dial in up against left-hand lane, Scott Gibson Jr. Johnson spits it out 5 thou red, giving a win to Gibson. Gibson 11 up front, 3 above, good for the W. As Johnson breaks it out a touch, double whammy for Johnson. And that'll send him to the Diva window here in round number 1. And once again, we want to thank the fine folks of MotorManiaTV.com doing what they do, sponsored by Jegs, brought to you by Jegs and Mickey Thompson. We can't thank Jegs and Mickey Thompson enough for making it free for the world, for everyone to see, and MotorManiaTV.com for what they do. Mark McKay, right-hand lane, 480 up on the board, up against Frank Lacatus. Lacatus, 459 up on the board. 002 to the left-hand lane, giving him the win as McKay. 008 red, dead on with an egg, no good. Lacatus, 002, 3 above 8, and on to round number next. And if Hot Rod butchers those last names, he apologizes up front. We're giving you 110% with a 7th grade education. And we'll have to go with it. Dylan Witherow, right-hand lane, 465 up on the board, up against my main man, Steve Breeden. Breeden out of Vonore, Tennessee. Left-hand lane, 462 up on the board. Left-hand lane breeding, 38 up front, 1 above the 4, good for the win, gets there, 3 thou. As Witherow, 36 up front, 1 above 9, no good. Breeding to round number next. And that'll bring up Danny Stevens, right-hand lane, 575 up on the board, up against Tyler Mosley. Mosley over there. In the Mosley Transmissions entry, 480 up on the board. Out of Bowling Springs, South Carolina. Stevens, right-hand lane, out of Lumberton, North Carolina. So North Carolina versus South Carolina here in round number 1. One of them's in trouble. 45 foul, separate them up front. Mosley. 10, 3 above 6, takes 28. Good enough for a win line here in round number 1. Stevens, swing and a miss. 1 above 9, no good. Right-hand lane, Parks. 10 up front, under 5 thou, good, but good for the win. As Combs, left-hand lane, spits it out 4 thou red, breaks it out 2 thou, double whammy here in round number 1. Parks on to round number next. How about left-hand lanes, Tim Kelly. Kelly out of Cincinnati, Ohio, 482 on the dial-in up against Nick Womack. Womack out of North Carolina, 458 up on the board. to a 36. Womack with the advantage, no good. Runs 62 of the 2 off the 58, finds himself 008 behind. At only 139 mile an hour, might have worked too much. As left-hand lane, Kelly, 36 up front, 1 above 7. And bingo, on to round number 2. Right-hand lane, Scott Carman. Carman dials are in at a 488 up against Justin Harrington. Harrington out of Middletown, Indiana. Maybe. He's out of Middletown. 531 up on the board. Separate them. Right in lane, 21 up front, going to win a double breakout. Gets there by 001. Or actually finds himself 6 thou behind. Margin of victory 001. He's going to break it out. 7 thou. Left-hand lane's going to break it out. 8 thou. Takes 006. Needed to take 5 or less for Harrington. And Carman on to round number 2. Round number 1. Dragsters. Odd numbered, all of you. Round number 1, odd numbered dragsters. You should be in the lanes. Odd number dragsters. Round number 1, all of you. That's odd numbers. Travis Nelson, left-hand lane, going to get the win. He's 31 up front, 1 above, 1 good for that dub. It's Bradley Snowball. Right-hand lane's going to spit it out 19 thou red. Breaking it out 7 thou, double whammy. No good here in round number 1. And once again, round number 1, odd numbered dragsters. All of you have been called. And don't forget, kids, we got the bouncy house down in tier number 3, directly behind the tower down there. So go down, enjoy yourselves. Ryan Arist, right in lane, going to get the win. 471 to dial in. He's 11 up front. They're going to break it out by 1 thou. Dawson Putman. Left-hand lane's going to spit it out. 4 thou red, 3 thou under, double whammy. And that'll send him to the Diva window. And Arist on the round number next. Vance Houston over here in the right-hand lane out of Newland, North Carolina. 470 the dial in the pipe rack. Up against left-hand lanes, Joe Gary. Gary out of Bowling Springs, South Carolina. 449 up on the dial in. Dragster versus Dragster. And here we go. 6 thou separate them. Gary with an advantage, runs dead on with a 9, takes 22 stripe. And that's going to be good to put him into round number 2 as Houston 21 up front, 2 above 5, no good. Round number 1, odd number dragsters, you should be in the lanes. Round number 1, odd number dragsters, we'll take you to the lanes. As we dwindle on down here through round number 1 of Wednesday's Advanced Product Designs Carburetors $15,000 warm-up. .029 to an .050. Maddox had the advantage. Runs 1 above with an 8, takes .005. Sends him into round number 2. Miles, 50 up front, swinging a miss. Dead on with a 2, no good. Right in lane, Chris Ferguson. 463, the dial in up against Bruce Holland. Holland over there, 444 up on the board. 2 of them out green and 16 thou separate them. Right in lane, Ferguson, 002, dead on with the 7, lays down 9 total. Holland over there with that 018 light getting change. Dead on with a 5, no good. Ferguson to round number 2. Holland to the Diva window. Dale Freeman. Right in lane, 488. The dial in out of Flat Rock, North Carolina. Chris Wilson, left-hand lane. 453 for the dial for Wilson. Two of them in, and here we go. 1 thou separate them. Freeman had the advantage. He's 11 up front, 1 above 2, takes 007. As Wilson over there in the left-hand lane, he's 12, 1 above 8, finds himself 7 thou behind. Jimmy Fuller, 494, the dial in, right-hand lane up against Jason Guthrie. Guthrie over there on that 499, 500, separate them up front. North Carolina, left-hand lane, Georgia in the right. Race Tech Dragster in the left, Maddox Dragster in the right. You're going to do battle here in round number 1, Wednesday's 15K warm-up. Two of them out green. 2 Huns separate them up front. Left-hand lane, not to be denied. 002, dead on with an 8, lays down 10. Total for Guthrie. That's Fuller over there, 22 up front. Dead on with the 3, lays down 25 total. And he's going to get change and headed to the Diva window. Guthrie on to round number next. Cody Strickland, right-hand lane out of Race Ford, North Carolina, 4:52 the dial-in. And if you're going to be a race car driver, that's the town you'd want to be from, Race Ford. Left-hand lane, Jamie Bridge. Bridge over there, 4:75 the dial-in, left-hand lane, and here we go. 2 of them out green, 2 foul, separate them. Right-hand lane works a little bit of overtime. 13 up front, dead on with the 3, lays down 15 total. As the left-hand lane had 2 thou advantage, he's 11 up front, 1 above the 2, and finds himself 7 little old thou behind. But not a shabby lap there for round number 1. I'm sure we'll see Bridge back in round number 2 after he visits the buyback window. Here on day number 1. An absolutely beautiful day the good Lord above has given us, and we'll take advantage of it. Brandon Lane, right-hand lane, 4:55 up on the board, up against left-hand lane's Bruce Thaxton. Thaxton out of Georgia, 4:57 his dial-in. 2 Huns separate them, or actually a little over a second. 2 thou separated them up front, right-hand lane. 19 up front, 1 above the 9, takes 12 stripe. It's going to be good enough for the dub here in round number 1. Thaxton, 17, 3 above, no good. Max Mosier, right-hand lane, the American dragster, 4:58 the dial-in, up against Mike Laws. Laws over there in the Worthy dragster, 4:98 up on the board, left-hand lane. 4/10 separate them. Mosier spits it out, 17 thou, red, handing the win over to Laws. Laws, 000, 2 above with the 2, good for the dub here, round number 1. Laying down the heat for Laws. Mosier runs dead on with the 2. We're going to be 17 thou, too early. Right-hand lane, I'm not even going to try to pronounce that last name. B-O-C-H-O-N. Bachon. Bakken. I'm not sure. Chris over here in the right-hand lane, 4:60 up on the dial-in, up against Steve Collier. Collier, left-hand lane, 4:71 up on the board. 11 Huns, separate them up front. Maybe that's Chris Botchin. Not sure. Either way, he's going to get a win line. 26 up front. Breaks it out 3 thou. Good for that dub. Collier, 003 red. And had a little bit in the bank. Chris to round number next. Ron Campbell, right-hand lane out of Bean Station, Tennessee. 4:89 up on the board, up against Joel Maddox. Maddox out of Piedmont, South Carolina, 4:89 the dial-in and the left. Heads up racing. Here on the mountain day number 1. Nine thou, separate them. Right-hand lane, Campbell, 25 up front, dead on with the 3, good for the win. Left-hand lane had the advantage 016 up front. At 137 mile an hour. Might have got himself a little behind, not sure. 93 with a 5 off that 89. No good. Campbell to round number next. David Walsler. Walsler out in the right-hand lane, 482, the dial in. Up against left-hand lane's Buddy Fleener. Fleener going to dial it in at a 478 here. 4 Huns separate them when they leave. Separate them up front. Wassler, right-hand lane, 002, 2 above with an 8, takes 19, good for the win. Fleener, 18, 2 above 1, no good. That brings up Frank Falter the third, 458 to dial in, right-hand lane up against left-hand lane's Will Coffin. Coffin, 451 on the board, swing and a miss for one of them. Falter, 015, 2 above 0, good for the win. Coughlin, swing and a miss, breaks it out 3 thou, no good. Scotty Neat, right-hand lane, 505 up on the board up against left-hand lane, Mike Rogers. Rogers out of Albany, North Carolina, 492 up on the board. Neat out of Columbia, Kentucky. Odd number blue, Dragsters will take you to the lanes, please. Even red. Odd and even Dragsters round number 1. We'll take you to the lanes. All right, even red. We want even red. Dragsters round number 1. Even red. Even numbered red numbered Dragsters. Red even numbered Dragsters round number 1. We'll take it to the lanes, please. Even red numbered Dragsters. We'll take it to the lanes for round number 1. Charles Treese, right-hand lane, 481. The dial in up against Keelan Farmer. Farmer, left-hand lane, 018, 6 above, good for the win. That's Treese. Never gets off the starting line. And it's going to go down here in round number 1. I'm going to take a swing at it and say that the car died when he threw it to the mat. So Treese will have to check things out. Farmer to round number next, 18 to above, good for the win. Even red numbered Dragsters, we'll take you to the lanes, please. Even red numbered Dragsters, we'll take you to the lanes, please. Even red numbered Dragsters, round number 1, we'll take you to the lanes, please. Teddy Atkins, right in lane 4, 62 up on the board up against Steve Hedger. Hedger in that left-hand lane was 004 up front, runs dead on with a 9, going to lay down 13 total. And that's going to be good for the win here for Hedger. Right-hand lane, Atkins, 20 up front, 1 above 5, no good. And Atkins to the Diva window if he wants to make round number 2 here today on Wednesday. And once again, round number 1, we need even red numbered dragsters. So we've already called odd both colors, round number 1. And now we will take even red numbered dragsters. Even red numbered dragsters, round number 1. Mike Nelson, right-hand lane, going to win a double red light over McKenna Brown. McKenna Brown, 24 red, under by 2 thou, no good. Nelson, 4 thou red, under by 1 thou. Good for the win. Double whammy by both parties, left to right. Nelson going to get the win by the lesser of the 2. Dean Miller, right-hand lane, Salisbury, North Carolina, 496 up on the board. It's going to be up against Fred Hagerberg. Hagerberg out of Charlotte, North Carolina. 474 up on the dial-in. Separate them when they leave. Left-hand lane, 19 up front, 1 above 9, good for the win. Miller had the advantage by 3 thou. 16 up front, breaks it out 4 thou, takes 46. Needed to take 43 or less. He only went 135 mile an hour. He did his best to back up into the left-hand lane, but couldn't get it done. KC Presnell, right-hand lane, 494 up on the board, up against my main man, David Collins. Collins trucking left-hand lane out of Rutledge, Tennessee, 505 up on the board, and here we go. 2 of them out green, 16 to 30. Collins got a little work to do, no. Collins 1 above with a 4, no good. 30 up front, Presnell. 16, 2 above 3, takes 005. And Presnell on the round number next, Collins to the Diva window. Bob Willing, right-hand lane, 486 the dial-in up against Ulmer. Ulmer, left-hand lane, 492 the dial-in, 011 up front, runs 2 above, good for the win. Willing, right-hand lane, 22, 2 above 1, finds himself 9 thou behind here in round number 1. Once again, round number 1, even red numbers. Dragsters, even red number dragsters. You should be headed to the lanes here for round number 1. Even numbered red dragsters. We'll take you for round number 1 here to the staging lanes. Jamie Holston, right-hand lane out of Royal Retreat, Virginia, 449 up on the board, up against Eric Rawlings. Rawlings out of Denver, North Carolina, 453 up on the board. Rawlings 14 thou red, Holston, 24 up front. Runs 51 with a 9 off the 49. Good for the dub here, round number 1. Rawlings, 14 red, 3 above, no good. Right in lane, Steve, 458 the dial in. Up against Jim Glenn. Glenn over here in the left-hand lane, 492 up on the board. As they do battle here in round number 1. 004 to a swing and a miss. Left-hand lane, 004, 3 above 3, good for the win. Steve, right-hand lane, swing and a miss, breaks it out 3 thou. No good. Gene Drugan Jr., right in lane 523 up on the board up against Parker Dotson. Dotson over there in the left-hand lane, 471 the dial in. Round number 1's 15K. Right-hand lane, Drugan, 27 up front, 2 above with a 0. Finds himself 13 out front, good for the win. Dotson, 36, 2 above 4, no good. Drugan Jr. to round number next. Scott Neal, right in lane, 464 up on the board. Going to be up against left-hand lanes, Tick Green. Green out of Greensboro, North Carolina, 520 up on the board. Two go down. One comes back to the Diva window. Here in round number 1. Buybacks are available. If you're unfortunate enough not to turn a win light on in round number 1, come see the fine ladies at the Diva desk. 10 thou, separate them up front. Left-hand lane, 26. Has to work a little bit of overtime. Dead on with a 5. It's going to be good for the win. As right-hand lane, Neal. 16 up front, breaks it out 2 thou, takes 17 stripe, needed to take 15 or less. How about Stephen McCrory, right in lane, 471 the dial in. Up against Jason Lynch. Lynch over there in the left-hand lane, 485 the dial in. 2 potential winners face off here in round number 1. Separate them up front. Left-hand lane. 15 up front, dead on with the 6, good for the win for Lynch. McCreary. 008, 3 above 3. Throwing out the anchor. No good. McCrory to the Diva window and Lynch to round number next. Lester Atkins, right in lane, 447 the dial in. Up against left-hand lanes, Ian Woods. Woods, 483 the dial in. separated them. Woods, 005, one above 6, takes 002. It's going to be good for the win as Atkins, 14, dead on with a 9, lays down 21 total. And going to get some change. Mike Ridge, right-hand lane. 531, the dial in up against left-hand lane's Jerry Brewer. Brewer dials her in at a 463. Two thou separate them. Right-hand lanes, Mike Ridge, 14 up front, dead on with a 9, going to get there, 9 thou. Going to be good enough for the win for my main man, Mike Ridge. Left-hand lane, Jerry Brewer, 12 up front, 2 above, no good. Tim Thomas, right-hand lane, 477, the dial in, going to be up against left-hand lane's Kenny Hitchcock. Kenny over there on the left, 519, the dial in. 477, the dial in for Thomas. An 034. Left-hand lane works a little overtime. 34 up front, dead on the 1, lays down 35 total. There's right-hand lane Thomas, 19 up front, 2 above the 6, finds himself 10 thou behind. Hitchcock to round number next. Don Tipton, right-hand lane, 449, the dial in for the digger. Left-hand lane, Ivan Brannon. Brannon, 449 on the board. Brannon out of Gaffney, South Carolina. Tipton out of Maryville, Tennessee. This weekend's matchup on the college football scene, Tennessee versus South Carolina. We'll see how it gets started out right here on the mountain. 013 to an 017, 4 thou separate them. Right-hand lane, Tennessee's Tipton. 17, 2 above, 5, good for the win. Brannon, 13, 3 above 0, finds himself 001 behind. What a drag race it was. McDaniel, right-hand lane, 457, the dial in. Miller in the left. Miller dials her 461. 4 Huns separate them up front. Miller in, McDaniel in. 006 to an 017. McDaniel, 006, 2 above 1, takes 008. Miller, left-hand lane, 17, 1 above 8. Not a shabby lap, no good here in round number 1. McDaniel on to round number next. Joey Cameron. Right-hand lane, 476, the dial in, up against left-hand lane's Tom Kelly. Kelly going to dial her in at a 508. 001 red, gonna want it back. One above one, no good. Kelly, 31 up front, one above with the 7, good enough for the dub here in round number 1, and it'll send him on to round number next. Donovan Williams, right in lane. 485 up on the dial in. The onside FTI entry up against Don over there in the left-hand lane, 477 the dial in. Last name goes something like B-U-T-K-E-I-W-I-C-Z. Way too many letters for old Hot Rod. 10 thou, separate them. Williams, 31 up front, breaks it out 1 thou, takes 16 stripe. Needed to take 15 or less. Left-hand lane, Don, 41 up front, dead on with a 5. Gonna be good for the dub. Chris Stein, right-hand lane, 418 up on the board, up against Brianna Parker. Parker over there in that left-hand lane in the S&W Dragster, 478 up on the board. Stein in a Diamond Dragster. As he does a 342-foot burnout right-hand lane, and he's backing her up just as fast as he left. Now he'll back her down a little bit, get her straightened up. That's what I call getting it hot and getting it ready. And once again, we've called even red number dragsters to the lanes, even red number dragsters. You should be in the lanes here for round number 1. 10 thou, separate them. Left hand lane, 008, dead on with the 1, lays down 9 total. Stein, 18. Runs 14 off the 18, getting there by 30. But he was wasting fuel from the hit of the throttle. Parker lays down the heat. Dan Davies. Right in lane, 415 up on the board, up against Kevin Burkett. Burkett dials it in at 483. Separate them up front. Left-hand lane, 24, dead on with a 4, lays down 28 total. Right-hand lane, 17 up front, dead on with a 5, no good. Timothy Thomas, right-hand lane, 465 up on the board, up against Ricky Jones Jr. Jr. dials her in at a 556, 023 to a 008. 15 thou separated them. Jr. 008, 1 above 1, good for the win. Thomas, 23 up front, 2 above 0, no good. Cody Witt, right-hand lane, 496 to dial in up against Seth Street. Seth Street, 474 up on the dial. Not 100% sure that that's Seth Street in the left-hand lane, but that's what's on the screen. We'll go with it. If he's not in a borrowed ride, I think that could be wrong. 013 to an 030. Right-hand lane had the advantage, not to be denied. Lays down 16 total. 13 dead 3. Going to send Witt to round number next. Street. 30 up front, 1 above 5, no good. Here in round number 1. Josh Baker, right-hand lane, 475 up on the dial board. He's going to be up against left-hand lanes Jordan Prince. Prince hails out of Sanford, Florida. Baker out of Lancaster, Kentucky. 475 the pair. Lane to lane, heads up racing, and one of them's in trouble. 001 to a swing and a miss. Baker, 1. 6 above, good for the win. Left-hand lane, swing and a miss, dead on with the 2. No good. Cassie Lewis, right-hand lane. 456 to dial in up against Shannon Woodring. Woodring, left-hand lane, 479 up on the board. We have called even red number dragsters round number 1. Even red number dragsters round number 1 should be in the lanes. Already got through the odd numbers. Now we're into even red round number 1. Two of them out green. 13 thou separated them up front. Woodring 13, 1 above 4, good for the win. Lewis 25, 2 above 9, no good. Left hand lane on to round number next. Kobe Fuller, right hand lane, 477 to dial in up against Jerry McGraw. McGraw, left hand lane, 444 the dial in. A little over 3/10 separate them. Here on the mountain, day number 1, 15K warm-up. Oh, 16 to a 41. McGraw, 16 up front, 2 above, good for the win. Fuller, swing and a miss, 3 above, no good, round number 1. And that'll send Fuller to the Diva window and McGraw to round number next. How about Allison Eads over there in that right-hand lane, 520 up on the board. Going to match off here in round number 1 against Brent Martin. Martin over there in that left-hand lane, good-looking little dragster, 469 the dial in. Doing battle in round number 1's Wednesday 15K warm-up. Red lights, right-hand lane Eads. 009 red, 1 above, 7 good for the win, as Martin's going to spit it out 17 thou red, under by 7 thou. Double whammy there for Martin. And that's going to send Eads on into round number next. Noah Lewis out of Clarksville, Tennessee, right-hand lane. 455 the dial in. Mike Harbaugh, left-hand lane, 470 the dial in. Two of them out green, only 7 fouls separate them. Right-hand lane had the advantage, not to be denied, runs 2 above with a 0, takes 12 foul stripe. It's Harbaugh, left-hand lane, 14 up front, 2 above with a 5, no good. Right-hand lane on to round number 2. Joel Hubbard, right-hand lane, 454 the dial in, out of Camden, South Carolina. He's going to match off in the left lane, Steve Law. Law out of Boonville, Indiana, 472 the dial in. Doing a little purge out there on the nitrous, getting it ready just in case he needs it. As Hubbard squares off against Law. Law sticks it out 007 red, and he's going to want it back. Hubbard, slight miss, 3 above 0, good for the win. Law, 1 above 2 off that 72. We're going to find himself 007 too early up front, and he's going to wish he had that one back. That'll send Law to the diva window. If he wants to continue on into round number 2, day number 1, Wednesdays. Advanced Product Design Carburetors, round number 1. Here on the mountain. Steve Witherow, right-hand lane, 462 up on the board, up against Dale West. West out of Asheville, North Carolina, left-hand lane, 479 the dial in. Witherow out of Summer Duck, Virginia, right-hand lane. Two of them out green, 009 to an 016. Right-hand lane had the advantage, 9 up front, 1 above 8, good for the win. There's right-hand lane West, 16 up front, 84 off that 79. At only 133 mile an hour. Throwed out the anchor. Michael Pascal, right-hand lane out of Greensboro, North Carolina, no stranger to wind lights. 453 the dial in, up against Josh Dugans. It could be Duggins or it could be Dugans. Josh Dugans. I'm going with Dugans. Left-hand lane, 450 the dial in, out of Inman, South Carolina. 3 Huns separate them when they leave. Dugan's going to spit it out 001 red. Pascal 17 dead, 118 total here in round number 1. And Pascal's off and running. Dugan's to the diva window. Kobe Hodges, right-hand lane out of Wilkesboro, North Carolina. 481 the dial in, up against Jimmy Winger. Winger out of Odessa, Texas. 470 the dial in, left-hand lane. 11 Huns separate them when they leave. As they square off to do battle here in round number 1. Right-hand lane, Hodges, 002 up front, 1 above the 6, taking 002. That's going to be good enough for the win light. As Winger, left-hand lane, 22 up front, breaks it out. 2 thou, trying to get there. No good. Jesse York, right-hand lane up against Bob Engelman, left-hand lane. Engelman, 004 up front, one above the 2, takes 005. That's good for the win for Engelman. Right-hand lane, Jesse York, 007 up front, one above 4, no good. The main man, Jeff Serra, right-hand lane, 455. The dial in up against Robbie Hamilton. Hamilton over there in that left-hand lane, 446, the dial in. Sarah down there, hood scoop rocking, no good. 18 up front, dead on with an 8, finds himself 11 thou behind as Hamilton 004, one above 1, lays down 15 total. Sarah wasting fuel from the hit of the throttle. Hamilton on to round number next. Corey Galitti, right-hand lane. At a Tom Ball, Texas, 455 up on the board. For the right-hand lane, up against left-hand lane's Drew Smith. Smith out of Barberville, Kentucky. 508 the dial in. 2 of them out green, 3,000 separate them. 004 to a 001. Galitti, 001, one above 8, takes 004. And I'd say 001 take 4 is going to win a lot of rounds here today. Left-hand lane, Smith found himself in the lanes wrong. 004, one above 9, no good. Galitti to round number next. Smith to the diva window. Austin Thomas, right-hand lane, 492 the dial in. Going to be up against Alan Elliott. Elliott, 457 the dial in. We've called even red numbered dragsters for round number 1. You should be in the lanes. Left-hand lane, Elliott going to win a double breakout. 28 up front, breaks it out 1 thou, good for the dub as Thompson had the advantage. He's 10 up front, runs 90 with a 5 off that 92, takes 32. And he needed to take 17 or less. At this time, we'll call all dragsters to the lane, especially left-hand lane dragsters. At this time, we'll call all dragsters for round number 1, especially left-hand dragsters, left-hand lane dragsters. Right-hand lane, Ben Batchelor, 009 up front, breaks it out 1 thou, good for the win as Burleson. Left-hand lane, 10 thou red, runs dead on with the 2, no good. Batchelor on to round number next. All dragsters have been called now for round number 1, and we need left lane dragsters as soon as possible. If you're going to run the left-hand lane, we sure could use you to the lanes. All dragsters round number 1 for the advanced product designs carburetors Wednesday 15K. All dragsters round number 1, you should be in the lanes. Right-hand lane, Jack, 438, the dial in up against Barry Brown. Brown in that left-hand lane, 008 up front, under by 1 hun. Going to be good enough for the win as Strowski, right-hand lane, 2 thou red, 1 above 2, no good. And that'll bring up Jason Sizemore, right-hand lane, 508 up on the board, up against Lane. Lane over there in the left-hand lane, 466 the dial in. $11,000 separate them. Right-hand lane. 21 up front, 1 above 3, good for the win for Sizemore. And I was right the first time. 9 thou separated them. Left-hand lane, 12 up front. Breaks it out 3. Little old thou takes 25. Needed to take 22 or less. Gary Thompson, right-hand lane, 487 to dial in. He's up against Tom Dauber. Dauber over there in the left, 472 up on the board. 15 unseparate them up front. And once again, we've called all dragsters. All dragsters for round number 1. Thompson's going to spit it out. 15 thou red, giving Dauber the win. Dauber 006 dead on with the 3, lays down 9 total. Gary Thompson's dead on with an 8, would have had to been 001 or better at the tree. But he's going to spit it out. 15 thou red, sending Dauber to round number next. Harrison Crawford, right-hand lane, out of War Shoals, South Carolina, 485 up on the board. He's going to be up against Cliff Carr. Carr in that left-hand lane, 492 the dial in. Carr out of Tellico Plains, Tennessee. So once again, a Tennessee versus South Carolina matchup in the college world this Saturday and here on the mountain on Wednesday. Tennessee up 1-0, best I know. Here in the last few laps, we'll see if South Carolina can even it up. We need left lane dragsters. Left lane dragsters to the lanes, please. If you're running the left-hand lane, we could sure use you. All colors and numbers have been called for round number 1, but we need left-hand dragsters as soon as possible, please. Harrison Crawford out of South Carolina, 003 up front, 3 above, good for the dub. Gonna take 003. That's Carr, missed it just a touch, 30, 1 above 3, no good. South Carolina taking the win here in round number 1 over Tennessee. And that'll even us back up here. Round number 1, dragsters, all numbers and colors have been called. We need you left-hand drivers as soon as possible. If you plan on running the left-hand lane here in round number 1, we need you. Kayla Costal, right-hand lane, spits it out 24 thou red up against Michael Combs. He also spit it out red, but only by 003, going to take the win by the least of the 2. 1 above 2 for Combs. Sends him to round number next. Costell breaks it out 2 thou, 24 red, double whammy. Steve Williams, right-hand lane, out of Arden, North Carolina, 485. The dial-in up against Chris Reynolds. Reynolds over there in the left-hand lane, 457 the dial-in. Doing battle here in round number 1. 2 go down, 1 comes back to the diva window. And we got a swire jar up here in the tower for RFC. So all you folks out there, if you're unfortunate enough to turn on a wind light there in round number 1, and you go to swearing a little bit, we got a swire jar up here for RFC, Racing for Christ. And we sure would appreciate it if you can't handle the tone there, and maybe throw out an adjective or 2 here. Come see us. We sure would appreciate it. So we got a swire jar up here in the tower for RFC. Come see us. And I missed that last pair there. I apologize up front. Brandon Taylor, right-hand lane. Jeremy Hancock in the left. Hancock, 007 up front. 1 above 5, good for the win. Taylor, right-hand lane. 16 up front, under by quite a bit. 81 off at 84, no good. Hancock to round number next. And once again, round number 1, all colors, number, dragsters have been called. And we need all you left-hand, left lane dragsters. If you're going to run the left-hand lane, we sure could use you. But we've called all of you, so we'll take all of you, no matter what lane you're running. But we need some of them left lane racers as soon as possible, please. Alex Thompson, right-hand lane out of Henderson. I'll go with it. Out of Henderson. 4:59 the dial in. Left-hand lane, Josh Dykes. Dykes going to put up 4:71 on the board out of Kingsport, Tennessee. $15,000 on the line here today, and 10 foul separate them. Right-hand lane, Thompson 12 up front, 1 above 7, good for the win. Left-hand lane, Dykes 22 up front, breaks it out 2 thou, takes 9. Needed to take 7 or less. All dragsters have been called for round number 1. All dragsters have been called for round number 1. And that'll bring up Michael Shoop. Shoop over here in the right-hand lane, 4:78 to dial in up against Taylor Holland. Holland's going to spit it out 24 thou red, no good. Shoop, 004, under by 5 thou, on to round number next. Holland going to be headed to the Diva window. And that was for my main man, Michael Nuttall. Good to see ya. Evidently checking us out here on Motor Mania. I don't have any access to see any of the chat bleachers as of now. But sent me a message up there. We sure do appreciate the support there. My main man, Nuttall. Cameron Fredrickson, right-hand lane, 4:45. The dial in up against Katie Kirby Street. Left-hand lane, 5:16 the dial in. Two of them out, green, Fredrickson, 28 up front, 1 above with a 5, takes 004. Gonna be good enough for the win as Kirby swinging a miss, 41 up front, dead on with a 6, no good. Tommy Norton, right-hand lane, 4:55 the dial in. Left-hand lane, Jake Woodring. Woodring dialed in at 4:75. As they do battle here in round number 1. Woodring's going to spit it out 004 red. Breaks it out 5 foul. Double whammy for Woodring. Right-hand lane, Norton. 001 up front. Breaks it out 8 foul. Was going to be hard to handle anyway. And Woodring will head to the buyback window to see the beautiful ladies at the Diva desk. Bug McCarty, right-hand lane, 4:72 the dial in for the beautiful dragster right-hand lane up against Dustin Chestnut. Chestnut out of London, Kentucky, 4:89 the dial in for my main man. McCarty right-hand lane, Chestnut in the left. Little staging battle. Chestnut in. McCarty in. 2 of them out, green, and only 4 foul. Separate them. 008 to an 012 McCarty. Not to be denied. 008, 1 above 2 takes 9 foul finish line. That's Chestnut left-hand lane in the lanes wrong. 12 up front, 1 above 7, no good. McCarty on to round number next. Severn Johnson, right-hand lane, 471 the dial in. David Wiseman the second, left-hand lane, 524 up on the board. Two of them out green. Johnson had the advantage. He's 12 up front, 1 above 1. That's going to be good enough for the win by 008. That's Wiseman the second. 25 up front, dead on with the 6, 31 total, no good. Wyatt Palmatier, right-hand lane, 462 the dial in up against Rob Kalibsky Jr. Rob Kalibsky Jr. Boy, that's a tough one for a hot rod. 448 the dial in left-hand lane. 462 the dial in for the right-hand lane. 027 to a swing and a miss. Left-hand lane, not to be denied. 27 up front, 1 above 9, good for the win. Palmatier, swing and a miss, 1 above 5, no good here in round number 1. Round number 1, all dragsters have been called. Round number 1, all dragsters have been called. If you've not been down the racetrack, round number 1, you're running late. Jake Clayton, right-hand lane, 472 the dial in up against Jim McDaniel. McDaniel over there in the left-hand lane, 484 up on the board, 12 unseparate them. 009 to a swing and a miss. Right-hand lane down there with the hood scoop a rockin', 009 up front, 4 above, takes 007. That's McDaniel, swing and a miss, 1 above 0, no good. Right-hand lanes, Adam Bakken. Bakken dials in at 444. Is going to be up against none other than Carol Click. Click over there in the left-hand lane, 447 the dial in. Only 3 Huns separate them when they leave. And we'll see if my main man, Click, can hold him off. Bakken going to be coming. Click out of Sevierville, Tennessee. Bakken out of Philadelphia. Carol Click, 007 up front, 1 above the 6, good for the win. That'll send Click into round number 2 and Bakken on to the Diva window. How about FTI on sights, Gary Williams, right and lane 463 the dial in. Going to be up against Rick Johnson. Johnson left-hand lane, 474 the dial in. Williams, runner-up yesterday in the dragster shootout. will go home with a brand new dragster. He's going to face up against Rick Johnson. Double O for the pair. Both of them 4 up front, double breakout. Johnson 4 under 1 thou, good for the win. Williams 004 up front, takes 6, breaks it out 7 thou. Had no shot. Actually, he had a shot. He had to get behind. Tough to do when you leave and think you're 004. You'd like to think if you take 00 something, you're turning on a wind light, but not this time. Left-hand lane on to round number next. Brian Thompson, right-hand lane. Mike Illig in the left. Illig spits it out 11 thou red, no good. Thompson 12 up front, under 7 thou, good for the dub here, round number 1. And A-League to the Diva window. Round number 1, all dragsters. Round number 1, all dragsters. You have been called to the lanes. Round number 1, dragsters. You have been called to the lanes, all of you. If you're not here, you're running behind. Don't miss round number 1. And the first call goes out for door car odd. Door car odd. Round number 2. We'll take you to the lanes, please. Door car odd. Official call for round number 2. Buybacks. That's buybacks only. Excuse me. Buybacks only. Door car odd. Buybacks. Door car odd. Buybacks. Round number 2. Buybacks only. Excuse me for having it wrong to begin with. Door car, odd number, buybacks. Right-hand lane, Travis, 011 up front, under, good for the win. Due to Jones, red light, 005 red up front, 2 above, no good. Travis on to round number next. Door car, odd number, buybacks. Door car, odd number, buybacks only. Round number 1. It's the buyback round, so it's not officially round number 2 yet. Door car odd, buybacks only. Door car odd, buybacks only. To the lanes, please. Josh McDaniel, right-hand lane, 452, the dial-in up against. Josh over in the left-hand lane, 446, the dial-in's going to spit it out 001 red. McDaniel, 12 up front, under, good for the dub here, round number 1. And Josh will be headed to the Diva window if he wants to continue on into round number 2. Door car, odd number, buybacks. Door car, odd number, buybacks. We'll take it to the lanes, please. Buybacks only. Hot Rod got a little ahead of himself there a minute ago, so we apologize for that. Door, car, odd number, buybacks. And buybacks only to the lanes. Dennis Young, right-hand lane, 454, the dial-in up against Dustin Light. Light in that left-hand lane, 489 up on the board. Young in, Light in, and here we go. 009 to an 014. 5 thou, separate them. Dustin Light, left-hand lane, 009, 1 above the 2, good for the win. Young, 14 up front, gets there 38 to break it out by 1 thou. Young needed to take 37 or less, giving the win to my main man, Dustin Lott. Door car, odd number buybacks. We'll take it to the lanes, please. Door car, odd number buybacks. We'll take it to the lanes, please. Dale Thaxton, right-hand lane, 519 up on the board, up against Vince Schroeder. Schroeder over there in that left-hand lane, 457 the dial in. 8 thou, separate them up front. Left-hand lane had the advantage, 011, dead on with the 2, lays down 13 total. Thaxton, 19 up front, wasting fuel from the hit. Runs 18 with a 3, gets there 001, but has to break it out 7 thou to do so. Schroeder to round number next, Thaxton to the diva window. Zero, right-hand lane, Frank Falter the 4th. 000, dead on with the 2, lays down 2 total here in round number 1, laying down the heat. Big Brown, left-hand lane, 14 up front, had no chance, breaks it out 1 thou and still finds himself 11 thou behind. Falter the 4th, laying down the heat here in round number 1, lays down 2 total. Wyatt Miles, right-hand lane, 470 dial in. Up against left-hand lanes, Paul Rich. Rich dials are in at a 468 as they do battle here in round number 1. Door car are odd number buybacks. Door car odd number buybacks. We'll take it to the lanes, please. 2 of them out green, 15 thou, separate them up front. Left-hand lane, Rich, 004, dead on with a 5, lays down 9 total. Miles over there in the right-hand lane, 19, on a Sunday drive, dead on with a 4, lays down 23 total, and he's going to get change. Jessica Bennett, right-hand lane out of Bergen, New York. Bergen, New York, 472 the dial in, right-hand lane up against Chet Dragon. Dragon, 630 up on the board, 008 to a 19. Bennett works a little overtime. 019, 1 above 7, good for the win as Dragon had the advantage. 008, 4 above 8, no good. Bennett on to round number next, and Dragon's going to have to come to the buyback window and see the beautiful ladies at the diva desk.
Jags.
way.
You know, it's the old story. You do well, you win a couple of races, and then right away, everybody's against you, everybody's your enemy. You know, it's not fair, but that's the way it is.
Watch carefully. These stock eliminator finals are always so close. And how about this? Sal Biondo takes the win. It's the 100th final for the Biondo family, and it's a winning one for Sal. Sal Biondo, Peter Biondo, many national event wins. Of course, brother Peter has won any number of sportsman championships. For the third time in the last 12 years here at Maple Grove, Peter Biondo, Sal Biondo both win their respective eliminators at the same national event.
Biondo Racing Products, a family-owned and operated business, now in the 35th year of racers, providing racers with over 50 years of racing experience and expertise. Please check us out at beyondoracing.com.
Some people have an unextinguishable fire to compete, a fire that burns and ignites. The same fire inspires us. It pushes us to run an engine to the edge for just a few more horsepower. Fuel Factory is performance-driven, built by racers for racers. We're focused on racing fuel, plain and simple. We want to go fast, we want to win, and we want the same for you. We are Fuel Factory, built for speed.
We drive people. We drive bracket racing. Because reliability, accuracy, and consistency is what goes round and wins races. An all-in-one solution tailored to your application. Walk the pits and you'll begin to see fuel tech everywhere.
Let's get this guy here. Oh, it's my buddy. I didn't know you run a dragster too. Come on out and join us for a second. All right, you're gonna kill me for this, but I forgot your name.
Steve Hughes.
Steve Hughes,
Yeah.
and you drive a door car and a dragster.
Yes.
All right, Steve, thanks for coming to the Fling.
Sure.
We're gonna give you a chance to win a prize.
Okay.
So it is ATI $30,000 Friday. We're gonna give you a chance to win an ATI transmission case, a full case of Super F ATI fluid,
Okay.
which I use myself, so I could endorse it. All right. You got the win light. You ran a fast car. If you can guess your reaction time within, all right, we'll give you 5 thou either way. Hold on. We're gonna give you the ATI gift cert. If you get it dead on, we'll give you $50.
004.
I'll give you one more chance. Let's just say you had 14 in the bump, and if you hit the bump, you would have been 004.
10.
I'm trying.
4.
Okay.
You got me confused.
All right, let's go. That's right.
Start this
You
over
got
again.
you got the win light.
Okay.
We're trying to give this ATI cert away.
Okay,
What's your forte? What?
I'll go with 10. How about 10?
Keep going, man.
15?
Bam! He got it within 4 thou. He wins an ATI cert. Congratulations on ATI Friday.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Thank you very
Most
much.
importantly, he got the win light. Who dialed the car? You were
Me.
dead on, baby.
Yeah.
That's what we like to see.
Thanks, buddy.
Good job, brother.
Thanks.
Yep.
Thank you.
Larice Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Larice Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Larice insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Larice even pays racers contingencies at the Fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Larice Motorsports Insurance today. SC.com. Mazier Enterprises is very proud to be a part of the Fling series of events. As a dedicated family-owned business comprising of
right out of the box, I got my main man, Kevin Brannon, over here in the right-hand lane out of Gaffney, South Carolina, going to dial it in at a 5:58.
All of you a great.
And on the left-hand side, we got Tim Johnson dialed a 5:62.
Goodyear Tires is proud to introduce a series of tires designed specifically for sportsman racers. If you are looking for the round-by-round consistency needed to...
We'll try that one more time. Right-hand lane, Kevin Brannon out of Gaffney, South Carolina, 5:58 the dial-in. Left-hand lanes, Tim Johnson out of Roan Mountain, Tennessee. He's going to spit it out. 18 thou red, giving the winning to Brannon. Brannon in the right-hand lane, 17 up front, dead on with an egg. And that'll send him on into round at number 2.
Ron Winger in the left-hand lane dialed a 5:13 out of Odessa, Texas. Who we got over there in the right-hand lane, Hot Rod?
We got Bubba Browning, my man, 6:14 to dial in with a good-looking little Nova. And that's one sharp little roadster vet over there in your lane, my friend.
Who gets the win? Oh, and it's going to be Ron Winger as Bubba turns it how many red?
My boy Browning is 0-1-0 red and grunts it under by 4 thou, no good. Handing the win over to
Ron, 22 up front, one above with a 2 for the win. Zach Hitchcock, dialed a 6:12. Who we got over there in the right-hand lane?
It's going to be Ethan Dean out of Church Hill, Tennessee, 683 up on the board for the Malibu. As they get ready to do battle here in the buyback round. Tennessee. 2 go down, only 1 come back.
Tennessee versus Tennessee. Oh, one of them a lot better, but they're both bad. Oh.
Right-hand lane, Ethan Dean. He's 34 up front, 1 above 2, good for the win. As Hitchcock, left-hand lane, little bit of a miss. 44 up front, dead on with an 8, no good. Dean on into round number 2. Hitchcock can head to the cooler. Right-hand lane, Nick Parkins. Parkins out of Wheelwood, Florida. 596 the dial in for the vet. Going to be up against who?
Trevor Hayes, dialed a 6:39. Tennessee versus Florida here. We got Corvette versus Camaro.
In left-hand lane, that'll be the Gearhead Solutions, Trevor Hayes. Separate them up front, right-hand lane, not to be denied. 29, dead on with a 6, good for the win for Perkins. Takes 009 finish line. Hayes, 28 up front, 2 above with a 6, no good. Parkins on to round number 2. Rob Mosier, right-hand lane in the Camaro. The convertible Camaro, Roadster Camaro, however you want to look at it. 5'10 up on the board. My main man, who you got?
Josh Margert, dialed a 560 out of Indiana in the 91 Mustang.
Mustang versus Marrow. 28 to an 0-1-4. And Mosier has to work a little overtime. 28 shuts her down, good for the win. His left-hand lane has some issues apparently. He's 14 up front. Something went awry, and he cannot run the number. Mosier on to round number next.
Up in the left-hand lane, down a 576. Who we got over there in the right-hand lane? Hot Rod.
Jamie Abercrombie, right-hand lane, Chester, South Carolina, 585. The dial in going to take the win. He's 28 up front, looking for that 85 up on the board. And he's going to run 83 with a 9, good for the dub, left-hand lane.
Chris Tapp, 007 red and dead 2. He can hit the cooler. A 626. And he is not in control. Win light. Give it to Shannon. Shannon, 11 up front and 1 under with a 2. Jason, 18 up front and 3 under, no good.
Waycaster to round number next. How about Jerry Lone over here in the right-hand lane out of Rockville?
Cody Blakeship, down a 597. And I'm going to go grab a water.
Lone over here in the right-hand lane, 593, the dial in. Appreciate you, young man. Done a fine job right there. I always like to see the young ones come in and give us a little bit of a help. Lone, right-hand lane, 593, the dial in. Blanking ship over there in the left. 597 up on the board. 4 Huns separate them. One of them's in trouble. 22 in the left-hand lane, taking the win. 1 above 1. Right-hand lane, Lone. Swing and a miss. 1 above 6, no good. And that'll send Blanking Ship into round number 2 here on Wednesday's 15K to win. Door car buybacks. You should be in the lanes. Door car buybacks, all of you. You should be in the lanes. Greg Kane, right-hand lane, 639 up on the board, up against Rodney Pryor. Pryor, 647 on the dial-in. Doing battle here in the rebuy round, and Kane's going to spin it out. 6 thou red, no good. Pryor, left-hand lane, 009 up front, 4 thou under, good for the dub here in the buyback round. So Pryor into round number 2. Kane can hit the couch.
Lane out a 589. Chase McKay in the right hand lane out a 606.
Camaro versus Monza. Two of them out green. 12 thou separate them. Left-hand lane fight. Had the advantage. 0-1-2 up front. 2 above with the 2. Good for the win. It's McKay, right-hand lane. 24 up front. 1 above 9. No good.
Left-hand lane out a 539. LDL Davidson in the right-hand lane out a 651.
Mosley over there in the left-hand lane. Mosley Transmissions out of Inman, South Carolina. And Odell Davidson out of Bean Station, Tennessee. 2 of them out green, only 2 thou separate them. Left-hand lane, 17 up front, dead on with the 6, good for the win by 2 thou. Davidson had the advantage, 15 up front, 1 above 0, no good.
Jamie's Rawlings in the left-hand lane, out a 6:23. Duck Alberton in the right-hand lane, out a 6:44. Oh, one of them's good and one of them's late. Win light, give it to Jamie's, as he is 17 up front with the advantage to go dead one to put that on 18 total. Duck 35 up front and 1 under, no good.
That'll send Rawlings on in to round number 2. As now 2 go down, only 1 come back.
Tracy Guffey in the left-hand lane, out a 6:24. Rocky Van Note in the right-hand lane, out a 6:20.
Only 4 Huns separate them here up front.
Tracy, 1 green up front, runs her all the way out to be almost dead on. 6:23 with the 9 right there. Rocky Van Note, 001 red, almost was perfect. So was the other guy. And only 7 thou under.
What a lap that was. Guffey laying down the heat here in the buyback round. Tommy Plott, right-hand lane, 5:42, the dial in out of Winston-Salem, North Carolina.
Tabitha Carmen in the left-hand lane, down a 6:85. Oh! Forgot to put the delay in, or anticipated it. Tommy Plott, 16 up front, dead 8. Put that on too many.
Nevertheless, Plott on to round number next. Carmen, little something going wrong there in the delay box. Quite a bit red up front, 2 above 5, no good for Carmen. As Mr. Tommy Plott puts her into round at number 2.
It's in the left-hand lane, down a 6:21. Brian Jones in the right-hand lane, down a 5:67. One of them out of South Carolina, one of them out of Tennessee. One of them in an 86 S10, one of them in a Camaro. I think they'll both do wheel stands. What do you think?
I'm pretty sure the right lane will get them up pretty good.
No, left lane did.
And the left lane was more. I was definitely wrong.
Oh, but the right lane's going to get that advantage with the win light. Taking 003, 007 up front, 1 above 5 to put that on 30 total, something like that, somewhere in there. Like
pretty close math there. Either way, good for the win there for Jones. Left-hand lane, Maddox. Mrs. Bristol Maddox, 20 up front, no good.
Felix Hutchinson down a 592. Richard Dukes down a 541. Oh, 1 down, separate them. Win light, give it to Dukes. 18 up front, dead 3 to put it on 21 total. Taking 006. Felix, 17, 1 above, no good.
Hutchinson finds himself in the lanes wrong, lays down a pretty good lap, no good.
Robert Gregory, my bad. Down a 650. Joe Meese, down a 622. One of them hailing from the East Coast, one of them hailing from the Middle Coast.
Joe Meese, right-hand lane. Robert Gregory in the left. We got us a race. 2 of them out green, and Meese hang on to it. Goes dead left. Not sure what happened, but he had to abort mission. Going to give the win to Mr. Robert Gregory. Gregory 16 up front, 4 above. And Meese is going to pull it off to the side just in case. Doesn't look like he's leaking anything. But nevertheless, we sure do appreciate him getting off to the side right there just in case. Had something go wrong right there. Has pulled the race car over to the side. Got her safely stopped down there. So the Bristol Dragway staff will ease down there and check him out, see if what's going on. But obviously had something go wrong, went dead left, gathered it back up, and pulls her off to the side. So we sure do appreciate that out of our main man, Meese. And hopefully it's not nothing too bad. Maybe he can get her back together and get her back into the race tomorrow. But nevertheless, Robert Gregory on to round number next out of Barberville, Kentucky. And we'll see what we can do here. We'll be right back with you momentarily.
Fling champion, choose the tires that NHRA world champions like Justin Lamb and Peter Biondo choose. Choose Goodyear tires. The Larice Perfect Package Bonus. At each Fling event, Larice Motorsports Insurance is offering $1,000 to their customer who puts down a perfect run in eliminations. Even better, if the bonus does not get hit at a Fling event, it will roll over and go up another $1,000 for the next Fling event. If you don't have the Larice sticker, make sure you come to the tower. You must have a Larice Motorsports Insurance sticker on your car to be eligible. American Race Cars specializes in designing and building some of the most competitive race cars on the planet. Founded in 2004, American has quickly become one of the premier chassis builders in sportsman racing. Travis Colangelo and the American team focus on precision and driver safety. And remember, exceptional customer service comes with every car sold. Round wins, race wins, and championships start here. Join the American family today. For more information, visit AmericanRaceCars.net or see us at the track. A proud sponsor of the Fling events, Autometer is the brand the champions depend on to keep them running at their best. Check out the complete line of gauges, dashes, and data acquisition solutions at Autometer.com.
Well, looks like we've got the track cleared back out. And once again, we want to thank our main man there for getting her off to the side just to make sure he wasn't leaking anything. And fortunate enough for us, he wasn't. And that's going to bring up my main man, Zach Helton, over here in the right-hand lane out of Rogersville, Tennessee. 565, the dial in, going to be up against left-hand lanes.
James Blankenship. Down a 640 out of Hurley, Virginia in that 87 Camaro.
Two go down, only one comes back.
One thou separate them. One light. Give it to Zach. 10 up front, 1 above 3. Put it on 23 total. James. 11 up front and 13 above. 300 above. Oh, yeah. Dead 3. My bad.
Right-hand lane, Hilton on to round number next.
Joey Harrison down a 597. Laura Bailey down a 601.
Bailey in the right, Harrison in the left, swing and a miss, 005, left-hand lane, and we've got another one. Left-hand lane, 005, gets out of it. Gonna be good for the win as Bailey had her hands full when she left. A little tardy up front also, so not sure she didn't have a little something going on. Cause 098 up front, uncharacteristic there of Bailey. And made a hard move to the left. She gathered it back up, had to abort mission. Nevertheless, may have had a little something going on there because she had to lift. It looks like she's going to be okay and ease her on down through there. We'll hold them up for just a second. we go. We've got the track cleared off, looks apps. Right-hand lane, Dickie Kersey. Right-hand lane, 599, the dial in up against my very own Jake Ball Fincham. Ball over there in that left-hand lane, 697, the dial in, and here we go. Ball going to get the win, going to get by with a miss. 31 up front, looking for that 97. Runs 98 with a 3. Kersey, right-hand lane, 2,000 red, 98 with a 1 off that 99, no good. Ball gets by with 1 and goes to round number 2.
Holes in the left-hand lane, down a 544. And that 67 Chevy 2. Oh, they're both from year 1967. That the year you were born?
That's pretty close. 71 would have been my year, but Brian McAllen over here in that right-hand lane, 602, and the right wheels up. Here we go. 5 foul, separate them up front, right-hand lane, McAllen. 13 up front, dead on with a 7, lays down the heat, my boy Moles. 18 up front, under by 2 thou, takes 4. Needed to take 2 or less, no good.
Hank Usualin, dialed a 662. John Talamage, dialed a 602. 1 in an 84 Blazer, 1 in a 69 Nova. Oh, one of them's red. John. 004 red. And then 2 above, no good. Hank, Will Tardy up front, gotta get a 24, that's not too bad. And goes about 2 under for the win. Next up, Chris Burden, dialed a 6-6, and you know what the last number is, 666. William Daniels, dialed a 698. I'd have to dial a 665 or a 667. I couldn't dial that.
Well, I'm usually on that boat also. I very rarely go with that number, but the good Lord above knows it's just drag racing. We'll go with it. Burden with that 666 up on the board. Daniels over here in the right-hand lane, 698. And Daniels is going to spit it out. 1 foul red. Handing the win over to Burden. Burden 17 up front, 4 above, good for the dub. Putting him into round number 2. Daniels done for the evening.
Tim Sansone in the left-hand lane, dialed a 620. EJ Wonak, dialed a 609. 1 hailing from the north, 1 hailing from the south or middle. I don't know how you should say that. In the middle, probably, on the East Coast. North Carolina versus Maryland. We're wheels up and away. 1 foul, separate them. Win right. Give it to Tim. 12 up front, dead 3, put it on 15 total, taking 004. EJ, 11 up front, dead 8, put it on 19 total.
Womack.
4 or less.
Womack lays down 19 total and gets change as our boy Sansone lays down 15 total. Chad Morrison, right-hand lane, 6 flat up on the board, up against Kenneth Street. Street in the S-dime, going to take the win. 19 up front, looking for that 65 on the board.
Gets a 69 on the board.
Going to be 4 above, good enough for the win as Morrison spits it out. 15 thou red, no good.
Doug Milner, dialed a 551. Stephanie Josen Rayner, dialed a 518. 1 from Delaware, and 1 for North Carolina.
518 in the right, 551 over in the left for the Little Vega. They're both out and running. 015 to a slight miss.
Oh, give it the win to the 015 as he hits 15 up front, 1 above with a 2 or 7, my bad. And is going to put that on 33 total, or 32 total, somewhere in there.
34, 3 above, either way. Left-hand lane will take the win. Too many numbers there for Hot Rod to do the math. Eddie Longhanny, right-hand lane up against Richie Brown.
001 up front has a 33 thou to work with. Gonna get that win. 3 above with a 6. My bad. Taking 50. That's the only no. But Eddie was 34 up front and 5 above. So he got the win.
Left-hand lane taking the win. 001 up front, 3 above 6. Good for the win. Right-hand lane 34. 5 above, no good.
Mac Bacon, Dowday 488. That's a fast door car.
Odd number dragsters. Odd number dragsters. Buybacks only. Odd number dragsters. Buybacks only to the rounds, please.
I didn't get that. Odd number dragsters. Buybacks only. One of them's going to kick it 33 red. One of them's going to kick it 32 green. 32 green getting the win. Goes 487 on that 483. Ben, 33 red, no good. We got to go. Tracy Sasser, dialed a 664. Ryan Norman, dialed a 555. Again, odd number dragsters. Odd number dragsters. Buybacks only. If you won first round, stay at the trailer and keep in the cooler.
Odd numbered dragsters buyback round. Odd numbered dragsters buyback round. We'll take it to the lanes, please. Odd numbered dragsters. Buybacks only. We'll take it to the lanes, please.
Almost over a second separating them.
Barry Norman, right-hand lane out of Champman, South Carolina, 555. The dial in for the tank. Left-hand lane, Trey Sasser. Sasser out of Grange, North Carolina, LaGrange, North Carolina, 664. The dial in for the little Gremlin. Gremlin versus the Mustang. 2 of them out green, 007, and 1 of them's in trouble.
40 thou separate them. Give it to the right lane with the 40 thou advantage. 007 up front, and 6 above with the 1.
That'll give the win to Norman, and that'll send Sasser to the couch for the rest of the evening. And we'll
Thomas Davis, dialed a 666. Brian Tolson, dialed a 624. One of them, they're both from the Middle East.
And once again, we'll take odd numbered dragsters buyback only. Odd numbered dragsters buyback only to the lanes, please. Odd numbered buyback dragsters to the staging lanes, please.
One of them's red, one of them's green.
Tolson, right-hand lane, 10 up front. Gets out of it, quits wasting fuel, good for the win. Left-hand lane's going to spit it out red, no good. So right-hand lane going to get the win light there. Seen the red light, shuts her down just a little early, saving some of that high dollar fuel for round number next. And that'll bring up my man Jess Franz. Franz out of Flatwoods, Kentucky, 617 to dial in. Right-hand lane up against left-hand lane's Blaine Parrish. Parrish, 654 up on the board out of Clayton, North Carolina.
Oh, 2,000 Blaine right. Give it to the left-hand lane, Blaine Parrish. 18 up front, taking 001 to be 1 above to put it on 28 total. Taking 001.
Franz over here in the right-hand lane, 16 up front, 2 above with the 0, finds himself 001 behind.
Garrett Browning in the left-hand lane, dialed a 629. Tim West, dialed a 497.
West out of Asheville, North Carolina, right-hand lane, Browning out of Sarasota, Florida. The S-Dime left-hand lane. The Monte Carlo right-hand lane doing battle here in the rebuy round. One of them gets to come back to round number 2.
Oh, one of them's good and one of them's in trouble. trouble. Oh, 10 gonna get the advantage with the wing light. 16 up front and goes 3 above to be 007 up front, 007 in front. Garrett finds himself 007 behind, couldn't get there. Goes dead 2 though, dead 4.
West on to round number next. 16 takes 7. And that'll bring up my main man, Wayne Wright. Right-hand lane out of Pegram, Tennessee. 540 the dial in for the beautiful Roadster Vet. Going to be up against
Sean Harp, dialed a 533 out of Sounderton, Pennsylvania. Oh, Wayne gonna kick it 009 red. Sean 002 getting the win. Goes 002, 1 above with a 1. Put that on 13 total. Wayne, show you some bump up.
He's 009 red up front, under by 15 thou, double whammy for Mr. Wright. Harp to round number next. Odd numbered buyback dragsters. Odd number buyback dragsters, you should be headed to the lanes, please. Odd number buyback dragsters, we'll take it to the lanes, please.
I think they're heading there. There's a line of them pulling in there, buddy.
Yeah, I'll have to say they are. Got plenty of room for them here. So all you odd numbered buyback dragsters, we'll take it to the lanes, please.
Oh, one of them's perfect. Win light. Give it to Paul. Oh, he is 18 total, 14 in front. Taking 14. Dave, 10 up front, 2 above. No good.
Yeah, my main man, Casper, 10 up front, 2 above with the 2, finds himself 14 thou behind. As the right-hand lane's perfect up front, takes 14 stripe, good enough for the dub here in the rebuy round.
Got your old Daly over there in the left-hand lane, down to 829. Oh, they are dead even up front. This is anybody's race. Win light. Give it to Van. 15 up front, 1 above with the 8 to put it on 23 total.
Roberts, right-hand lane, 15 up front, gets there by 29, going to break it out 11 thou, needed to take 18 or less. Michael Norrod, right-hand lane, 622, the dial in for the S-Dime, up against my main man, Jesse Ray, out of Churchill, Tennessee. 6 flat and a beautiful looking little Nova, as they do battle here in the rebuy round. 2 go down, only 1 come back.
You stole my line.
I did, but I had to get my main man, Jesse Ray, in here. He's one of the local town boys right here. So Hot Rod needed, and he's got it in deep right here, and he's going to kick it out red. Something going to miss for my man Ray. That'll give the win to Norrod. Norrod 007 up front, dead on with a 6. Lays down 13 total. Ray was going to have his hands full. But apparently when he got on the trans brake, the car jumped in. He held it. But then she went red on him. No good.
Next up, Donnie Odom, dialed a 599, taking on Doug Glendon, dialed a 514 out of Bergen, Kentucky. And that beautiful 55 Bel Air, going against that 72 Vega. Again, we need odd number dragsters for the buyback round. Odd number dragsters. We need you here for the buyback round. If you lost first round and you went to the Diva Desk to get your buyback, and you are late if you're not there.
13 thou, separate them up front.
Green light. Danny, 23 up front, 1 above with a 9. Put it on 30, 42 total. That's actually, yeah, 42 total.
Left-hand lane taking the win by 11 thou. How about Matt Harp? Right and lane 547, the dial in for the little roadster.
Carson Gerald in the left-hand lane. Oh! 5 now, separate them, win right. Give it to Carson. 006 up front, 1 above, 7. Picking up the win, taken 5 thou. Matt, 001, 2 above, finds himself 5 thou behind.
Yeah, Harp's going to be 2 above with the 7. Laid it out 001 up front. Couldn't get there. Couldn't run the number. And that'll give the win to the left-hand lane. Right-hand lane, Kevin Warwick. Warwick out of Lumberton, North Carolina. 651 the dial in. And we got one of them in trouble. Sanders, left-hand lane. 003 up front. Out of it. 38 off that 27. Good for the win as Warwick. Problems when he left, runs 1 above 9, no good. That'll give the win to Sanders and send him on into round number next.
Stacy Schwarter, dialed a 524, taking on Tim Jackson, dialed a 638.
Borrow your chair there, boss. I'll swap with you. Jackson in the right. Jackson had the advantage, but no good. Runs 2 above with a 7. Finds himself 1 thou behind. Schroeder, 33 up front. Dead on with a 7. Good for the win here in the buyback round. And that'll bring us up right-hand lanes. Tanya Street out of Richlands, Virginia. 631 the dial in for the S-Dime up against my main man.
He's got 2 names. Which one you want?
Well, we're going to go with Overstreet here on the screen. And what's the other one?
Loose Change.
Loose Change. 667 the dial in for Mr. Loose Change. And here we go.
Gonna get that win. And Area turns it 28 red. Change. 21 up front. Dead 9. Gonna put it on 30 total for the win. Yes. Tanya. 28 up front. 2 above, no good. 28 red, so he didn't even have a shot. Eric Thompson, down a 578. Kurt Harrington, down a 612.
Harrington out of Middletown. Thompson out of Fairmount, North Carolina. The little Chevette right-hand lane, the Marrow left-hand lane. 2 go down, 1 comes back to round number 2 for $15,000 Wednesday. Tria coming, who we got? 2 of them out green, 16 to a 38.
Win light. Give it to Kurt. 16 up front, 2 above with a 3. Gonna put it on 39 total for the win, taking 008. Eric, 38 up front, no good. And goes dead 9, no good.
Thompson puts it dead on with a 9, but just a little tardy when he leaves, no good.
Alan Bird in the left-hand lane, down a 599.
Jesse Long over there out of Woodstock, Georgia, 657 the dial in, the right-hand lane. Bird over there in what he calls the Ugly Duckling out of Churchill, Tennessee.
Oh, Woodward's got the reaction time in half. Win right. Give it to Allen. 009 up front. 3 thou under. Jesse Long, 18 up front, and goes 4 thou under or something like that. Little bit under.
Long runs 54 with a 9 off that 57. That's 21 thou under. He takes 009. He needed to take 21 thou. Needed to take 12 thou or less.
John Siegel in the left-hand lane, down a 597. Tom Dole in the right-hand lane, down a 615.
Right-hand lane will be a moving her out first. We'll see if Siegel can run him down. 2 of them out green, and Siegel almost has him doubled up.
Win right, give it to Siegel. 16 up front, 2 above with the 3, taking 003 for the win. Tom, 31 up front, and 616 with the 1. No good.
Duel, one above with the 1, finds himself 3 thou behind.
Any dragsters that have not yet come up for the buyback round that want the left lane, they can come on up.
Left lane, odd number dragsters for the buyback round. We need you here. Left lane, odd number dragsters. Any buyback dragsters. We need you in the lanes. Left-hand lane, any buyback left-hand lane dragsters. We need you in the lanes.
Yes, once again, anybody running the left-hand lane in the rebuy round, we need you. Left-hand lane rebuy cars, all of you. Left-hand lane rebuy cars, all of you. We'll take you. Blake Combs, left-hand lane, 008 up front, 1 above the 5, good for the win as McCrory. Right-hand lane, 007 red, shuts it down, no good. Combs on the round number next. Rebuy round dragsters, left lane cars, we'll take all of you. If you're in the rebuy round in the dragster category, the rebuy round, and you're running the left-hand lane, we'll take all of you.
Steve Collier in the left-hand lane, dialed a 471. Max Moser in the right-hand lane, dialed a 458.
Once again, rebuy round dragsters, rebuy round dragsters. If you're running the left-hand lane, we'll take you. Otherwise, we've only called odd-numbered buyback round dragsters, odd-number buyback round dragsters, but we'll take any of you running the left-hand lane. Rebuy round dragsters. If you're running the left-hand lane, we'll take you, please. That brings up Max Moser, right-hand lane, and Steve Collier in the left.
7,000 separate them. Win like, give it to Moser. 003 up front, dead 9. Gonna put that on 11 total, taking 10. Get 10 behind for the win. Steve taking the finish line first by 003. No good.
Moser lays down 12 total. Collier had to take 2 thou or less, ends up taking 3.
Lori McGowan Sr. dialed a 462. Cody Nelson dialed a 522.
McGowan left-hand lane, Nelson in the right.
Wrong side of the Christmas tree. Cody Nelson, 008 up front, 1 above with a 3, put it on 2018 total. My bad. Sorry. Lori, 007 and 463 on that 462. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Any dragsters that want the left lane in the buyback round, please come to the lanes. Bruce Thaxton, dialed a 560. Marlon Goats, Goats or Goats?
Goats. I would go with Goats. Marlon Goats.
Goatees. It's goatees.
Goatees. There we go. Out of Troy, Texas.
Oh, they're both red.
Double red lights, 004 red, right-hand lane. Thaxton's going to win the least of the 2. 003 red, under by a little bit, good for the win as go tees. 4 thou red, dead on with a 9, no good. And that'll send Thaxton on into round number next.
Dylan Coggins in the left-hand lane, dialed a 470. Todd Sinkler in the right-hand lane, dialed a 592.
And once again, rebuy round dragsters, left-hand dragsters. Left-hand lane, rebuy dragsters. We'll take you to the lanes, please. Left-hand lane, buyback dragsters. We'll take you to the lanes, please. Right-hand lane, Todd Sinclair. Sinclair out of Chester, South Carolina, 592. The dial-in up against Dylan Coggins. Coggins 470 up on the board, double red lights. 001 red for Sinclair, going to take the win. 94 off that 92, good. 470 in the left, 487 off the 70. Shuts it down after he sees the red light, quits wasting fuel.
Mike Rogers in the left-hand lane down a 491. Timothy Thomas in the right-hand lane down a 467. If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure Timothy Thomas was your SFG $1 million runner-up. I'm pretty sure he was, because I know Travis last year senior won it.
Once again, any dragsters wanting the left-hand lane in the buyback round, we'll take you. Any dragster in the buyback round taking the left-hand lane, we'll take you to the lanes, please. Any and all left-hand dragsters rebuy round, we will take you. Right-hand lane, Timothy Thomas. Thomas, 467 to dial in up against Mike Rogers. Rogers over there in that left-hand lane out of Albany, New York. 491 up on the board as they get ready to do battle in here in the rebuy round. 2 go down, only 1 turn back. 1 foul, separate them up front. Right-hand lane, 18 up front. 2 above, 8, good for the win for Thomas. Rogers, 17 up front. 3 above, no good. Thomas on to round number next. How about my man Vance Houston, right-hand lane out of Newland, North Carolina.
Buddy Fellner in the left-hand lane out of Rogersville, Tennessee, down a 479. And I made a mistake earlier. It was not Timothy Thomas that runnered up in the SFG 1.1 million. It was Wes May.
Wes May. Let's see. Couldn't remember. 474 the dial in, right-hand lane, Houston, as they get ready to do battle here.
I see Sugar Shane Carr on the Zuma right there.
And here we go. 1 foul, separate them.
Win light. Give it to Vance. 11 up front. Dead 8. Put it on 19 total. Taking 13. Buddy. 10 up front. 2 above. Finds himself 13 thou behind. Joshua Owens down a 490. J.R. Hodges down a 471.
Hodges out of Wilkesboro, North Carolina, right-hand lane. Owens out of Hampton, Tennessee, over in the left. 19 Hun, separate them up front. 2 of them in, tree coming. Who you got?
The tree. And the win light will go to J.R. Hodges. 1 above with a 1 on that 18 light, put it on 29 total, taking 17. Joshua Owens, 20 up front, 2 above, cannot win. Left-hand lane down a 456. William Cawthon in the right-hand lane down a 452.
And once again, any left-hand lane dragster buyback round, any left-hand dragster buyback round, we'll take it to the lanes, please. If you're going to run the left-hand lane, the buyback round in the dragsters, we'll take it to the lanes, please. Will Cawthon, right-hand lane, 452 the dial in. Eric Rawlings in the left, 456 the dial in.
We'll separate them. Win light. Give it to Will. He was 21 better up front and goes dead 7. Put that on 9 total. Eric, 23 up front, cannot win. It goes up 56 with a 7. That puts him 30 total. No good. David Collins in the left-hand lane down a 506. Mike Larkin in the right-hand lane down a 498.
Collins, left-hand lane out of Rutledge, Tennessee. Collins, trucking entry.
Got them nice Peterbilts.
He's got a couple of them over there. They're doing battle here in the buyback round. Two of them out green, and they're identical when they leave. Oh, 23, the power left-hand lane, my boy Collins. 23, one above 5, good for the win. Right-hand lane, Larkin. 23 breaks it out. 2, Thou takes 17, needed to take 15 or less. My main man Collins to round number next.
Jerry Brewer in the left-hand lane down a 458. Mark McKay in the right-hand lane down a 480. He's in that right-hand car in the water box. We might have us a little bit of a matchup coming up.
Separate them. Brewer, 19 up front, 2 above 4, good for the win. McKay had the advantage, 11 up front, going to break it out just a little bit. Or actually, no, runs 7 above. Maybe having a little issue down there. Set her down early, only 133 mile an hour. Couldn't run the number for McKay. And that'll give the win to the left-hand lane, and here we go. Dylan Witherow, right-hand lane, 470 on the dial-in up against McKenna Brown. Brown over there in the left-hand lane, 460 up on the board in the Jags entry.
I thought it was Jeff Serra in the right-hand lane. He sometimes will drive that car, but it wasn't him.
Still going to be a great matchup here. 1/10 separating them up front.
I don't think we're going to be wheels up and away.
No wheels up and away, but they'll be eating hay in a hurry.
Oh! 23,000 separate them, win right. Give it to McKenna. 26 up front, dead 1. Put it on 36 total, taking 001. Dylan Witherow, 003, 3 above. Put it on 38, 7 total, somewhere in there.
Witherow only runs 137 mile an hour, finds himself 001 behind. McKenna Brown, 26 up front, 1 above 0, and Witherow is going to give it back.
I could see that scoop rocking from here. It was whop, 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 whop.
He definitely going to want that one back. Only got himself 1 thou behind. Joey Cameron, right-hand lane, 479 up on the board up against Dawson Putman. Putman? Is that Putman?
Putman.
I've butchered that all day. My main man here has got me straightened out. Putman out of Bowling Springs, South Carolina.
Oh, we are dead even up front. We're catching. Oh, Joey Cameron. 10 dead 2, put it on 12 total, taking 003. Dawson, 10 up front. Puts it dead 5, 15 total, finds himself 003 behind.
Laying down the heat here in the rebuy round.
Justin Harrington down a 530 coming up against Bob Willing down a 486. Hey, you want to know something about Bob?
Sure do.
He's willing to race you.
Pretty good one right there. My main man here got comics too. 486 to a 530, 007 to an 021.
And he's also willing to beat you.
I'll have to say is 007 up front, 1 above 5 takes 20. Good for the win for Willing. Harrington, 21 up front, 3 above 1, no good.
Ivory Brannon, or should I say Ivory Hutto Brannon, down a 452. Chris Johnson down a 472.
2/10 separate them up front. Gaffney, South Carolina, left-hand lane. Maryville, Tennessee, right-hand lane. The prestigious Tennessee versus South Carolina, the best of my knowledge, they're 1-1 here on the day. We'll see who can take the lead. South Carolina or Tennessee, one of them's in trouble. 0-1-3 to a swing and a miss. Johnson, 13 up front, runs 3 above 3, taking 21, good for the win. Brannon, swing and a miss, dead on with a 3, no good.
Jamie Bridge in the left-hand lane down a 476. Jeff Miles in the right-hand lane down a 472. One of them out of South Carolina. One of them is a Canadian, where there's always snow.
I'll have to say you're about right, young man. 4 Huns separate them up front. 004 to an 026.
Goes to the Canadians. Everybody in Canada is jumping up and down.
004, 2 above, good for the win for Bridge.
Jeff Miles, hashtag 26 up front, going dead 6 to put it on 32 total.
Finds himself 5 thou behind.
Ray, the Miller the third, in that beautiful, beautiful next gen, down a 463 out of Hendersonville, North Carolina. Robert McGraw, McGraw. It's Mick like McDonald's, but it's Graw. McGraw. Down a 472 out of Platinum Stone, New what?
9 Huns separate them up front. McCraw right-hand lane, Miller in the left. Tree coming, who you got?
Ray. He's cut his reaction time in half. Give it to Ray. 005 up front, 2 thou under.
Miller going to win the double breakout as McGraw breaks it out 69 with a 7 off that 72. He was 12 up front, no good. Miller on to round number 2.
Bruce Holland down a 445. Steve Master or Vokic. Master Vokic down a 458.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Majestovic or something. Steve. We'll take Steve over there in the right-hand lane. 458 on that dial in. Holland over there in the left. 445. Left-hand lane, 009 up front, going to take the win due to the red light from Steve. Steve is 007 red, dead on with an egg, no good. Holland, 9 up front, dead on with a 5, lays down 14 total. That'll be good for the win light here in the rebuy round and send Holland into round number 2.
And I think I'll see you second round because I am signing off to go fishing.
I sure do appreciate this young man getting down here. It takes a lot of spunk to come up here at that age. And to get on here and talk it up, he done a fine job. And young man, I hope you catch us some fish. Maybe we'll have some dinner at a while. We will now take even-numbered dragsters in the buyback round, and that's all of you. So all buyback entries in round number rebuy. Dragsters, we'll take ya. Dragsters, all of you. Rebuy round, we'll take ya. Miller, right-hand lane, 22 up front, 2 above 0, good for the win as Wilson. Left-hand lane, 007 red, puts it under by 8 thou, double whammy. No good for Wilson. Miller on to round number 2. All dragsters in the buyback round. All dragsters buyback round. We'll take it to the lanes, please. All dragsters buyback round. We'll take it to the lanes, please. Bradley Snowball, right-hand lane, 464 up on the board. Going to be up against Jake Woodring. Woodring over there in that left-hand lane, 475 up on the board. 2 go down, 1 come back. Double red lights. Woodring going to win the least of the 2. 004 red, 5 thou under, double whammy, earning a win light for Woodring. Right-hand lane, Snowball. Must not have put the delay in. He's going to spit it out. 0.11 red. That almost is the math. He's going to put it dead on with a 4, and he's going to be upset. Might have to come see the swear jar after that. So don't forget, folks, got a swear jar up here in the tower for RFC, Racing for Christ. So for you gentlemen out there unfortunate enough to take a loss, maybe had a few extra words to throw in there. So, and that'll bring up Tim Thomas. Thomas, right-hand lane, 479 the dial in, up against left-hand lanes, Donnie Burlinson. Burlinson, 454 on the dial in. Right-hand lane, Thomas, 7th owl red, giving the win to Burlinson. Burlinson 13 up front, 1 above with the 2, good for the dub. It'll put Burlinson into round number 2. Thomas, dead on with an egg, but spits it out. 7 little thou red, no good. Burleson to round number next. Once again, all buyback dragsters have been called to the lanes, please. All buyback dragsters, all of you. If you bought back in the dragster category for Wednesday's 15K, we'll take you to the staging lanes, please. Dennis Long over here in the right-hand lane, 499 up on the board, up against Jordan Price. Price dials it in at 475. Right-hand lane, Long, 009 up front, dead on with the 4, lays down 13 total. Prince over there, left-hand lane, 25 up front, breaks it out 6 thou, getting there by 4. Mathematically ineligible. Breaks it out by 16 thou, getting there by 4. Pardon me. Teddy Atkins, right-hand lane out of Bluefield, West Virginia. Bluefield, West Virginia. 463 the dial in. He's going to face off against left-hand lanes, David Wiseman II. Wiseman out of Marion, North Carolina, 524 the dial in. Digger versus Digger. Rebuy round here, Wednesday's 15K. Advanced Products, Designs, Carburetors, 15,000 to win. Wiseman, 006, 2 above, 1 gets there, 008. As Atkins, 18 up front, 1 above 7, no good. Womack, right-hand lane, 27 up front, runs 2 above with a 3, good for the win. As Holland, 005 red, 1 above 7, no good. Womack to round number 2. Jimmy Fuller, right-hand lane, 495 the dial in, up against Dustin Chestnut. Chestnut, left-hand lane out of London, Kentucky, $4.89 the dial in. Doing battle here in the rebuy round. 2 go down, only 1 come back. $15,000 on the line. All buyback dragsters, you should be in the lines, please. All buyback dragsters should be in the line. 009 to 031. Chestnut in full control. 9 up front, 1 above 7 takes 13 thou. That's going to be good enough for the win for Chestnut. Fuller over there to the right-hand lane, swinging a miss. 31 up front, dead on with an 8, no good. Chestnut to round number next. Lester Atkins, right-hand lane, 4.46 the dial in. He's going to face off against left-hand lanes Drew Smith. Smith out of Barberville, Kentucky. Atkins out of Corrington, Kentucky. Smith going to dial it in on a 5.08. And right-hand lane, Atkins putting it on a 4.46. Separate them up front. Right-hand lane, Atkins, 17 up front. 1 above 0 gets there, 001. Left-hand lane, Smith had the advantage. 10 up front, 1 above with an 8. No good. Atkins on to round number 2. Stevens, right-hand lane, spits it out. 20 red, giving the wins to Carl Jones. Jones, 26 up front, 2 above, good for the win. Stevens over in that right-hand lane, runs 4 above, no good. Jones on to round number next. Connor Calder, right-hand lane, 492, the dial in up against Jimmy Winger. Winger, 469, the dial in. Two of them out green, 021 to an 012. Left-hand lane, not to be denied. Had the advantage, 1 above 1, 12 up front. Good for the win for Winger. Calder, right-hand lane, 21 up front, 1 above 3, no good. Winger on into round number 2. Buyback round dragsters, all of you have been called. Buyback round dragsters, all of you have been called. Don't miss your opportunity to have a chance to get into round number 2. If you lost the first round and went and seen the beautiful ladies at the Diva window, you should be in the lanes now, trying to punch your ticket into round number 2. Scott Neal, right-hand lane, 463, the dial in up against left-hand lanes Parker Dotson. Dotson out of Saluda, North Carolina, 473 up on the board, and he's going to spit it out, 5 foul red. Neal taking the win, 20 up front, 2 above 6, on to round number next. Steve Williams over here in the right-hand lane out of Arden, North Carolina. 485 the dial in. Going to face off here in the buyback round. Left-hand lane, Josh Luke. And I probably butchered that, but we'll go with it. Josh over there in the left-hand lane, 447 the dial in. That last name spelled Luedke, Luke. We'll go with it. Booneville, Indiana. Williams out of Arden, North Carolina. Uh-oh, looks like my main man Williams here having some issues. And that's going to give Josh the freebie. He's 21 up front, 15 thou under. And Williams. What a break. Hopefully it's not nothing too major, and they can get her fixed back up and out here for round number 1 tomorrow. Adam over here in the right-hand lane, 444 the dial in up against Katie Kirby Street. Or possibly just Katie Kirby. Either way, Katie Kirby on the screen, 518 the dial in. 444 the dial in the right. Double 05 for Balkan. Dead on with the 3, lays down 8 total. Kirby, 26 up front, 1 above with the 0, wasting fuel from the hit. And once again, we've called all dragsters for the buyback round. All dragsters for the buyback round, we have called you. We'll take it to the lanes, please. Next up, Chris Stein. Stein in the right-hand lane, 413 to dial in up against Mike Harbaugh. Harbaugh 470 up on the board. 2 go down, only 1 come back. Two of them in, 3 coming. Who you got? 013 to an 022. Left-hand lane, Harbaugh. 13 up front, dead on with the 2, lays down 15 total. Stein over there, the right-hand lane, 22 up front, 1 above with a 6. Good valid effort, but no good here in the rebuy round. And that'll send Harbaugh on to round number 2. Gonna hand it over to my main man, my friends here. They're gonna give Hot Rod a little bit of break. And Hot Rod's going to go down here, get the race car ready, and go back to work. As I've got a lot of work to do. Found myself in the lanes right there in round number 1. I got a lot of improvements to do. So we'll get back with you here shortly. And we want to thank each and every one of you for hanging out and listening to us and supporting the Fall Flings.
Well, they're going to sign me into the tower. I don't know why, but that's what's going to happen. 416 for Dave Davies, or Dan Davies in the right lane. Josh Dugas, 451. Josh Dugas is going to get it. He's not going to get it done. I spoke too soon. He's 004 out 1 thou. Dave Davies, or Dan Davies, 46. He's 28 and 1 over 6.
That was 1 over 8. You clearly can't see. Let me turn my mic off. Hold on.
Our next pair is going to bring up Jack Ostwicki and Casey Lewis. Casey Lewis on the right-hand side, 458 the dial. The quick time, and the left lane, 439.
You got to go back to school. That's Jack Ostrowski. Jack the Quack, they call him in the left lane.
Just because you know everyone out here on the circuit, Tim, doesn't mean a local from Rochester does.
Yeah, whatever. The quack left, like he said, 439. Cassie Lewis, right lane, 458. I'm just going to reiterate what he said because nobody can probably understand him. He's a little nasally. About to get 4 lit here. Quack's in.
59 separate him up here. What is it going to be? Survey says it's going to be the Quack, as Tim calls him. He's 10, 1 over 0, getting there 008. That's going to put Casey Lewis 69 and a thou under, 8 thou behind at the finish line. Jesse York, Mike Iggy's.
I think that's Illig.
Illig? That's 3 L's and an I and a G.
No,
455.
I-L-L-I-G.
Oh, that's I. Well, I can't see.
Yeah.
Is it really?
I think Michigan Mike is what they like to call him. Left lane, like he said. Mr. York, right lane. I think he won the last day in Ohio, right?
Yeah, I do believe.
30K winner. Took out Peeps twice. That's hard to do.
480 is going to be the number for York. 455 is a quick time for Michigan Mike. Right-hand side of the racetrack, getting a head start. We got bulbs flying. Michigan Mike, 15 red. Jesse York, he's going to boogie down Broadway for a free lick. 005, 4 thou under.
That was my mistake. That's his brother, Jesse. Jeremy York won the last day. That's my fault. See, I'm new, too.
Door cars odd for round 2.
Odd numbered door cars. We need you to staging lanes for round number deuce. Odd numbered door cars to the staging lanes for round number deuce. Jeff Sarah and Big Brown. Jeff Sarah, the quick time, 458 on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Big Brown, he's going to go 491. Is the predicted dial-in time. Once again, we need odd numbered door cars, round number 2. Odd numbered door cars, round number 2.
Number door car, is that you?
No, I was even.
Oh, are you still in?
Yeah, no.
Oh.
No, Tim, that's why you guys called me to the booth.
How'd that go down?
I was red.
How many?
A couple, 3.
Couple 3?
Couple 3s.
Oh, 3-3?
2 3s.
All right, we won't talk about it. Big Brown. 28 for Big Brown, I got you. 2 over, not going to get it done against Sarah. 14, also 2 over. Taking 10, I assume, both down, probably a little speed there. Steve Law, left lane.
The Law.
473. Dennis Young, right lane, 454 out of Knoxville, Tennessee. Steve Law, left lane, I think owner, operator, head honcho of Law Chevrolet.
Law.
Out of Indiana.
473 is his dial. The quick time, Dennis Young out of Knoxville, Tennessee. That wasn't quite a drive for him. It took me 14 hours to get here, Tim.
Probably took him 4 minutes to get here.
Yeah, I think it's real close. 454 is the dial. We got 4 lit. Top balls are flying. Uh-oh. Someone's perfect. 29 thou separate him up here. He's not going to get it done. The perfect light's not going to happen. Something must have happened on the racetrack. He's 3/10 over his dial. The Law, 29 and 1 over 6. Getting there 2/10. Gary Williams, your next pair. He's a quick time against Gary Thomas. Gary on Gary action. Gary Thomas out of Douglasville, Georgia. Gary Williams, Bradenton, Florida, 463 the dial in the left lane, 488 in the right. The American side of the racetrack or the Motor Mile side of the racetrack, who's it going to be?
Thank you, Sal, for that text to Buns.
We call Sal Daddy-O. At least I have since I was about 6. Up here, we're going to have, what is that? That is 26 thou. Separate them here. Down there, Gary Williams going to get it done. He's 8 up here, takes 13 down there, 1 over 5. Gary Thomas is 34 here. That's mathematically ineligible.
There's a P in there. That was Thompson. Gary Thompson.
Dude, I don't know if you went to college, but I didn't, nor was I an English major.
You did. You just didn't show up to your first semester, I believe.
I went to 3 semesters.
No, you didn't. You might have went to 3 classes.
Dude, I got sick of wasting money, man. Why you got to make fun of me on the announcer?
We went to the same school.
That is why I'm announcing drag racing, Tim.
Oh, man.
This is going to bring up Kayla Castell and Wyatt Palmetier. I think that's a little French. Maybe. 465, the quick time in the motor mile side of the racetrack. The American side, 478. Once again, we want odd numbered door cars to the staging lanes for round 2. Odd numbered door cars to the staging lanes for round number 2. We have 15 thou up here separating them. Down there, who's it going to be? Kayla Castell. She's going to be 004 here, dead 9 down there, taking 3 little guys. We'll see you on to round number 2.
Do you see his alias over there in the right lane? Wyatt Big Papa.
Big Poppy.
Papa.
I like it when you call me Big Papa. Austin Thompson, left side of the racetrack, 489. Donovan Williams, the right side of the racetrack, 485. Again, we're attention to the pits. Just because I got to announce with Ellen Reinhardt 2 weeks ago there in Columbus. We're going to take odd numbered door cars. Once again, odd numbered door cars for round number 2. We got 2 lit. Drivers are taking time.
Yes.
4 lit. Here we go. Oh, baby. Austin Thompson, he was skirt. 006 red. Donovan Williams, nothing too good. He's 20 here and way under down there. Someone was going to go down there and hit the park button.
That's a man dial right there. That's my type of speed.
You like to party?
6 under.
478 at 144.
That's
so he was going to kill all of?
That's a man dial.
910?
I like that, Donovan. Keep it going.
This brings up Lane. I don't know how to say your name, brother. You're out of Dutchtown, L.A., though?
What's that? What's L.A.? That's not L.A.
Louisiana?
Atta boy.
Here we go. See, I might have graduated high school.
Was he
Josh Dykes.
Was he doing the wheel turn over there?
Is he
or was he
the
backing
flicker?
up? I thought he was doing the wheel turn thing. Oh, no, he's in.
We got 3 lit. Josh Dykes staging second. Here we go. That's going to be 16 thou up here. Dykes is going to set himself behind. Dykes is going to see himself onto tomorrow because he's not going to play any longer. Lane 17 here takes 2 down there to put himself 4 over 4.
At 129. I'm going to go with he killed a little bit. That was a flicker with the Azelle dragster.
Charles Treese, left lane, 481. Jim McDaniels, 483. 300 separating from leaving the starting line evenly. Tim, what would it be called if they left the starting line evenly?
Evenly?
Yeah, like if they left at the same time, we call that a heads up?
I would just call it even.
Not,
I guess it's called heads up.
I thought it might have been heads up, man. We'll just call it even. So they're going to leave 0.03 of a second away from even with each other. 6 to a 16, 10th out of difference. Bro, oh, baby. We have 6. Give it back, 003. Jim McDaniel, he's going to see his way in round number 2 of this buyback round. He's 16. Like Peter said earlier, I could say he took 3 or they gave it back 3. 16, 2 over 2. On to round number 2. Brent Martin, he's out of 20646 area code, wherever that may be. 470 is the number. I think Carson Brown.
That's Maryland. He's out of Maryland.
Like I said, I don't know everyone on the circuit, Tim, but I have an area code and I read it. Blounteville, Tennessee. Carson Brown, 465 the number. Tree's already fallen because Tim's wasting my time. 1 red on the left side of the racetrack. Carson Brown is 9. 9 down there. He's going to be 400 under. I'm going to say it again. Odd numbered door cars, round 2. We need odd numbered door cars for round number 2.
Seth Street out of Virginia, 475. Colby Fuller, right lane, 478 out of Georgia, as my boy Bunzy says.
Georgia. I wonder if he gets his peaches out in Georgia, or if that's just Justin Bieber.
I think he might have crossed the pond over to Vegas. He's got a little girlfriend, I think. He might be over there in Vegas.
Sugar mama?
Maybe. Who knows?
478, the dial on the right-hand side of the racetrack. 475. This is 300ths away from being an even drag race again, Tim.
Yeah, that was my buddy Buns over here. We call him Buns. My guy to the right over here, Buns.
Stage name.
Ben, Height, everybody. Buns. So he's getting, would you say 300s?
300s from an even drag race.
Even, or heads up, as you would like to call it.
Yes.
Seth Street finds the pre-stage bulb. Who's going to go in first? Colby's in. I want a staging duel. We haven't had one of those yet.
I had one in Columbus. It was a lot of fun. I looked on the live feed. It was 1 minute and 15 seconds. 19 thou up here. Don't be the difference. Down there, I heard a hammer. 001, 1/1, taking 4. Colby Fuller on to round number 2 out of Savannah, Georgia.
That's the guy who waxed my dad in 1090 at Gainesville earlier this year. He got his first national event win in Super Street in Gainesville. Colby.
He beat Nina.
Yeah, he beat my car.
He did. He beat your car.
Yes. My dad was driving.
Your dad and your car beat me in New Media at the divisional.
That's why you are also a first round and a runner-up chump here this weekend.
I was actually a finalist for the pro category in Columbus. Like, if I need to sit here and brag about myself.
There we go. You don't need to. You don't need to.
Well, Tim doesn't think my head fits in a race car, but I think it does. Cliff Carr, 494 the dial. Dale West out of Asheville, North Carolina. 477 the quick time on the motor mile side of the racetrack.
What constitutes a quick time? You keep saying that.
The faster car, Tim.
Oh, okay. I'm new to this. I usually in the lanes on my feet.
Realistically, what would quick time mean?
440.
Neither driver stellar up here. 22 thou. No, 18 thou. 18 thou is going to be the difference because I went to school. 26, 2/3, taking 30. Dale West is 44 on the right-hand side of the racetrack and 3 over no bueno. We will see you Thursday. Brandon Taylor, 481 the dial. Wyatt Miles out of Flintstone, Georgia. Roanoke, is that Alabama?
That is.
Alabama? You think he's got an Alabama slammer?
I don't think so.
That wasn't meant to be dirty. That's a trailer.
Last pair here in the buyback round, re-entry, whatever you guys want to call it. And then we'll get into some door cars for round 2. Tree Falls, 008 and not 008. I hear a couple pumps down there. Left lane with the win, 008, 2 over, taking 8.
So that, what did they say, B-00, take 00?
That is exactly what that right there was for Brandon Taylor. Wyatt Miles, right lane. Wasn't, I guess, terrible. 036, dead 1, but 8 thou behind it to strike.
Is that mathematically ineligible?
Yes.
On to round number 2 of door cars.
A little track prep. And then, as he said, on to round number 2 of the door cars here on, what is it, Wednesday? APD Wednesday. Run for 15 grand, 15 large. That'll probably get chopped up.
So it'll be like 75 large?
That should be more than that.
75 hundos?
It should be more than that. You should get at least half. So
Exactly half.
we might already got cut off, go to commercial break on Motor Mania. I don't know how this works, but we'll be back.
Larice Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Larice Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Larice insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Larice even pays racers contingencies at the Fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Larice Motorsports Insurance today.
Law Chevrolet Buick in Boonville, Indiana is a family-owned sales and service center proudly serving the tri-state area for over 10 years. Racing has always been in their blood, and over the past few years, they've been blessed with the opportunity to serve hundreds of racers from all across the country. All of the crew at Law Chevrolet Buick would like to thank each and every racer for the opportunity to do business. Remember, if you buy a vehicle anywhere else, it's not the tires you'll be kicking.
Racers serving up the very best parts. That's what Mazir Enterprises is all about. Since our first product introduction in the 1980s, we have been in the relentless pursuit of excellence on the track and off, with a mission to produce the very best parts. Problem-solving parts for your high-performance vehicle. No matter if it's chassis and fabrication, water pump and cooling system, starters and the accompanying electrical, or full billet flex plates you're after, look to Mazir for the best solutions.
All right, you ready? Hello, racers. We're here at the Spring Fling in Las Vegas, and I'm joined with Dan Provo and Chris Galitti. Dan is the owner and founder of RAD Torque Tools in Canada, and not only has he been a big part of bracket racing, but he's also sponsoring Dallas Glenn in the Pro Stock car. Dan, you have a successful business. You're here racing at the Fling. First of all, how's your experience so far this week?
Oh, it's been really good. Unfortunately, I couldn't drive this weekend from a small injury, but I got 2 Top Guns in my seat, and they're doing good. Went to the 5th round last night, and going to go far today, too. Race has been great. Everybody's been happy. It's been well organized, and yeah, we're so pleased to be part of it.
Dan and RAD Torque is the primary title right sponsor for our Fall Fling event at the end of the year in Bristol, also our Spring Fling in Galot. He stepped up really big, so his business is basically not directed towards drag racing or drag racers, but he does it because he loves the sport. So if you look around the pits at any of these Fling events, you'll see RAD tools on the side of the car. So why would you give back to the racers like you're doing now, where I know there's a ton of different ways you can advertise? Why do you choose to give back to the racers?
I think drag racing, which he's responsible for, he got me licensed back 15 years ago in Houston, Texas, so I blame him for all of this. But no, it's our second family. We love it. My fiance Tammy and myself love to travel and see people, and unfortunately the last few years we weren't allowed to race in the States, but we're back and we're going to put a dent in this for everybody. But yeah, so we're really thrilled to be back, and just I like the sport. Everybody that I met and know in this sport are good, solid, hard-working people.
He's sporting that Roadster out of Cameron, South Carolina, 550 the dial. Nate Halsey out of Clearmont, Georgia, 615. And this S10, I don't know if we have a prize here for the S10s this weekend. They did last time at the Summer Fling. I wasn't aware of it. I brought my rented one.
Your non-S10 that you drive?
I got one at home.
Yeah. Well,
I know you moved away a couple years ago.
There's about half the S10s that there was at Ohio. Ohio just breeds S10s, or trucks in general, I feel like.
Pick-em-ups.
Pick-em-up trucks. Everybody can just throw them in the back. As he said, Nate Halsey out of Georgia in the left lane, 615. Marty Williams in the 23. It says dragster, but it looks like a roadster out of South Carolina on a 550.
Yes, Tim, that looks like a roadster.
Start round 2, here we go. 038 to double.
Marty Williams, he gonna grab 29. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. That's gonna be a sore loser, actually. I'm sorry that I had to say it like that, but that's gonna be one sore loser. He's gonna be 9 and 600s under, not doing his job. Takes 87, margin of victory left lane by 58. Nate Hansley's gonna get a lucky one. He's 38 and 1/7, getting there second.
Marty Williams took that thing to about 800 foot.
Dallas,
he's still going.
Cherry,
yes.
I don't know if I'd like that last name as a drag racer.
Out of New Bern, North Carolina, fellow North Carolina.
You're a North Carolinian. Yeah, that's what you got.
591.
Jay Giles, 614.
Another North Carolina guy.
Oh, another North Carolina guy. That's exciting. 591, the quick time in the right lane. Oh, he's going to turn it a little cherry. You see what I did there? Jay Giles, he's 11 and dead 7. And he takes 000.
It was a red light.
What a nice pass.
Anything. It was a red light. He gets there.
The margin of finish was approximately 0005.
All right.
Are you going to tell me the computer lied?
Fair enough. Another North Carolina right lane, Chad Duke, 543. He's out of Wilmington. Trey Summers, all good Tennessee in the 57 Chevy. 56, excuse me, Chevy. 638 dial. Somebody's on it already. 007 to 9. Times it by 4 and you might get there.
Not quite. Oh,
Somebody's
baby.
still hitting it. Left lane, 007, 1 over 2. Gives him 19 total, getting there 30. Chad Duke let it slide. Not like him. 043, or 040, excuse me. Goes 43 on the 43, dead on 9, but problem was the reaction time, 040.
Was that kind of like the difference up here is the difference down there?
Exactly.
Hell yeah. Jamie Abercrombie, Chester, South Carolina.
Abercrombie and Fitch.
And Fitch. There's no Fitch there. But that's a South Carolina native. 585 the dial. Matthew Holmes. He's out of Alabama. Baileytown, Alabama. 598 the dial. Is that a roadster, Tim? That looks like a roadster.
In the right lane, yes, that is a roadster.
That's what side of the racetrack is that?
That is the Motor Mile side.
That's a Motor Mile, baby. Motor Mile, or you can go to America. I like to think I'm American.
Got about a 10th and a half head start. Going to the left.
Neither driver too slow. We're going to take 25. It's only 15. Difference up here is the difference down there.
That is exactly correct.
I love it when I get to say that. It makes my job easy. He's 28, 1 over 7, getting there 18. Matthew Holmes on a round number 3 on the door car ladder. Mr. Abercrombie and Fitch, we'll see you tomorrow.
Abercrombie? Oh, yeah, you did love it.
Next pair, Dustin Smiley. I wonder if he's smiling. He's out of Piedmont, South Carolina. Rob Mosier on the right lane, 5'11" to quick time in this drag race. Just in case anyone's wondering what a quick time is, that's a faster car. Oh, boy. Right lane's good, Rebel bunch. Approximately 20. He's going to get it done. He's 12, 3 over, taking 7. Dustin Smiley, he ain't smiling no more. 31 up here, 1 over 8 down there. He's 7th out behind. He'll see himself in the round number 1 tomorrow. We'll see. That's the next time we'll see Mr. Smiley. Rob Mosier on a round number Trace. Dylon Biondo. Dylon, what it do? 608 the dial. He's out of New York. It's about time someone's out of New York from here. Travis Salter, Baytown, Texas native. 534 the dial. Or the quick time. Dylan, he's going to flick at the stage bulb. Top bulb flies. That was quick. Did he get a hold of it? He did. 2,000 separate him up here. Survey says Dylan Biondo, 004, 1 over 9, stays behind. Travis Salter, he's 6 and 4th out under. 6 and 4th out under, taking 21. Had to take Tim. Mr. Math Major, you went to school. Come on, baby.
21 minus
6, 4?
17 or less. I think Dylan scrubbed a little bit at only 110. He probably did a little work down there, but that's because he's akin to Sal, Daddy-O, and Mr. Pita.
Pita. Next pair, Paul Mosley, Inman, South Carolina. And then we got Ethan Dean, Churchill, Tennessee. 684 is the dial. Paul Mosier, 539 to quick time. This is a big head start. 3,000 separate him up here. Survey says down there it's going to be Ethan Dean. Ethan Dean, 25 here. And 2 over 9 down there, taking 14. Paul Mosier, he must have just misdialed himself, Paul Mosley. But we'll see Mr. Dean on the round number next. Dakota Paw, 561. Michael Norrit, 622. Any left lane door cars to the staging lanes, please. Any left lane door cars that remain in round number 2 will take you to the staging lanes now. Left lane only door cars. If you have a door car and you want to run the left lane, we need you. Well, they consider them door cars, man.
They don't have they don't have doors though.
They could be fake ones.
Fair. Unless you're Chet Dragon, he's running with the dragsters.
Chet? Dragon.
Dragon.
Oui. Once again, we got Dakota Paw, Crossville, Tennessee native. He is going to leave second. And survey says it's going to be Michael Norrid. He's 002 here, 3 over down there, taking 6. As they say, you be 00, you take 00, you're generally going to win the race. Michael Norrid on to round number 3. Dakota Paw is 26, 1 over 3, and behind 6th out. John McLean, oh Canada, we stand on guard. Cody Spears, right lane, motor mile, side of the racetrack, 669 to dial. John McLean, 535. $5,000 going to be a difference up here to the American side of the racetrack. It's going to be the motor mile side of the racetrack, though. 16 up here, 2 over, getting there 9. That looks like John McLean did a little bit too much driving in his Corvette Roadster. Cody Spears on to round number 3, 16 and 2 over 4.
Bones, you want to know my brother?
Can't wait.
He wants you to shut up. I tried, Thomas. You just don't listen. You know, we've known him for 25 years. He don't shut up.
Next pair, Rodney Pryor. Rodney is prior felony. He didn't win a race. Kevin Pollard, 535 the dial. Rodney Pryor, 646. Here we go. Rodney's prior offenses being 16 red. Kevin Pollard, 24 here, 1 over 8 down there. On to round number 3 we go. Jeff Fight. John Corbin, 594 the dial. Jeff Flight, he's 591 on the American side of the racetrack. This is almost an even drag race. Left lane door cars. If you are in the left lane or you want the left lane, we need door cars, please. Left lane door cars that are in round number 2.
All right, Fight's in. Waiting on Corbin. Flicker. What? What do you want me to do? Yell like you all nasally? 00's a pair. You gotta blow your schnoz. 9 getting there, 1,000 left lane. 009, 1 over 8. Corbin down on some steam. Might have gave that one up. 004, 2 over 4.
To give it back 1,000.
Getting behind 1,000. A little less womp, a little less break, whatever. Yeah, all that
as
good
Eminem would
stuff.
say.
He won.
Even numbered. Nope. Not yet. That was the dragsters. We still need left lane door cars.
Sean Carpenter, right lane, North Carolina, in his 68 Camaro, 593. Tracy Guffey, Shelbyville, Tennessee, in a 67 Camaro, 624. $28 to $25. Right lane with a slight advantage, but no win light. Carpenter gets there 7,000 to be under 2 little ones. 28 dead 2 for Guffey. Puts him into round number 3 on APD Wednesday. 15K APD Wednesday. Round number 3 for Guffey. Bobby Paul Arnett.
You think that's his middle name?
Don't really know. It's not hyphenated, so maybe he's just Bobby Paul, dude. Out of Kentucky in a 70 Chevelle. Kentucky. Another Kentucky native right side, Jeff Neat.
Columbia.
Very clean, 591. In a 67 Camaro. Both of them in the pre-stage. Please be a staging duel. Dang it.
6,000 separate them here. Down there. 9,000 are going to separate him. It's going to be the left lane, Bobby Paul Arnett. He's going to be 16 here, dead 6 down there, taking 9. Jeff Neat, we'll see you tomorrow. He's 22 here, dead 9 down there.
Hank Uselton. I'm sorry if we butchered that. We were trying to figure it out of Maryland. Turns it a little cherry. 661 was his dial. Glenn Williamson, right lane out of Canada. 007, a couple over. Hopefully he got out of it and nothing's wrong. Left lane puts it under, but he was plenty pink up here. 055. Even door cars, left or right lane. All door cars, left or right lane. Round number 2, door cars. We need you. Round number 2, door cars. Fuel them up. Do whatever you got to do. Kiss your wife. Get him up here. Is that what he says?
I think that's a Peter Biondo.
I thought it was one of the other announcers. Kiss your wife.
I thought that was Peter.
I'm never saying that again. Jake Ball, left lane, out of right here in Bristol, Tennessee. He probably had a long commute, right, Bones?
14 hours to be exact.
No, him.
Yeah, no, 14
minutes. Joe Nelson, right lane, North Carolina. 006 for the right. Blackjack in the left up here, but 3 over. Right lane 6, dead 5, getting there 40 as he drives around him. As I said, left lane, Blackjack up here, 021 before, or no, 3 over, excuse me. Not going to get it done when the right lane is 11 total. On the next round. Ken Ernest, right lane, another Tennessee guy.
I'm really the only 10 I see here. There's 2 Tennessee natives, and I'm the only 10 I see.
There's 2 Tennessee guys on the line.
I wonder if people that live in Tennessee get sick of that.
100%.
You think?
Jesse Eden's left lane.
Sat in my motorhome for about 40 minutes with my camera on so I could take a picture of the Tennessee sign and say I was the only 10 I saw.
Did you get it?
I did, actually. I did.
Did you save it?
I did.
Oh, boy. Memories were made here.
2 foul going to separate them here. 659 to 645. Survey says it's going to be Jesse Edens.
Yeah.
Jesse Edens. He's 18 and 2 over 8. Getting there 009. We'll see Jesse Edens on to round number 3. Sean Harp, Antoine Jett. Antoine Jett sporting a red convertible Mustang.
Red, that's yellow.
Did I say red? Oops. Well, 5:35 is going to be the quick time on the American side of the racetrack. The Motor Mile side, Antoine Jett in his red or yellow Mustang. Just ketchup and mustard. 620 the dial. I didn't wear my contacts.
You don't have contacts. It has nothing to do with the color.
What if I'm colorblind?
Oh, my God. You might need to go back to whatever it is you were doing before we called you up here. Waiting on Ford be lit. Antoine Jett puts her in. Leaves first with 017. Favorite number, Josh Allen. Left lane 014. Ooh. There's another P-line. Dead on with a donut. Antoine Jett 017. Dead goose. Getting there 7. I don't know if he took, got, whatever. Win lights on. 17 total.
With a donut.
Left lane, not too shabby. 14, 1 over 0, but right lane 17 total. Leaves him 7th out behind in the left lane.
Bug McCarty. Bug. Robbie Joins. 575 or 557 the quick time. 609 for Mr. McCarty. 11th pal going to separate him here. McCarty's got himself in front. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Bug McCarty. Bug McCarty is 3. Dead 8. Taking 19. Robbie Joins not too shabby. He's 14, 1 over 6, trying to stay behind. He did stay behind. Wasn't good enough. Bug McCarty on to round number 3. Brian Kennedy in the left lane, 557 the dial. And John LeBose, 523 the dial. And his door car Roadster.
Super gas Roadster.
Super gas. Sixth out, separate him up here. Smokey and the Bandit down there for Johnny LeBose. Johnny LeBose is 8 here and 200s under. Brian Kennedy, he pushed him under. 14, 2 over 5. That's a weird drag race for Johnny LeBose. He takes 45.
I'm going to go with the guy in the left lane disappeared at 115, going 559.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with he had some brake pads.
Yeah.
And LeBose probably didn't know what to do down there.
Oh, baby.
When he wasn't on the throttle stop. No offense. I love you. Kurt Harrington, left lane, 613 in the Chevette out of Indiana.
I just got a text message here, Tim.
What do you got?
From the world champ.
Who's that?
The prior world champ. He's not going to win the world this year.
Dagnella?
Yes. Mr. Petey Dagnella. He said he was holding down the yard up at home for us. You know, world champs, they sit at home, right, Pete? Steve Dunn, he's going to win via red light in the other lane. He's 10 here, 5 thou under down there. Kurt Harrington, he's going to be 10 red over there. And 300's under. Next pair, Jordan White. Is that another North Carolina native? 759, the dial. And Nick Parkins. 596, the dial.
Oh, yeah. 011 for Jordan in the left lane in the borrowed ride. Right lane 037. It should be a win light for Jordan. And it is. Taking 004. I'm not good at that 08 or 86 miles an hour. I'm going to go with you. He's probably down there scrubbing to go 5 over. Right lane 37, 3 over. Not going to get it done. Jordan White moving on to the next round. We got Van Greer out of Tennessee in the left lane and his S10, 8:29. That's not a quick time, is it?
That's pretty slow.
That's a slow roller on the left lane.
You know what they say, slow and steady, you win the race.
Well, we're about to find out. Tommy Plott in the right, 5:43. He's going to be waiting there almost 3 seconds as Mr. Greer is cruising that S10 down the American side of the track, right?
This is America.
Pretty close.
Here we go. Tommy Plott, 7th thou in front, and it's going to be Tommy Plott. Tommy Plott's 20 here, dead 2 down there. Getting there 46. I'm guessing he was dialed to stick it.
Yes.
Going around someone 40 miles an hour?
Yes. Well, he's going 8:30. I mean, you can't really see that in the 8th mile. I don't care who you are.
Well, I thought you liked to party.
I like to party, but I hit the bottom bulb. I can't stick with these top bulb guys. That's why I stopped doing that, and I got on this side where you work.
Oh, the working side.
No, work.
You are the working man, right? You are the American working man. Blue collar.
Yes.
Yeah, you're just the man.
Yes.
Ron Wenger, left lane side of the racetrack, 5:15 the dial. Troy Williams Jr., 5'7". Troy Williams way in front. 16th thou to be exact. It's going to be Troy Williams. He's all over it. 00 take 000. He's 004, 1 over 8, taking 008. Margin of victory, 008.
Yes, that is what that means. 21, dead 1.
On to round number 3.
Yeah. Tie it down. Try again tomorrow. Tanner Miller, right lane. 6:33 and his 72 Vega. Joey Harrison. Huh?
Vega Wagon.
Oh, Vega Wagon. Excuse me. Joey Harrison in the S10. I think that's another borrowed ride. That's Witherow's truck, I believe. Dialed 599. They flicker. Tree come down. Nobody's really stellar. We got 11,000 the difference. Ooh, Tanner might have gave that one up. 6th thou was a stripe for the left lane. 32, 1 over 0. Tanner Miller, 21, 2 over 6 at 104 miles an hour. Like I said, he probably might have gave that one up or he's going a little slow.
You think Peter would have said 1 over donut?
Nah.
No?
You can't do that.
Well, I'm going to say he was 1 over donut.
Kenneth Street, 667 left lane. Another S10. I say that we don't have a lot of S10s, now here they all come.
We are in the door car side?
Well, we were in door cars for a little bit. No, we had some roasters, but Brian McCown out of Kentucky. And the Chevelle in the right lane, 602. That thing is purdy.
I did see it in the staging lanes. While I was in eliminations,
Wow.
I did see it in the staging lanes, and it is purdy.
I was trying to get that thing to be in the running for best appearing. I think it was last year, but he didn't get it. But that thing is cherry, let me tell you. Not Dallas cherry, but that thing is cherry.
Dallas was cherry.
He was cherry. And now he's tying it down.
602, the quick time, in the right lane side. Kenneth Street in the American side, 667. Oh, man, no driver stellar here. We're going to have a 15 thousandths of a second difference. We'll keep the reaction times to ourselves. Brian McCown, he's going to go dead 4, he's behind 38 to win by 53. That's how bad that drag race was. Brian McCown on to round number 3. This brings up a double S10 pair. Shannon Waycaster out of Kings Mountain. Is that a big mountain?
It's the king of the mountains.
In North Carolina? That's not the Rocky Mountains?
I live on the coast side.
Oh, you're the coast side. All right.
That mountain side.
Caleb McDaniel, 714 the dial. Here we go. Caleb McDaniel is going to grab approximately 17 thousandths of a second. And it's not going to be Caleb McDaniel. It's going to be Shannon Waycaster. He pulled the rabbit out of the hat. He's 21 here and a 10th over down there, taking a 10th. Caleb McDaniel, he must have had a hickam up somewhere to be 2 tenths over his dial-in. Shannon Waycaster on a round number 3. This is going to bring up Tim's papa, Dan Fletcher. Dan Fletcher sporting a 69 Chevelle wagon, 664 is the dial. He's going up against Paul Moore, 587.
Patient.
The bubble police?
Yeah.
Does that mean that he likes to draw baths?
It means when my daughter's pushing the bubble machine around and it gets bubbles on the car, he doesn't like it.
He doesn't like it?
No, he's the bubble police.
He hit the bubble police.
Dukes, 15 on the tree. He's been teen every time he lets go of that dang button. But he's under.
No.
I need to go teach him where the brake pedal is. 15, taking 30 to be 5 thou under. Paul Moore, 29, 1 over 0 at 117. Might have been showing him everything he had. Dukes just misjudged that one. Puts it under. Gives the win light to Paul Moore in the right lane. Moving on. Jason Overstreet, left lane out of Maryland. And Becky Scott in the S10 out of Kentucky in the right lane. 624. As we're holding them off, it looks like we got 3 cars on the track down there. So my math isn't good, but 2 go down, 3 should not be on the track.
But your English is good.
We might have 1 stopped actually down there.
That's a long shutdown, man. Have you been down this track in a while?
Yeah, I was in June in stock, and I was like...
That's quarter mile, though?
That was quarter mile, yeah.
Yes, this is a very long shutdown, 8th mile.
Yeah, and it's uphill.
No, but he's definitely stopped in sideways. How do you think that happened? He's backing up now.
No, that's the
Oh, so he's definitely stopped.
Track personnel down there just getting whoever was the pair prior off the track before we send anybody else. So a little break in the action here for just a minute.
Weldon, pumps, regulators, filters, fueling champions.
Power, precision, passion, Autometer. Rob's Automotive and Collision is a proud sponsor of the Fling events. Automotive repair, heavy-duty truck repair, trailer repair, and roadside assistance. Rob's Automotive and Collision. More than just towing. Alltronics Inc. wishes all their customers good luck at this week's Fling event. With over 25 years of experience, Alltronics...
We're all good to go up here. Overstreet left lane, 668 in the dial. Becky Scott, 624. Overstreet might be high gear only the way that thing left. 004 to 006. Pump, pump. I hear it down there, even with the side exit mufflers, whatever he's got going on. Gets there 33 thou to be 1 over 1. That's 15 total. Becky Scott, 4 over on the board. 006. In the trailer. Overstreet on to the next round.
Cotty Blankenship. Kevin Brandon. I didn't see Kevin here yet, but apparently he's here. 564 the dial. And Cody. Is it Cody or Cody? Probably just Cody. Misspelling. 597 the dial. What kind of Camaro is he in, Tim?
Here we go.
A third gen.
Here we go.
Man, I love third gen Camaros, all shapes and sizes of them.
Well, if it's a third gen, it should only be one shape or size, correct?
Ooh, if it's a tube chassis car, it could be a little bit longer, buddy. Kevin Brannon, he's going to grab 17 here. Survey says KB's going to get it done. He's 002, dead 5. That's 7 total, taking 9. It's getting hot.
Yeah, it better, because them 30s and 40s we saw earlier ain't going to cut it once you get into these later rounds, especially come Friday or Saturday.
Case and Gerald out of North Carolina, just like everyone else around here. Robert Richards in the right lane. He's doing 001. What is he, 37 in front here? He's going to get it done. He's one over Donut, taking 10. Robert Richardson on the round number next. James Rollins out of Jacksonville, North Carolina. Jordan Arnold out of Tampa, Florida in the Motor Mile side of the racetrack, and another S10. So this is the hippie guy, right?
Oh, that's my buddy over here, James.
Little hippie mustache guy.
Hippie headers.
Hippie headers for all your header needs.
Pretty good welder, my man over here, James. Hippie fabrication, hit him up for anything. Hippie related, I should say, or just header related?
Just a hippie.
Yeah, he's just a hippie. 623 for him in the left. I think he was on 23 the last time. Might have put it dead on. We'll see.
Dead on 1.
Yeah,
he wasn't a donut, but he was a 1.
All right.
Oh, boy. James Rowley, he's got his work cut out for him as he places himself 70 thou behind. It's not going to be James Rowley. Hippie headers on her fucking Honda tomorrow. Jordan Arnold, 007, 2 over Donut. Tim Timmons, 661 the dial. Michael Jackson, 609. He's a Newton Grove, North Carolina native. Tim Timmons out of Daleville, Indiana. We have 3 lit. Waiting for the 4th. There it is. True Start was in effect. It dropped green, tricked me. That was not in full effect. He's 14 red. Michael Jackson, he's going to be 17 and 9 thou under.
Sale says we need Donnie up here.
This brings up Mike Barber. Mike Barber out of Royceford, PA, and Skinny Kenny. Skinny Kenny Underwood, 591 the dial. Mike Barber, 619.
$16 to a 26. Skinny Kenny finds himself 10 down behind. But the win light, 26, dead 1. Gets him there 8 thou. Mike Barber, 16, excuse me. And 620 with a 9 on the 619 dial. Gives it up 8 thou to Skinny Kenny. Moving on to round number 3. Chris Burden left lane, 667 dial, and another S10. And Richard Dukes in the right lane out of Georgia, as my buddy Bun says, 541 with the dial. We're going to wait for somebody to find the presage bulb here.
Johnny Baggett Donuts, Chris Burden, 000 here. Richard Duke, he's 008 red. Chris Burden, 000, dead 9, 9 total on his red light margin of victory.
Robert Gregory, left lane, 650 in his Malibu with the tinted windows. I like tinted windows. Those are kind of gangster.
I like the look of tinted windows, but honestly, I hate seeing out of tinted windows.
Yeah, no, yeah.
But I did call a yellow Mustang red, so.
So you don't know nothing. Paul Warwick, right lane, 593 out of Lumberton, North Carolina. Left lane does a little flicker. Trying to put it in. Please be a stage duel. Dang. Come on, somebody. $36 difference up here. This one might be all Warwick, and it is. Taking 5 thou. Left lane, 057, 650 with a 2 on the 650 for Gregory. Warwick, 21, 3 over 3, taking 5. Moving on. Left lane, Doug Milner, 552 out of Delaware, Laurel, Delaware. And right lane, Timmy Miller.
Where's he from?
Georgia.
609 the dial on the motor mile side of the racetrack. 552. The dial on the left side. Ooh. Who's it going to be? Both drivers are good. Doug Milner, he's going to place himself 7 thou in front. Survey says Doug Milner. Doug Milner is 6, 1 over 2, sliding behind 10 thou. We'll see Doug Milner, round number 3. This brings up Stace Schroeder, PA native, and Jeremy Bargo, Kentucky. Another S10. Stace, the quick time, 524, 617 the dial on this side. Tenth thou, the difference up here. Stace Schroeder in trouble. Down there, it's going to be Jeremy Bargo. He's 17 here, 1 over 7 down there. That's a lot of 7s. 27 to a 17, dead 7. Taking 4.
On a 617 dial.
Oh.
Go up there to Hard Rock.
I think I'm going to go play the Hard Rock. Yeah, we got to play 7.
Bargo, play 7.
Yeah, every 7 on the roulette board, we're going to go play tonight. Our next pair is another S10. Chuck Sanders, 627 the dial. And Jimmy Williams. Jimmy. And the Roadster, 630 the dial. This is almost even drag race again. Just 300 separate them.
Very true.
Is this a little throttle stop action or high gear only, you think?
Heads up.
Throttle stopping. I love throttle stopping.
3 thou separate them, 15 to an 18. Left lane going to get the power. 15, dips it under 3 little ones. Right lane 18, 200ths under. 628 with a 0 on the 630 dial, taking 14 or getting 14, whatever way you split it. Left lane with the beacon.
We got another fellow New Yorker that you left back up at home, John Beisman. Wanted to say, hey guys, hey you guys.
Pops, just Pops.
It says John Pops.
It's just Pops, man.
Next pair, Richie Brown, TJ Owens. TJ Owens on the motor mile side, 570 the dial. Richie Brown, 560 the dial. 1/10 of a second behind the 69 Camaro here. 69 Camaro, little cherry. Richie Brown looks good. He's 003, dead 6, 9 total, but the margin of victory is foul.
Richie ate his Wheaties. That's James' father-in-law with a 9-pack. James was not 3, so you might have to eat whatever he's eating, James, if you're listening.
So they were only like 75 different.
That's foul. That's foul.
Wes Weaver in the American side of the racetrack, 553. James Calder out of St. Paul's, North Carolina, 607.
Again, door cars, all door cars. If you're not in the lanes, we got about 4 lanes left. If you're a door car and you have not run round 2, we need you in the lanes. We were sleeping on that one right there. We were getting yelled at. 24, dead 9 for Wes Weaver. Gets it done. Right lane, James Collar was 22 on a tree. 5 thou under the 607 dial for no power. Left lane, Race Tarleton. This is it. Brian Jones, right lane.
Is this going to be your? No, this isn't going to be your staging duel.
No, it ain't. Right lane's dialed in a 567. Excuse me.
13th thou difference. Down here, up here, 13,000 difference down there. Oh, man. Ross Tarleton, he's going to be 7 here. Take 37. Needs to take 27 or less. Brian Jones, he's going to pull the rabbit out of the hat into round number 3. That brings up Mark Bacon. I like Bacon, man. Todd Barton on the right side of the racetrack, 623 the dial. Mark Bacon. Well, I don't really like Bacon anymore. This is the guy that beat me. 488 the dial. He hasn't moved that thing at all. But he's going to have to be better than 32 here, I imagine.
Left lane. Tips it 2 thou red. And then goes under by 26 thou. Right lane, Todd Barton, 020 on the tree. Also under by 7 thou. 622 with a 3 on the 623 dial. But moving on as the left lane turns it 2 thou on the pink side.
Red, cherry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Whatever. Pink, cherry.
It's just like a red Mustang got yellow.
I think the cool kids call it pink, though. Bill Hensley, right lane out of Kentucky, 668. Taking on Tim Sansone, left lane, 619. Double red light. True start. Bill Hensley, you should thank him. You left first. You left 3 thou too soon. Sansone was 18 thou on the red side behind you. Any other track that's not a fling track or doesn't have the software would have gave the win to Sansone, but Bill Hensley moving on. 3 thou on the red side and then dead on with a 3.
Johnny Taylor Jr. out of Lumberton, North Carolina, 550 the dial. Kayla McCarty, she's out of Hazelhurst, Georgia, 610 in a wagon. If I had 1,000 pennies, you know what I'd do with them? I'd wish you tried me, Tim. If we could get back to drag racing now, we got 4 lit. Top bulb just fell. Kayla McCarty, she's going to win via red light. She's 33 here. Down there, she's going to be 608 with a 7. 2 hunters on her. Well, 13 thou approximately. Johnny Taylor Jr., he's 15 red, 3 over. Mia Tedesco, 588 the dial. Doug Browning, 684. Sarasota, Florida. That's got to be a drive, no?
I would think, but maybe not. We're kind of in the middle here, Bones.
Yeah. I was just thinking.
If you're 14 hours, you got to figure Florida's probably 30 hours. So you're probably
realistically, I'm 9 hours.
Oh, okay.
I just have a motorhome. She's a little low on power. We crawled up a couple hills.
And you're a big-time exaggerator.
No, it took me 14 hours. We have 3 lit waiting for me at Tedesco. It is pretty far. It takes me quite a few bumps. She flickered that bulb enough. Top bulb says, who's it going to be? Doug Browning. He's going to grab a 18th thou advantage on the starting line down there. It's going to be Doug Browning. Doug Browning's 008 here, 1/9 down there, taking 008. Me at Tedesco, we'll see you tomorrow. Doug Browning, we'll see you next round. Chris Galletti, 623 the dial, and Rich Nowitzki. Is that like Dirk's cousin? You think that's Dirk Nowitzki's cousin?
Yeah, probably. Uh-huh.
574 is the dial. Chris Galletti, 623 again.
Galletti leaves 012 on the right. Nowitzki, 10 on the red side. And then puts it 1 over his 74 prediction. Galletti, 12, dead 5, wasting a pretty decent 17 pack on a red light. But he's moving on. Round 3. Garrett Griffith, left lane, 638 dialing. And another S10 out of Kentucky. Danny Odom, right lane and a Vega. Dialed 6 flat. Giving Mr. Griffith 3,800s a head start. As again, all door cars. I see we get a little lane fill up there. All door cars for round number 2. Come up to the lanes and get you some.
That one's bound to be a good drag race, but it's gonna. Garrett Griffith's gonna take it via red light. Garrett Griffith is 004 here, 1/6 down there. Danny Oden, he's gonna be 002 pink. Tambra Sweet Haze. Sweet Haze. I like it. I like that name a lot. 640 the dial. Brian Jason Thompson. Man, these are tongue twisters up here. 673 the dial in the S10.
This one here is the battle of the names. We got 6 names on the screen here and only 2 people on the line.
6 names, 2 people.
6. Yeah, names or words, whatever you want to call it.
That is 6 names. I mean, no, you're right. One's hyphenated, though. Sweet Haze.
So then
that comes off the tongue nice. Sweet Haze. Battle of the names, we're going to get a 16,000 of a second starting line advantage for the one with 3 names. The hyphenated one not going to get the job done. Brian Jason Thompson, 16, 1/9, behind 17, margin of victory 36. Todd Whited, 540 the dial, he's out of Cedar Bluff, Virginia. Sarah Major, she's out of Bean Station, Tennessee, 595 the number.
Racers, we're having a little delay in the text messaging service, so don't go by that 100%. Listen to the PA system for the lane calls and when to come up and when not to. That's your best way of connecting to know when to come to the lanes and when not. Thank you. Whited left lane 002, might have gave it up 002. Right lane 23. Dead on with a 1, that's 24 total. Left lane, 002, 2 over with a 4, that's 26 total. Right lane taking the win by 2 little ones. Sarah Major moving on. Caden Harrell in the left lane, right here in Tennessee, and another pick 'em up truck. This one's a Sonoma. Dialed 673, right lane, Brian Tolson. Out of Sansone, Virginia, 625 in his 70 Nova. And the left lane should get this one as there's 77 difference up here and does. 10, 3 over with an 8. Getting there almost 90. Tolson, he got backed off the line in the timer and that thing still might not be 100%. He's 087 on the tree and puts it almost 500s above, 629 with a 9. Not going to get it done here in round 2 on APD Wednesday, running for 15K. That's like 140 total. Probably not going to get it done on Buns.
I wouldn't think 140 would get it done. I wouldn't think so at all. Here at APD Wednesday for 15K, Tim. I mean, you're racing for 15K. You got to be better than 140 total.
I'm racing for 1K. I'm trying to be better than 140.
Yes, sir. Alan Bird, 599 the dial. Ken Clark, it's like Superman, 663. Survey says Alan Bird going to get it done. He's 27 and dead 1. 28 total, getting there 17. Margin of victory 17. Ben Willis. What you talking about, Willis? 662 the dial, and we got Jamie Goodman. Jamie Goodman, 597 the predicted elapsed time. Oh.
The screen, so we don't know the reacts. We'll just tell you what the board says.
One broke out. It's a double breakout win. Someone's 2 under and someone's 2 thou under.
Right lane Goodman gets the power. Again, my boy Buns over here, a little quick on the trigger, hits the thing.
Just like round number buyback, Tim. Just a little quick on the trigger. It's all right. Greg Walker in the left lane. We're not going to talk about that again. Steve Helton out of Rogersville, Tennessee, 616 the predicted time. And another pick-em-up truck. Oh, there's a third gen of the puddle.
And I think that guy in the left lane cracked you round 1 too, didn't he? We're going to bring it up again.
Again and again and again. I'm never going to live that down. Here we go, S10, wheels dangling. 3 pounds separated. Greg Walker's in front. Down there. Oh, no. Greg Walker, he's 005. And stops behind him. 553 at 122. Steve Helen, he's 18, dead 9. Steve Helton, round number 3. This brings up Trevor Denton and BJ Tipton. Green Mountain, North Carolina. So this isn't the King Mountain. This is the Green Mountain that's in North Carolina. I got it. And we have, Trevor Denton. He's a Bristol native. 647 the Dow, 627, 2/10 separate him. Odd-numbered dragsters, round number 2. Odd-numbered dragsters, we need you for round number 2. Even a pair up here, 44 apiece. That's a lot of 4s. We're going to play that one, too. Trevor Denton, he's 44, 1 over 2, takes 5. Trevor Denton in round number, this many, 3.
Trace.
Attention in the pits, we do need odd-numbered dragsters for round number 2. Rodney Feacham, 738 the dial. Ivy Hutton, 603. It's going to be Rodney. Rodney's going to go 30. He's 30 and 1 thou under. Mr. Hooten, he was 17, takes 23, needs to take 13 or less.
Just hit on dragsters.
Odd-numbered dragsters, we need you to the staging lanes. Odd-numbered dragsters to the staging lanes for round number 2. Shelly Elrod, 627 the time. Clifton Davis, 535 the number. He's out of Churchill, Tennessee. I don't know how far away that is, but it probably can't be as far as me. Shelly Elrod going to win via red light. She's 17, 1 thou under. She was dialed hard. Shelly Elrod on round number 3. Blaine Parrish, Clayton, North Carolina native. 654 the dial. And we got Zach Helen, 566 the number. Out of Rogersville, Tennessee. Once again, odd-numbered dragsters. We would like odd-numbered dragsters for round number 2. All odd-numbered dragsters for round number 2. My man Timbo just left there. I think we got a staging duel that he wanted. Oh, there we go. We got 3 lit. Zach Helton in first. Blaine Parrish taking his time. There we go. We have 4 lit. Who's it going to be? Blaine Parrish. He's 001, 35 in front. Down there. It's going to be Blaine Parrish. He's 1, 2 over 1, taking 16. Zach Helton, he's 36, dead 3, mathematically ineligible. Blaine Parrish on a round number 3 on the door car side. William Roberts, part of your next pair, out of Benson, North Carolina, sporting a hatchback Mustang. And then Matt Look. Look who it is. It's Matt Look, 625 the dial. We got Johnny Bag of Donuts in the right lane. William Roberts is only 5 thou behind, though. Robert Look is 000, 1 over 0, taking 14. 10 total on to round number 3. This brings up Anthony D'Agostino. Tim West, 498 the number. Augustino, 5 593, the number. Once again, we want odd numbered dragsters. Odd numbered dragsters to the lanes for round number 2, please. Odd numbered dragsters, round number 2. Tim West going to be a winner here, round number 2 on the door car side. He's 16 here, 1 over 1 down there. Mr. D'Agostino, he's 8 red, dead 4, no good. Robert Hyndman, 599 the number, and Brian Griffin, 645 the number. Brian Griffin out of Trenton, Tennessee. Well, we got 2 Tennessee natives. And Mr. Hyndman, Knoxville, Tennessee. $15,000 separate them. Robert Hyndman, he's 13, 1 over 7, gets there 7. He's in around number 3. Brian Griffin's 28 on this side, dead 9 down there. No bueno. Jason Palmatier, 613 the number. Matt Weston, 565. Sporting that second gen Camaro. Another pick-em-up truck on the American side of the racetrack. The pick-em-up truck leaving first, but he's going to be a little cherry, or as they would say, pink. Matt Weston, he's 9 here, 1 over 1 down there. Also does take 002. I don't know if he was really driving it, but he got there too. John Siegel, 597. Willie Rosenbaum, 581. Willie Rosenbaum out of Kingsport, Tennessee. John Siegel, Riverview nothing on the computer here. Just out of Riverview. We have 4 lit. Here we go. It's a close drag race. 13 separate them up here. I hear some hibbity-hoobah down there. John Siegel, he's 8 up here, 1 over 4 down there, taking 6. On to round number 3, Willie Rosenbaum. 25 here, dead 3 down there, no good. Brian Atkins, 627 the number. Gary Kimball, 604 the quick time. And the Nova on the left or the right side of the racetrack. We got a 67 Nova and approximately a 70 Nova. I can't see the side of it, so I don't really know. Frank Falter the 4th, you are the potential buy run. Car number 342. Car number 342. Frank Falter Jr., you are the potential buy run on the dragster side of things. Brian Atkins going to turn it 1 little, 1 red. Gary Kimball is going to see his way on to round number 3. 019 here, dead 5 down there. 23 total on to round number 3. Danny Perry, 627 the number. Mitchell McKinney, 638. Dan Perry in that pick-em-up truck, square body S10. Mr. McKinney. I can't tell what year that's, either a 67, 68, 69 Camaro. I do believe it's a 69. I can't see the side once again. It's disappointing. We have 4 lit. Here we go. It's a drag race. 18th out separated. McKinney in front. Top end. Mitchell McKinney, he's 2 here, 2 over down there. Dan Perry, he's 21, takes 16 to be 2 unders under. Kylie Thaxton, 642 the number. Barry Norman, 554. Once again, odd number dragsters. Odd number dragsters, we need you. Thaxton's going to throw that ticket out that ET slip out the window. 2 red, 1 over 2. Opponent 37 and 2 over 1. Barry Norman on to round number 3. Richard Alford Jr., 608 the number out of Raleigh, North Carolina. And Justin Mosier, Portland, Indiana, 543 in that Corvette Roadster. $33,000 up here. Richard Alford Jr. going to put himself in front. It's going to be Richard Alford Jr. He's 2, 1 over 7, taking 11. Justin Mosier, 35 here and under down there. This is going to bring your last car on the Dorsar side of things. Lou Greco, the one-man band. 592 is the number. He was perfect last round number 1. He was your potential buy and your actual buy. It's crazy how that works. Once again, if you're a dragster and have an odd number dragsters, we need you to the staging lanes, please, for round number 2. Lou Greco almost does it again. He's 002 up here. And 3 over down there. Lou Greco on to round number 3, taking his bye down Broadway. We're going to do a little track prep here, it looks like. A couple 2-3 minutes, and we're going to get into the dragster side of things for round number 2 here on APD Wednesday for 15K.
Here at the JEG Summer Fling, the choice of best appearing car was pretty easy, and I'm sure you're going to see why. It's the brand new dragster, tuned by Ray Miller III, and oh, by the way, built by Ray Miller III at his next-gen race car shop. Appearing first, tell me about the paint, tell me about the scheme. Who did that? Who came up with it?
Todd Barton, and Todd Barton Designs and Custom Paint. He did the paint and then the rendering. He did a hell of a job. He's real good at laying paint, and I told him I wanted something different from what I usually get. We went with different colors than I usually do, and he knocked it out of the park. It came out really good.
You see the attention to detail, not just the paint on the outside of the body, but the inside of the body, the dashboard, the wheels, the scoop, even the nitrous bottle, the radiator. It all becomes part of the scheme, which is what makes this car so beautiful and why we picked it for best appearing. But it could easily be best engineered. Tell me about some of the features you built into this.
We built in an electric steering column and electric adjustable pedals for different size drivers. We can double the car very easily. Just trying to come up with new things on a dragster. It's hard to make these different nowadays, so we put a Bluetooth radio in it, just have something cool. Just little things like that. We just did different.
The attention to detail is amazing. All of the buttons, all of the controls have got basically an icon on that tells you what they do, right?
Right, yeah, exactly. When Todd painted the car, I had him paint the buttons. He's got different logos on each of them for the trans brake button and the bump up, nitrous bottle, and different things. You put a little parachute on the knob here. It's come out really cool.
You've always run with Oakley power plants. You've got an Oakley engine in this one too. How big is the motor? How fast is this car if you turn it loose?
It's a 648. I got it tuned down a little bit right now to bracket race. It'll go. The motor has been 435 in good air, but right now I got a lower gear in the transmission and some other things to make it consistent bracket racing.
Well, it's easy to see why this car was chosen this weekend as the best appearing. The detail on it is incredible. And Ray's hoping to get another trophy this weekend. The one he gets when he puts it in the winner's circle to win 30 grand here at the Jag Summer Fling.
Mike Nelson's in a lot of trouble up here. Shane Thompson, 16 here, and a bunch over down there taking 21. Mike Nelson, 74, and that'll be the end of that. Aiden Lukert out of Richmond, Virginia, 467 the number. Cody Nelson, Morgantown, North Carolina, 522 the predicted ET. That's a 97 racecraft. They're just getting older. And at 10 S&W, they are just getting older. Separate them here. Cody Nelson's all over this one. He's 5 and 1 over 6, takes 45. Cody Nelson into round number 3. Eden Luker, he was 39 here and 2 over down there. Frank Leckates, 661 the number. Junior Hodge, or J.R. Hodges, I guess his name probably is J.R., not Junior. 472 the number. Here we go, 18,000 to be the difference. J.R. Hodges, he's 001. It's going to be J.R. Hodges. He's 001, 1 over 3, takes 40. Mike Ridge out of Powell, Tennessee, 532 the number. He's squaring up with Scott Thompson. Scott Thompson, Douglasville, PA, 498 the number. $2,000 difference here, 14 to a 16. Left lane is the starting line advantage. It's going to be Scott Thompson, 14, 1 over 2, takes 10. Mike Ridge is 16, 2 over 0, no good. Back up.
Thanks to my main man, Ben Height. Took over the mic, let Hot Rod go do a little fun stuff. 14 to a 10 here right off the bat. 4,000 separated them. Mosier right in lane 14 up front. Dead on with the 9 takes 007. And that's going to be good for the wind here in round number 2, Guthrie. 010 up front, 501 with the 0 off the 99. Finds himself 7 thou behind. How about Chris Ferguson over there in that right-hand lane? 464 on the dial. And going to be up against one of the toughest, Shane Maddox. Maddox 451 up on the board. As they get ready to do battle here in round number 2, 2 go down, only 1 come back. Left-hand lane, Maddox doing what he does best. 004. 1 above 6 takes 16. Ferguson 35 up front. Dead on with a 1, no good. Chris Johnson over here in the right-hand lane out of Maryville, Tennessee. 474 on the dial in. Going to be up against Blake Combs over there in the left-hand lane. Out of Bluff City, Tennessee, 518 on the dial. Separate them. Combs left in lane, 30 up front, dead on with an egg. Johnson had the advantage, 26, dead 4, finds himself 006 behind. No good for Johnson. Combs to round number next. How about Joseph Bagwell, right in lane out of Flat Rock, North Carolina. 465 up on the board up against Jewswood. 486 up on the board and having some issues. It's Bagwell, 24, 3 above, good for the dub. In left-hand lane, Joe having issues and has to coaster on through. Vance Houston in that right-hand lane, 475 the dial in for Houston. 560 the dial in for Thaxton over in the left-hand lane doing battle. Only 2 thou separated them. Houston going to win a double breakout. Houston breaks it out by 8 thou, getting behind. Thaxton, 005 up front, runs 56 with an 8. Off the 60, no good, takes 22. In the right-hand lane, Houston goes down, throws out the anchor, and wins a double breakout. 003 up front for Houston. Ryan Erist, right-hand lane, 470 the dial in. He's going to match off against Tyler Mosley. Mosley out of Bowling Springs, South Carolina, 480 up on the board. Digger versus Digger. 011 for Mosley, and Erist is 23 thou red. Mosley goes down there, 1 above with a 5, 11 up front. And that's going to be good for the win light here in round number 2. And that'll end the day for Erist. And listen up, folks. It's the last shout out for the apparel under the big tent, please. So if you want some apparel, some of the Fall Fling good-looking hats, shirts, whole 9 yards, it's final call. They'll be shutting her down here in a little while. How about Tim Kelly, left-hand lane, 21 up front, 2 above, good for the win as Freeman. 004 red, dead on with an 8, no good here in round number 2. And once again, if you're looking for some nice apparel from the Fall Fling crew, it's last call for the evening. They'll be shutting it down here in a little while. So get over there and get some of the fine products that the Fall Fling has to offer. And they're giving out the final call for it. So get on over and get you some Fall Fling apparel. David Wassler, right-hand lane 485 up on the board against left-hand lane's Nate Elliott. Elliott 35 up front, 2 above, good for the win. Wassler 002 red, 4 above, no good. And Elliott on the round number next. And once again, for all your Fall Fling apparel, it's last call of the evening, as they'll be shutting her down here in a little bit. Get on over there, get you a good-looking hat, some shirts. I don't know exactly what all they got over there. Hadn't had a chance to make it over yet. And hopefully all them hats won't get gone before old Hot Rod gets over there. Sure would be nice to be sporting one of those. Matt Shell, right in the lane. 491 the dial in out of Long Valley, New Jersey. Left-hand lane, Fred Agberg, 477 up on the board, and I got my main man, Stick, on Motor Mania checking us out. So what's going on, my main man? Stick number 004 for Shell. 1 above 0, lays down 14 total. Hagberg 29, wasting fuel, runs 78 off the 77, no good. And Shell on the round number next. In trouble. Jeremy York, right-hand lane. Bruce Holland in the left. York 002 up front, 4 above, good for the win as Holland swinging a miss. 1 above 9, no good. York on to round number 2. Or actually round number 3, excuse me. Bob Willing, right-hand lane, 487 up on the board. And he's up against Scott Gibson Jr. Jr. out of Sanford, Florida. Left-hand lane, 471 on the board. Gibson sticks it out, 003 red, handing the win to Willing. Willing, 19 up front, 1 above with the 2, good enough for the win here in round number 2. Gibson, 3 red, 2 above, no good. Once again, folks, we got a swear jar up here in the tower for RFC, Racing for Christ. For all you folks out there that didn't turn on a wind light and had to say a few things, come give us a little bit for RFC. We sure would appreciate it. Todd Sinclair, right in lane, 18 thou red, 9 thou under, no good. Ricky Harbaugh. Harbaugh, 10 up front, under by 11 thou, still good for the win. And he'll go on to round number next. Swear jar here in the tire for RFC. So for all you fine folks out there having to say a few things you ought to, come on up and see us. Let's help the fine folks out at RFC. They definitely deserve it. They put in a lot of hard work every weekend somewhere at a racetrack. So we get to swearing a little bit. Let's help them out. How about right-hand lanes, Jamie Holston out of Royal Retreat, Virginia. 452 up on the board up against Kellen Farmer. Farmer dials in 475, 008 to an 024, and Holston. 008, one above zero, lays down 18 total. As Farmer, 24 up front, goes dead on with a naught. No good. Holston laying down the heat. FTI on site, right-hand lane, Donovan Williams. 484, the dial in up against Steve Breeden. Breeden dials are in at a 463 over there in the left-hand lane, and they're off and running. 013 to a 49, and one of them's in trouble. You give them Williams boys that much room, and they very rarely ever goof it up. Williams, 13 up front, 2 above the 7, good for the win as Breeden lets it get by. 49 up front, 1 above 0, no good. And Donovan Williams on to round number next for the FTI on-site entry. Sugar, Shane Carr over in the left and long. 008, dead on with the 5, lays down 13 total. Our man Shane Carr, 12 up front, dead on with the 6, lays down 18 total and gets 5 and change. No good. Sugar, Shane Carr, and Dennis Long on to round number 3. KC Presnell, right-hand lane, 493 up on the board, up against left-hand lanes, Joe Gary. Joe Gary, 450. Presnell, 493, 6 style, separate them. Right-hand lane, not to be denied. 12 up front, 3 above, good for the win. Throws out the anchor. That's Gary, 18 up front, breaks it out 10 thou, takes 41. Needed to take 31 or less, and he was probably taking about 10 till Presnell throwed out the anchor. Gene Drugan Jr. 524, the dial in, right-hand lane. And he's going to square off here in round number 2 against Jerry Brewer. Brewer in that left-hand lane, 458 out of Lumberton, North Carolina. We'll do battle here in round number 2 on the mountain. Day number 1, $15,000. Advanced product design carburetors. Wednesday, Right-hand lane, Drugan. 002, dead on with the 9, lays down 11 total. Excuse me, leaving Brewer at 014. Under by 3 thou, taking air. No good. Brewer done everything he could do to turn on a wind light. Was 014 at the tree, takes nothing, and he finds himself out for the day. Parks on the round number next. John Parks, right-hand lane, 444, the dial in up against Travis Nelson over there in the left-hand lane. Nelson dials her in at a 445, 002 to a 004. 2 thou, separate on who we got. Right-hand lane, Parks, 4 up front, 1 above 3, good for the win. Left-hand lane, 002, 2 above, 22 total, finds himself 5 thou behind. No good. John Budawaski out of Washingtonville, New York, 458 the dial in. Up against Steve Hedger, 465 up on the dial in. Separate them up front, right-hand lane, 11. Dead on with a 6, lays down 17 total. Left-hand lane, Hager. 015 takes 006, finds himself 4 thou under. Needed to take 2 or less. We've got a call out here on Motor Mania. Wanting to hear a like and share, baby. So all you folks out there watching Motor Mania, tell all your friends, like and share, like and share. Next up, Scotty Neat out of Columbia, Kentucky. 506 the dial in. He's going to square off against Mike Laws. Laws out of Newland, North Carolina. 499 to dial in the left-hand lane. They're off and running. 15 thou, separate them. Left-hand lane, 003, 2 above 1 takes 001. 3 take 1, good for the win for Laws as Neat. 18 up front, dead on the 7, wasting fuel. She's getting nasty here on the mountain. As we dwindle off into the evening of an absolutely great day here to be a drag racing. We can't thank the good Lord above enough for making it happen. All right, we will now take even dragsters for round number 2, so that means we've called odd and even. We'll take all of you. Round number 2, odd or even dragsters. We'll take you to the lane. As we've done dwindled on through the odd, and now we're going to call all even, and that means all of you. Scott Neal, right-hand lane, Jamie Bridge in the left. Neal, right-hand lane, 19 up front, breaks it out 3 thou, good for the win as Bridge 011 takes 009. And he needed to take 8 or less. Neal in the right-hand lane on to round number next. Will Cawthron, right-hand lane, 451 to dial in, up against left-hand lanes, Jim McLean. 018 to a 57, and oof. Right-hand lane's going to get by with one. Swinging a miss, runs dead on with a 0. Left-hand lane, 18 up front. Breaks it out 5 thou, takes 44 finish line. And he needed to take 39 or less. Coffin on to round number next. And once again, we'll take all dragsters. All dragsters here for round number 2. Odd, even, any color you got, we'll take you for round number 2. Frank Falter the third, 459 in the right-hand lane up against Ian Woods. Woods dials 483, and he's going to turn on a win light. 19 up front, dead on with a 7, takes 002. Falter over there in the right, 25 up front, dead on with the 3, 28 total, getting change, no good. Joey Cameron, right-hand lane. McKenna Brown in the left. McKenna Brown, 20 up front, dead on with an egg, good for the win is Cameron. 30 up front, 1 above 1, no good. And McKenna Brown on to round number next. Chris Bakken, right-hand lane, going to take the win. 40 up front, runs under by 3 thou. Good for the win. Jason Lynch, left-hand lane, 003 red. 7 thou under, no good. Right-hand lane on to round number next. Cameron Fredrickson, right-hand lane. He's going to dial in on a 447. Blaine Mayer, left-hand lane, 477 up on the board. Doing battle here in round number 2. Left-hand lane, Mayer. 018, dead on with a 9, good for the win is Fredrickson. 002 up front, 3 above. At only 149 mile an hour, I want to think he got himself 7 thou behind. No good. Cody Strickland over here in the right-hand lane, 451 up on the board. Going to be up against Brittany Ulmer. Ulmer over in the left-hand lane out of Port Clinton, Ohio. 493 on the board. Strickland out of Race Ford, North Carolina. Right hand lane, 3 up front, dead on with the 4, lays down 7 total. Ulmer, 17 up front, wasting fuel from the hit of the throttle, also runs dead on with a 6. Lays down a pretty good lap, no good here in round number 2 as Strickland lays down the heat. And he'll head on to round number 3, and Ulmer will be trying to figure out what went wrong. Laid down a pretty decent little lap, no good. Brandon Lane, right-hand lane, 455 up on the board up against my main man, David Collins. Collins dials her in on a 506 out of Rutledge, Tennessee. Collins trucking. One of them's in trouble. Right-hand lane. 003 up front. Runs 58 off that 55. Collins lets one get by. Gonna run dead on with a 3. No good. Jeremy Hancock in the left. Carmen 008, one above 0, lays down 18 total. And he'll take out Hancock. Hancock 14 up front, dead on with an 8, finds himself 4 thou behind. And once again, we've called all dragsters for round number 2. All dragsters for round number 2. You have been called. So don't miss your opportunity to go down the racetrack here in round number 2. Jeff Sarah, right-hand lane. 458 up on the board up against Tim Tick Green. Excuse me. Green over there, the left-hand lane. 520 up on the board. Doing battle here with one of the best to ever do it. Here in round number 2. Double 04 to an 028, and Green's in trouble. Sarah 004, 2 above 5, takes 004. That's Green 28, dead on 5. 33 total, no good against Sarah. And Sarah on to round number next. Nick Womack. Right hand lane 459, the dial in's going to be up against Chris Reynolds. Reynolds over there in that left-hand lane, 458 the dial in. 100 separate them up front. Left-hand lane, Reynolds, 006 up front, dead on with a 7, lays down 13 total. Womack, 15 up front, had no shot, 1 above with a 5, finds himself 17 thou behind. And Reynolds on to round number next. How about Cody McDaniel right in lane up against Kayla Costell? Costell 001 up front, dead on with a 1, lays down 2 total.
Cody, 27 up front, 1 above with the 2, no good.
Costell laying down the heat here in round number 2, 2 total. Says get some of that.
Brianna Parker in the left-hand lane, dialed a 477. Dan Davis in the right-hand lane, dialed a 416 in that Diamond Race Cars Pro Charge car.
Got my helper back up here. Says he's going to go fishing. Did we catch us any fish?
Heck no.
There ain't nothing biting down there in the creek, he said, so he figured he'd come back up here and call a few laps. And he does a fine job at it.
Diamond Dan in the right-hand lane. If you ever want a Diamond race car, go see that man. He'll get you fixed up. 20 up front. Brianna's red by 19. 20, dead 3 for Dan. Lays down 23 total. Brianna, 19 red. Mike Harbaugh in the left-hand lane, down a 469. G-Dub, Gary Williams, down a 463. Your American/Race Tech Dragster Race runner-up in the right-hand lane.
Now, someone put a post out a little while ago, wondered how many feet it'd be if you lined up how many dragsters old Gary Williams has won. I'd say it'd be a pretty good little piece. The FTI onside entry here, right-hand lane?
No, it's overkill entry.
Well, FTI onside overkill entry. He's exactly right.
G-Dub kicks it 3 foul on the wrong side. Mike Harbaugh, 008 up front, 1 above with a 0. Put it on 18 total. Next up, Ray Miller the third in the left-hand lane in that beautiful next gen. Down a 462. In the right-hand lane, we got Don Tipton, down a 451. Tipton.
451 the dial in right-hand lane, 462 the dial in the left. Round number 2, 2 go down, only 1 come back.
And that 1 coming back might be Ray. Don, 007 on the wrong side of the Christmas tree, goes dead 1. Ray was 001 on the wrong side of the Christmas tree, goes 3 under for the win. Next, Steve Witherow in the left-hand lane, down a 461. Brandon Taylor in the right-hand lane, down a 480. 1 hailing from Virginia, 1 hailing from Alabama. Pretty new cars, 20 Maddox and a 20 Phantom. Worst stage, the tree fires. Oh, Steve has the advantage by 8 thou. Win light, give it to Brandon Taylor. 11 up front, dead 1, lays down 12 total. Steve, 002 up front, 2 above, no good.
Steve was only 133 mile an hour there. Looks like he throwed out the anchor. 002 up front didn't look right, so he decided to bail out. Might have been the wrong decision, but nevertheless.
Oh, it's raining.
Actually, just having a little problem here in the right-hand lane. Going to give the win to Ricky Johnson Jr. 5:57 up on the board. Going to get the brake run. You never want to see it go down that way. So we hope Mr. Michael Pascal can get her patched up and back for tomorrow. As Jones Jr. gets by with one there, might have left in high gear. He's 75 up front, way above, hammered down the distance. So pretty sure he didn't put her back in low gear after Pascal had his issues. So nevertheless, Pascal hopefully can get that thing patched up and back in for tomorrow's 30K Thursday. But going to be done here for this evening for Wednesday's $15,000.
And I support them the best I can, and I'll keep doing it as long as I can.
This is Chris Galitti. He owns Torque Tools, which is an affiliation of, basically a distributor for RAD Torque.
18 years now.
18 years.
18 years.
So Chris, tell us a little bit about your business.
Torque Tools Incorporated, we started in 2004 with the RAD Torque equipment. Torsion X equipment we brought on as a hydraulic line. The tools that we provide out to the industry have become the name brand, the Coca-Cola brand. RAD's really came a long way in 8 years now. And Dan and I are proud to be a part of the Fling and help out the other racers out here.
Yeah, and Chris was helped be responsible for linking up Dan and myself, and Dan filled in where we needed a title rights, and I really appreciate these guys. Now, Chris is a tough racer in his own right. His son is a killer racer. You have gone some rounds this week. You've gone a lot of rounds this week.
35 laps so far. 35 passes. Your logbook's not big enough. I'm about to fill it up.
Well, I didn't know you were that good.
Only 40 hits allowed in there. Only 40 hits allowed in that book.
I underestimated him. How do you feel about your chances today?
I feel good, confident. The car's really good. The track's solid. You know, this is a state-of-the-art facility. All the Flings are at the best racetracks in the country. I feel good. We just won first round, and hopefully we can carry some doubles a long way today.
Chris has been going a ton of rounds this week, and I know him for a long time. Great guy. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys' participation at the Fling as racers, and also stepping up to be title right sponsors.
Perfect. Appreciate it.
Events. When it is time to purchase a weather station, turn to the industry leader, Computech Systems. Computech has been providing racers with the best in weather monitoring and ET prediction for over 30 years. Just ask any of our customers, including past world champions David Rampey, Justin Lamb. Are you looking for a new chassis? Or maybe someone who understands what you need for your current race car? Check out Race Tech Race Cars and Components. Race Tech Race Cars. For winners only. At Impact Race Products, we're a company that takes your safety to heart. From the hub of the motorsports industry in Indy, to the Chili Bowl, to the Fling events, we are the faces you see representing safety in all forms of motorsports with our innovative products made right here in the USA. We are also a proud supporter of our men and women in the armed forces. Visit ximpactusa.com. Are you in the market for stainless steel headers for your door car or dragster? Stainless Works offers the highest quality stainless products made to bolt on any application. Made from premium 304 stainless and featuring beautiful show quality TIG welds, all Stainless Works products come with an unmatched lifetime warranty.
Robert Domino Jr.
Spectre, Harvey Spectre.
Also known as Harvey Spectre.
Don always said you were looking for another you. I guess you found one.
Robert, we're going to give you a chance for a prize and some money. So you red lit.
This is ridiculous. You drive like a savage animal.
If you can guess within 4 thou either way what your red light was, we'll give you a $125 Page Pro gift cert. If you can guess your reaction time dead on, I'll give you $50.
I'm gonna say I was close. 3 red.
2 red. 1 thou away from $50. 2 red, a couple of thou under. But you did guess it close enough for a Page Pro gift cert. Congratulations, Robert. Thanks for coming to the Fling.
RAD torque guns are the world's most powerful and reliable torquing systems with the highest power-to-weight ratio. RAD torque guns are available pneumatic, battery, and electronic drive systems with torque ranges from 500 to 15,000 foot-pounds of torque. RAD torque guns are being used around the world by companies such as Boeing Aerospace, Caterpillar Equipment, GE Wind Towers, U.S. Military, and many more. RAD torque systems are also very involved in the drag race community, sponsoring many events as well as a large fleet of RAD-sponsored race cars.
Advanced Product Design, also known as APD, is the Sportsman Racer's industry leader in carburetor and fuel systems. Whether you are a big buck bracket racer or a weekend warrior, contact the knowledgeable staff at APD for high-quality gasoline and alcohol carburetors, or visit them online at apdracing.com. RAD torque guns are the world's most powerful and reliable torquing systems with the highest power-to-weight ratio. RAD torque guns are available in pneumatic, battery, and electronic drive systems with torque ranges from 500 to 15,000 foot-pounds of torque. RAD torque guns are being used around the world by companies such as Boeing Aerospace, Caterpillar Equipment, GE Wind Towers, the U.S. military, and many, many more. RAD torque systems are also very involved in the drag racing community, sponsoring many events as well as a large fleet of RAD-sponsored race cars. For more information, visit radtorque.com.
All right, here we are at the ET Shack National Trail Raceway with another edition of Behind the Flings. This time we mix it up a little bit. We're with Amanda. Amanda's, you're a regular worker at the National Trail Raceway?
I am.
All right, so without a doubt, there's some jobs that just don't get noticed enough. How many hours a day you sit down here?
10, 12, 14, just depends on what we got going on.
And tell me what you like best about your job and tell me what you hate most about your job. Let's put it that way.
I like all the racers that I get to deal with on a daily basis. Like, everybody's really cool, everybody's down to earth, everybody's really nice. I can't really say that I don't like anything about my job, honestly. I really enjoy being out here.
That's good to hear. It's always more fun to wake up
It
when you
is.
like your job.
It is.
Now, what was like the worst temper tantrum that you saw when someone got a time slip over the years? Like, what, can you describe it at all? Was it a dragster or a door car? I know you've seen a lot of them.
I've seen a lot of fits. I've
Burning
definitely-
out from here?
Yeah. I've had a couple yell at me, but it's to be expected when, you don't do as well as you wanted to.
Sure, there's a
the
lot
most
of
part,
tension. There's a lot. They're passionate. They spent a lot of time and money to come to a big buck bracket race. What do you remember? One that stands out?
Not really any that stand out. I've had a couple that have yelled at me and then come back and apologize later. Just
Did
really
they
about
think
that.
you were part of their
I don't
loss?
know what I think so. I'm like, guys, I'm just handing you the paper. I'm sorry.
Well, we really appreciate, like I said, it goes unnoticed that you're here all day. And thank you for being
Thank you.
part of the Fling this weekend.
Also known as APD, has quickly become the go-to place for carburetors in the world of big buck bracket racing and NHRA racing. Join world champions Luke Bagacki, Jimmy Lewis, and Christopher Dodds, and let APD help power you to your next win. Carburetors, throttle stops, and fuel systems. APD. Silver State Refrigeration is your source for all of your refrigeration needs in Nevada, Arizona, and California. Starting in 2003 with only 2 employees, Silver State now employs over 300 people servicing both commercial and residential customers. All Silver State technicians are both EPA and NATE certified and have a AA+ rating with both the Arizona and Nevada State Contractors Board. Please call Silver State Refrigeration for all your refrigeration needs at 702-43.
All right, guys, we have spotters around town and about a mile from the direction where the rain's coming. It is going to be here, it looks like. So, guys, go ahead and back. Go ahead back, get secured. It could be any time from 5 minutes from now to a half hour from now, but it's going to hit us, so go ahead and back.
Go ahead and do what you got to do. Do we have it prepared? No, I don't even know. Thank you very much. Anyone?
We're here with Brittany Elmer. Brittany, we just came off the Summer Fling, and the reason we have you on today is you had a rough go at it, really. Like, not from a driving standpoint, but from a car standpoint as far as engines go and trying to get back on a track and breakage. But before we get into that, the one thing I noticed about you is, first of all, you and your friends have a lot of fun at the races, win or lose. That's one thing that I think this sport is missing these days. And it's great to see you and McKenna and the rest of your friends seem like you're always just bubbly and happy. The second thing I noticed about you is that you're all over the place. Like, you work with American, you're on social media. I think I even heard you announce at one of the ACE races at one point.
Oh yeah.
So tell us a little bit about what you do and how do you keep it fun?
I don't know. The biggest thing is like, life's too short not to have fun. Just making memories all the time. My mom and Trav have never really put a lot of pressure on me. Racing, just the truth of the matter is it's not something I don't really, the best of the best, that's not what they make a living off of. So they've never put pressure on me that wise. So it kind of just comes, like, with them never putting pressure on me, it just helps me to kind of relax and have a good time. Things don't go right all the time. Obviously, at the Fling, I actually broke a camshaft. So my parents got there and we were warming it up. and there was a loud pop, and I was like, I had broke my distributor in Bristol last year, and that's kind of what it sounded like. And I was like, oh, I don't know what it is, and it wouldn't turn over, and we saw the distributor cap wasn't moving, and we're like, uh-oh, this isn't good. So we figured it was a camshaft. So that's at 8 a.m. on Friday morning, and we had tons of help. Bailey Ferraro, Mikey Bloomfield, Chuck Sanders, tons of racers that, you know how the racing community is, that just want to be helpful. And we had all of them. We took the motor out, loaded it up in Mikey Bloomfield's truck, and I drove 3 hours to Jess Francis, and he thankfully had a camshaft. You know, I only missed a day of racing because of all the great help from everybody else. Because I know between myself, my mom, and Trev, we couldn't have done it without everybody's help. So it's always nice to have racers that want to help you. But I think that comes with, we would do the same for them. So,
but looking at the pictures here, it tells the story, really.
There's always kind of a challenge, and I guess you have two options. You can either throw the towel in or persevere from it. And I like the persevere side of it, because I think good things come from that. So,
well, persevere is one thing, and then you hop back on a track, and if I got this right, when you got back on a track, your first hit was 000 after all of that stuff. That's saying something about your fortitude, and I mean, that's saying a lot.
Yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate that. Like I said, it's a lot of the people that you surround yourself with, and I surround myself with a lot of people that kind of have the same mindset. My friends, like you said, we're always there to have a good time, even if things do go wrong. You know, what can we do to make it a good time and make it better?
That's what it's all about, really. And like I said, I can't say enough about it. You guys always just seem like you're having fun. It's cutthroat these days, especially the bigger the money gets, and you guys are just always smiling. I know I'm learning a lot about your family. Travis is pretty laid back. Or he seems it. I'm sure behind closed doors, it's controlled chaos, same as the Fling. Everyone says, oh, smooth as silk. Nuh-uh. Behind closed doors, it's chaos.
Yes.
But your mother is extremely competitive. She got off the track, and I was giving away some prizes at the time slip booth, and I couldn't even barely talk to her. She was so pissed off that she lost. I'm like, you got to buy back it. I'm learning a lot about you guys. You guys got quite the mix of personalities.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think that's what kind of makes us three is we're not all the same, but like you said, one thing we do have in common is that perseverance. Like, the world's not going to be smooth, and life's too short to sit there and worry about it. You know, what are you going to do to make it better? And you know, even if, like, I couldn't race necessarily that day, but you know, I'm texting McKenna like, how are you doing? So what are you going to do to make other people stay good as well? Because like you said, you just never know what someone's going through in those four walls. But if you can overcome it, a lot of good things will come your way.
Yeah, well, you definitely you took a lot to overcome that, and on a much different scale. Kyle Seipel, I don't know how much you knew of him, but he, my best friend, business partner since we started the Flings. Same kind of story, but obviously a lot more serious. In late 2018, he was told he had 3 to 6 months to live, and he persevered and did everything he could and survived up until the mid to late 2021. And with that, Ivy Hutto's been likes the Flings, and I've been friendly with him for a while. And he's also has a golf cart business and wanted to get involved, and loved Kyle and loved the story. So because the story is synonymous, Summer Fling team wants to present you with the, I'll lift it up, but it's the Kyle Seipel Never Give Up Award. For your perseverance. Yeah, let me try this at the Summer Fling.
That's awesome. That is pretty cool.
It's a plaque, and also it's a $1,000 check coming your way. So
well, yeah, no, thank you guys. I appreciate it. We enjoy attending every one of your guys' events. We think you guys do a great job, and a great job not only running the race, but people that, you know, necessarily might have had a good lap in it, their win light just didn't turn on. You guys do a really great job of getting everyone involved. Like, everyone that walks away from a Fling race understands that, or has something, they get something. So anyone that walks away from a Fling race, they receive something, whether it's a big check or an award or whatever it is that you guys may give away. So thank you. Thanks to the entire Fling staff for everything you guys do. We're excited to continue to attend your events. We're 1 week away from Bristol, and that's one of our favorite places to go. So we're super excited.
That's the most special award as far as I'm concerned, because of my connection with Kyle. So congratulations.
Ultronics, the leader in performance electronics. Racers know and depend on their state-of-the-art systems every day. Perform Air Pro and Perform Air Eclipse are the racing industry's standard high-tech, easy-to-use weather systems. Power-Light lithium batteries, the super powerful lightweight energy source for your machine. And the Data Quest Power Quest, the most innovative data recorders and touchscreen switch panels you can find. Check out ultronicsinc.com for these products and more. Ultronics, the choice of champions.
Order online and use promo code FLING23 for discount.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Narrow streets and dusty roads I've lingered on for far too many years. I've wandered down the city taking pity on myself through my fears. All this place ever gave me was a boot upon my face when I was down. Give me back my liberty, I'll take my first step to where I'm bound. And like an arrow I will soar through the air. I'll take you with me from this place of despair. Take me out to roam the world again. Take me
Hello, everybody. Hello, racers and race fans. We are at the Summer Fling in Columbus, Ohio. We're about to kick off our 3rd annual event here. I'm sitting here with Alan Reinhardt, and this is going to be another session of practice tree personalities. And Alan, you're the personality this time.
Right on. Well, I'm glad I finally got the opportunity. I don't know how many of you people know this. I worked the first ever fling, and then I got put on probation for 14 years, and finally, I got a chance to come back. I hope I don't screw this up.
That's his version. My version is he took a break to go to the bathroom, and I never saw him again.
Well, you weren't there when I came back.
So, Alan, if you don't know Alan well and you don't follow NHRA, he is one of the lead announcers at NHRA. He's been doing this a long time. He's clearly one of the best at it. We're very fortunate to have him here at this event, particularly because we have a $100,000 All-Star Shootout tomorrow that he's going to be calling the shots. So yeah, he worked the first one. He's back for the All-Star Shootout, and he'll be back all weekend. We're excited to have you here.
I'm looking forward to it. We had a lot of fun at the first one, and unfortunately the schedule didn't align and things that happened over the time, and then you found Nate, and Nate's so good that you didn't need me anymore. And so, but since he wasn't available this weekend, I was in the neighborhood. I'm really happy to be here. We had a lot of fun the first time, and I think we're going to have a lot of fun again.
Absolutely. It's going to be great to work with you again. So let's get, so basically, if you have never seen a practice tree personality bit, we usually call a racer up. We do a little talking, and then we go on a practice tree. If the racer beats me to 3 or 5, whatever we have it set for, we give him a free T-shirt or a free hat. Alan doesn't care about a T-shirt or hat. What'd you say you wanted if you beat me?
If I win, I mean when I win, not if. When I win, you will add my beer tab to the weekend to the pay that you're already giving me, which will, in essence, double my salary.
It's going to increase it like 50% at least.
Pretty considerable, yeah. Everybody knows me, knows that I like to have a cold beer at the end of the day, and then another one, and then maybe one after that.
Well, it didn't take me long to figure that out, because I said, let's go in the practice tree room, and we're going to do this thing. He goes, what'd you call it? Your competitive?
My competitive edge.
It's a competitive edge. There it is.
Yep.
All right, let's do it.
I'm ready. How embarrassing is this going to be when you lose?
Well, that's the whole thing. You have nothing to lose.
6-time world champion in NHRA, plus the $10 billion he's won bracket racing. Me, I once went the 2nd round at a foot brake event.
Yeah, you have nothing to lose, and I have everything to lose.
Exactly.
If he beats me, like they say, he shuts me out. He has the mic the whole weekend. That's going to be...
I don't think I'm going to shut him out. Come on, let's hit it.
All right, let's do it. 1st to 5.
All right. Yes!
He's got 1.
That's 1. And that's 1.
All right, I got to take him a little more serious. I thought he was just an announcer, so I kind of padded the box a little bit. Do you guys see what's going on here? He's 1 and 2. Oh, 001 and 002.
Yeah, 003. Sorry about your bad luck. You know, the one thing I remember from my first fling race is the number of times that I was announcing and said, look, 003 left 2nd. Kind of like he just did.
That's what I'm feeling right now. Yeah.
Oh. All right.
2 to 1. At least I didn't get shut out.
Time to back it up a little bit.
You're gonna leave the box?
Yep. I'm gonna back up my thumb 4th thou. Come on! How do you win the tie?
Well, Biondo makes this box. So
oh yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Goes to the next digit, Brockmeyer. All right.
Mine's a porta tree. It would have turned on my light.
I will say, this guy's got me a little. He's got my head a little bit.
I can't believe I lost a 001 tie. Come on, really? All right, I'm in trouble now.
You want to? No, it's not. You want to put maybe a little in? Or?
Yeah, I'll put 2 in.
When was the last time you raced?
The last time I raced was when Leo Glassbrenner ruined my day 5 years ago in a stock eliminator car.
And whose was it?
Tommy Gaynors.
Oh, okay. Well, you're not too rusty.
Yeah, well, it was stocker, so I was foot braking it. But
maybe you should be in top drafts because you're pretty damn good off the top.
Yes.
Dude, this is a battle.
You thought it was
I've yet to lose one. I'm telling you right now, I've yet to lose one off. I haven't lost a practice street personality off the top yet.
Just so you know, if I'm lying, you tell him I'm lying. He said, I'll go ahead and give you a 2 head start because that'll just make it fair.
I'll admit it. I had no idea what I was up against here. What is it, 3-3?
3-2. You get the 2.
No, I think it's 3-3. You got the first 2. And you got that. It's 3-3.
We'll find out here in a second.
Show, yeah. What's the score? Oh boy, I'm against the ropes. So my first time I ever lose one of these practice street personalities off the top is going to be the Alan Reinhardt.
Don't worry, I doubt that anybody will hear about it the rest of the weekend.
Yeah. I can't wait to pull up your average after this.
Oh.
4-4, baby. I'm safe.
Beat you to the red light. That's disappointing. You know, if I was still sitting here on this button, I would have won.
I'm not even putting any in because you're...
For 001, what would you put in?
I'm going to put 1 in now just because you said that.
He's going to lose 004 to 003.
Okay, here we go. This is the final round, 4-4.
Oh, come on.
Holy moly, that was close.
I can't believe I was 15.
Hold on, let's see the spread there. So this is the stats. His average was a damn 002. You should, dude, hang up the announcer hat, get in a race car. You could make a lot more money, I think.
And I lost a tie at 001.
Your best was 006 red, my best. Your worst was 15, which you weren't even close to 15. Every other one was like mid to low 00.
Right.
And you had, all right. Yo, dude, I got to admit I'm impressed.
I lost a 001 tie. A 001 tie.
Biondo box.
If we'd have been on a porta tree, I'd kick his ass.
Well, I'm never playing you again, so that's it.
About travel costs a longing to be born inside of me. And like an apple, I will soar through the air. I'll take you with me from this place of despair. Take me out to roam the world again. Take me out to roam the world. You were 3 years older, but you didn't seem to know where you belonged. Lay your burden onto me and I will right you every way that you've been wronged. And like an arrow we will soar through the air. I'll take you with me from this place of despair. Take me out to roam the world again. Take me out to roam the world. Take me out to roam the world again.
So Jason, I've bracket raced and did some NHRA racing for the past 30 years. I've watched Mickey Thompson probably, and correct me if I'm wrong, about 10 years ago, maybe more, just take over the bracket race market with his tire called the Big Bubba. Give us some insight on how that happened, because that's not something that happens very commonly in business, in racing, or in life.
Yeah, I mean, it really is a great story. The Big Bubbas, or the Bubba product lines, actually came out of, at one point in time, we were working on a Pro Stock tire. And we learned a lot during that program. And one of the things we learned is what we're good at and what we're not good at. So we said, you know what, here's some of the things that we do well. How do we incorporate that into some other markets? You know, at the time we were looking at some pro mods things, some mountain motor pro stock, and you know, obviously we're big into the sportsman market. So how do we develop a product based off of what we're good at? And we started development on the Bubba program with a pro mod car. And we said, okay, we're good at the 10.5 products. How do we basically take a 10.5, what we know there and what we do well, and incorporate that into a tire that'll work in these other areas? So we kind of dubbed it the Bubba program because we were really trying to keep it under wraps and keep it quiet because it was different. And we started working on design philosophies of how do we keep the tires round, how do we give them enough traction, you know, reducing shake, which was a problem for just about everybody. And we worked on that program for about 1.5 years. And debuted it on a few pro mods, and then we said, hey, let's put them on some dragsters. And you know, the first thing when you put it on a dragster is getting over, it's a narrow tire on a dragster, just the look. 10 years later, now we look at dragster and go, well, that one's got wide tires on it. It looks, so yeah, I mean, it was one of those things where we took what we were good at and we just amplified it.
Play to your strengths.
Exactly.
And I mean, I remember for a while the Mickey Thompson radial was killing it in that market, and it still is.
Yeah.
So you have that going, you have the Big Bubba going, and obviously if you just look at these big buck bracket racing events, you've got to be close to 80%.
Yeah.
Big Bubbas.
Yeah, I mean, and certainly, you know, we want to grow in the markets, right? I mean, that's what we're here for. You can't stay still, just like drag racing. You got to keep growing. These guys are tough out here. I mean, when you look at the packages they're putting together, it's incredible, which is why I'm in a tire trailer and not out here racing with these guys. So yeah, we have to stay on top of that. And, you know, we are working on the next generation, you know, Bubba type products. We are working on new products, you know, with small tires. We are working on new radials. We're working on a lot of different things to make sure we can bring those things to market. I spent 22 years in product development at Mickey Thompson. So I like tweaking and turning the screws and working on the product. I'm really a product guy at heart. So I love that aspect of it.
So what do you say to a racer that says, if it's not broke, don't fix it? His Big Bubba goes down any track.
Yeah, and we encountered that this weekend. And you know, it's, okay, so here's this next generation product that can give you some added benefits. And that's one of the reasons we're out here. What can benefit the racer? Well, I mean, you have a product that works, but there's always something you can improve upon, just like the race car. I don't know too many people that leave their race cars alone year after year. Some do, but you know, I was mentioning earlier, I was talking to Luke Recco, and he says he still gets butterflies, not from nerves, because he's excited to get in his race car. And you know, we want to make sure that we were there. I raced before I started working at Mickey Thompson.
Oh, you did?
So, oh yeah. So,
tell us a little bit about that.
Well, there's a reason I'm not out here.
What kind of racing?
So I just did local bracket races. I mean, I had a street car that I started racing a little bit, and then it kind of morphed into more of a race car, and I just did it for fun. You know, again, but my problem is I always wanted to make the car go faster. I couldn't stop. I couldn't leave it alone. So again, a reason I'm at the tire trailer, not out here. But yeah,
well,
so
don't take that philosophy too serious with the Bubba, because if you don't want to, you got something good right there. So I guess there's a balance in keeping it what everyone likes about it, but yet how are you going to stay on top of the market? How do you have a stranglehold on the bracket race, the radio world, bracket race world? What's your plans on trying to stay on top of that market?
Well, like I said, there's some things I'm working on, and if I told you all that, I'd probably put all the cards on the table. So, but yeah, no,
you have to kill me.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't do that. I mean, I come into your races, so, but no, it's one of those things where, what else can we do? And here's what's interesting, you know, being out here for many years, talking to racers, they will come out and say, I need a tire that does this. you've got to kind of look at what's going on in the market, what they could use without them telling you exactly what they need. You got to be able to read between the lines. And it takes, we've got a pool of people that are very talented. They got their ears open. We pull that information together. I mean, right now, I want to say there's probably 3 pages of items that we want to work on. And we can't work on them all. But I know that there's something out here that these racers could use. If we could say, hey, here's a big Bubba tire, but it's more consistent than the last one. Now, we could ask ourselves, how does that happen? How can you do that? It's already working well. There's always a way. There's always a way. I mean, these guys got 6-thou packages, and you got to be there to be in the game. 10 years ago, I'm imagining that window was bigger.
Absolutely.
So yeah, I mean, how do you get any higher than they are today? I don't know, but we're going to work on it.
Yeah, and working on the engineering side and being at the Big Buck Bracket Race events and supporting the Fling events keeps you in touch with, not only are you on the engineering side, the product development side, but it keeps you in touch with your end customer, and
yeah,
I think that's the difference.
That's always been a strength. I basically tell people back in the office, we do what we do on the motorsports side for 3 reasons. Right? We're out here to service the customers. We're out here to take care of customers. We're out here for the brand. We want the Mickey Thompson brand out here. And we're out here to collect intel and information so we can go back and make better products. And sometimes those things are weighted a little differently, but that last one, to me, is the most important.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, so let's say I run a 450 dragster. I have Big Bubba's on it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll leave you with this question. Hot day, hot, greasy track versus colder day with a stickier track,
Mm-hmm.
different track conditions. Do they do different burnouts, different tire pressures, or what would you suggest?
Usually I suggest leaving the tire pressure alone, especially on the bias tires. They're a little more forgiving. On a radial, if the track gets real hot, you'll take a pound of air out to help it. On the flip side, if the track's really good, you might want to add a little bit of air to it. So radials are a little different, but with the Bubba tires, leave the air pressure alone. If it's hot and greasy, shorten your burnout. If it's cold, do a little bit longer burnout, because the ambient temperatures around the tire and everything else are a little bit cooler. So, but if the track temperatures are 80 to 100 degrees or 120 degrees in that range, you can keep your program pretty consistent.
Well, you guys have hit on something that's very unique in this market and
Thank you.
has a very wide, it works under a lot of different conditions.
Yeah.
So congratulations for that.
Well, thank you. It's really been something to watch it. I mean, I guess grow. We called it the Bubba tire as a development project to keep it quiet, and now it's referred to. It still cracks me up. The Bubba program was actually named after Billy Glidden's bird, because Billy did a lot of the testing for us, and Bubba passed away. Yeah, Bubba passed away, so we said, well, let's just call it the Bubba program. And Billy was very passionate about his family and his animals, so we said let's do that. So that's why it was named.
How names come up.
Yeah, it is. We've got some other names for projects too that we pull out of our hat, but that one's really close to us.
So you supported the Fling brand, Mickey Thompson, for years now. What brings you here?
Well, the event itself. I mean, you put on a really great. It's a structured event. It's organized. It's professional. And it's a great association. We've always been more oriented towards the sportsman racers, or almost exclusively the sportsman racers. And you want to come see the best of the best, you come here. And you've got some great racers out there. There are no slouches, and they're pulled from all parts of the country. So that says a lot about these events. So when we want to reach the best of the best, this is a great place to do it.
Well, I'm glad we could be a platform for that.
Absolutely.
speak with clarity. 'Cause there's too much noise around us. Or maybe it's just me. There's treasure in the sea. Yeah, but I'm just too dry to reach it. So speak sincerely. 'Cause I'm still make me feel like you're here again. Like you're here again, here again, here again, here again, here again. without a friendly face, no reflection from my soul. Emptiness is rising tall, calling to my brighter side, wishing for a place to hide, a place to leave the dark in me forever and ever. Chasing sunlight, racing for life, breaking silence to master the lies. You can tell the story, but I can deal telling it. into the silent night, an endless fall, like cuts from 1,000 knives. I hear you call, but I'm still stumbling in the dark, a silent howl as I dissolve into your arms. I waited now, seduced by a sweet mirage. Mercedes. I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think for the people to testify back my stuff to leave sooner than this? Don't
out. All right, here we are at the finish line, Summer Fling. We are in first round of ATI Friday, the first main event day. We're at the beginning of round number one of the best drivers in the last, I'd say, 5 years. You could put him in the top 3. Definitely on the door car side for sure is Matt Daddis. We're gonna see how good he is. All right, he got the win light. He knows that. Matt, if you can guess within 4th thou your reaction time either way, we'll give you a Page Pro gift cert.
Awesome.
If you can guess it dead on, you get $50. This kid's good, so there's a pretty good chance he's gonna be.
I think I was 004. Because I let go and I was like, I could get a bump up there. Like I felt like I was pretty good. So I rolled a thou in before I pre-staged. So I don't know. I'm gonna say 004, but it could be 10 or 11. I don't know.
You know, I'm finding a common theme here. These young kids are cocky. Because Dylan predicted a 004. He was 008. He predicted a 004 and he was 10. You get nothing, but you won a round.
Perfect. Thanks, Pete.
All right, Matt. Good luck today.
Awesome, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let's go.
We just want to start with a clean slate. We want to start with a clean slate with the first main event day tomorrow. So thanks for hanging with us. We were going to give it a good try, but the dew points are going to get us, and I don't want to sacrifice somebody's car just to try to get another 2 rounds in. So tomorrow, it'll be ATI Thursday, just like on the flyer, 30,000 to win. It's the first main event day. It's a day to point start. We're going to have new entry time runs at 8 a.m. sharp. And then we'll get right into the ATI Thursday 30K program. If all goes well, we'll run it to completion. If we get done early enough, we'll try to get some more of the 15K in. So the 15K is on the back burner right now. We didn't give up on it, but let's focus on the 3 main event days. We'll see everybody tomorrow. Have a good night. Thanks for your cooperation today, racers. We were really on a roll, and you guys, with these short staging lanes, it's a challenge to try to keep you guys kind of in the lanes, but yet not overflown, not over the back of the lane. So you guys really came up when you were called. It really helped us a lot. We were on a roll. We were going to finish at a reasonable hour, but Mother Nature had other ideas for us. But we'll appreciate your cooperation through the rest of the week. We'll also appreciate Mother Nature's cooperation. I had no idea where this storm came from. I was out there running the lanes and basically sunny out there, and then they called me in and said we might have something coming in an hour. And well, it's Bristol, baby. It happens. But we got a lot of good racing left. Let's start fresh. ATI Thursday, 8 a.m. new entry time runs. Round 1 immediately following. So thanks for your patience, guys. Have a good night.
Jags.
Advanced Product Design, also known as APD, is the Sportsman Racer's industry leader in carburetor and fuel systems. Whether you are a big buck bracket racer or a weekend warrior, Contact the knowledgeable staff at APD for high-quality gasoline and alcohol carburetors, or visit them online at apdracing.com. RAD torque guns are the world's most powerful and reliable torquing systems with the highest power-to-weight ratio. RAD torque guns are available in pneumatic, battery, and electronic drive systems with torque ranges from 500 to 15,000 foot-pounds of torque. RAD torque guns are being used around the world by companies such as Boeing Aerospace, Caterpillar Equipment, GE Wind Towers, the U.S. military, and many, many more. RAD torque systems are also very involved in the drag racing community, sponsoring many events, as well as a large fleet of RAD-sponsored race cars. For more information, visit radtorque.com.
Okie dokie, we were so on a roll, weren't we? And then the driplets took us out. I mean, it like came out of nowhere. All of a sudden, the sky got dark over there, and Mark was like, Anyway, so the plan is, if you didn't catch it, that we are going to start tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning with new entry time runs. They're going to concentrate on the 3 main events. We'll start with tomorrow with the 30K. That's the ATI 30K. And then if we have enough time when that's done, then we'll work through Wednesday's 15K. We'll probably chop that down until they decide we're done, okay? Or if we can get it done, and that would be awesome. Anyway, so that's the plan. So tomorrow we will be live at about 8 o'clock in the morning. Oh my gosh, that's when I like to get up. I guess I'll have to get up earlier. Anyway, thank you to Jegs and Mickey Thompson for bringing us in and keeping us free, completely free to you, the viewer. Okay, say your goodbyes to each other, and we will see you at about, oh my gosh, 8 o'clock. Oh my gosh.
Welding, pumps, regulators, filters, fueling champions.